Hello, everyone, and welcome back to KevinAudiobook.tv. I'm so glad you're here to continue our journey through the incredible world of complete martial arts attributes. Together, we'll follow Wang Teng as he grows stronger, unlocks extraordinary abilities, faces powerful enemies, and uncovers the countless mysteries hidden throughout the universe. Every chapter brings new challenges, unexpected twists, and exciting battles that make this adventure unforgettable. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you're just joining us today, thank you for being part of this amazing journey. If you're enjoying the series, don't forget to subscribe, leave a like, and share your thoughts in the comments. Your support helps bring more chapters to life. Now sit back, relax, and let's continue the adventure. Enjoy today's chapter complete, Martial Arts, Attribute A, 822, Chapter 851, Have Fun Playing. I'll leave first. 1. The martial warrior was confused by what he saw. He stared at the sky with a single thought in his mind. In this world, were shameless people stronger? This was a serious question, really. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was true. Yes, it must be true. It has to be. While the alien martial warrior was doubting his life and reconstructing his perception of the world, Wang Teng had already leaped down from the double-headed dog's back. The double-headed dog remained obedient. It gave a little whine and sounded pitiful. It used its claws to cover its eyes and peeked at Wang Teng. The problem was it had 2 heads, 4 eyes, and only 2 claws. This was a little difficult. It had no choice. It covered 2 of its eyes and turned the other head away. It would pretend that the head was dead. It suddenly felt lucky that it didn't have 3 heads. 2 claws were definitely not enough. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute bubbles dropped by the double-headed dog and picked them up. Planetary Realm Spirit, 80. Origin of Soul, 10. There were 2 attribute bubbles. One was Planetary Realm Spirit and the other was Origin of Soul. However, it was smaller than the bubbles dropped by the lizard. Should I kill this double-headed dog? Wang Teng squinted. He stared at the double-headed dog below his feet with a cunning gaze. Sob, the double-headed dog, shuddered. Its eyes were filled with innocence as it stared at Wang Teng weakly. When Wang Teng remained indifferent, it rubbed its head against his legs in a flattering manner. It almost rolled over and begged for mercy. Wang Teng started self-reflecting when he saw the huge dog head rubbing against his legs. Did he go overboard? He kicked the big head. Stop acting. Be obedient. I won't kill you yet. Sob, the double-headed dog's eyes lit up. It nodded frantically like a cowardly dog. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. He looked away from this coward and walked towards the alien martial warrior. The double-headed dog followed behind obediently. The human and the dog arrived in front of the alien martial warrior. What was the alien martial warrior feeling at this moment? There was only one emotion, despair. Before this, there was only one dog. Now it became a dog and a human worse than the dog. If you want to kill me, do it quickly. Don't waste time. He remained strong-willed. He knew that he would be eliminated since he had lost an arm and a leg, so he decided to remain firm and not let others belittle him. Wang Teng was stunned. He kept quiet and sized up the alien martial warrior with his hand on his chin. He was wondering how he should kill this man. Wang Teng's gaze gave the alien martial warrior goosebumps. Fear popped up in his heart when he remembered how he had treated the double-headed dog. The alien martial warrior gritted his teeth and raised his intact arm, punching his own head. Bang. The alien martial warrior fell with a smile on his face. He was finally free. He turned into droplets of light and dissipated in the air. Wang Teng froze on the spot and stared at the disappearing body absent-mindedly. What just happened? What did I do? Why did this happen? 3 questions popped into his mind. This showed how puzzled he was. There was no one to reply to him. Am I very scary? Wang Teng turned and asked the double-headed dog while pointing at himself. The double-headed dog wanted to nod, but when it saw Wang Teng's face, it immediately shook its head without any hesitation. I knew it. I'm so handsome. How can I be scary? That's impossible. Wang Teng nodded and said, "As long as you're happy?" The double-headed dog snorted in its heart. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles dropped by the alien martial warrior. Imperial Realm Spirit 260. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 220. "Let's go." Wang Teng stopped dawdling in this area. He leaped on the double-headed dog's back and pointed in a certain direction. "Grunt!" The double-headed dog growled in a low voice. It lifted its feet and started running. Wang Teng sat on the dog's back. He looked into the distance with his hands above his eyes. He felt amazed. "Not bad. You got used to it quickly. You're a professional mount now." The double-headed dog whined. "You seem a little slow." "Hurry up, don't waste my time," Wang Teng scolded. "Whimper," the double-headed dog whined. "You sound as if you're blaming me." The double-headed dog shook its head fervently. No, it wasn't. It wouldn't dare to think that way. "Never mind, I won't argue with you." Wang Teng shook his head and placed his hand on its body. "Come, let me give you some energy. How can you run faster without energy?" White light shimmered around his hands, and a pure spiritual power seeped into the double-headed dog's body. Howl. The double-headed dog trembled. It felt so comfortable that it groaned. "Shut up and run." Wang Teng slapped its heads. The double-headed dog shrunk its neck. It didn't dare to make any more mistakes. Putting its four legs to good use, its speed increased immediately. It was a few times faster than before. Roar. After some time, they met a star beast soul. It rushed towards Wang Teng and the double-headed dog. "Don't stop. Continue running," Wang Teng ordered. The double-headed dog hesitated. In the end, it chose to obey Wang Teng's command. A sharp glint appeared in its eyes as it charged toward the other star beast soul. The star beast soul was attracted by the star beast. It turned vigilant and started forming a light sphere in its mouth. Wang Teng silently gathered 3 spirit spikes. He waved his hand and threw them out. Chapter 852. Have fun playing. I'll leave first, too. Swoosh, 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 a resound was heard as the spikes shot toward the star beast. Roar. The star beast's soul detected the danger and wanted to evade it. However, it had nowhere to go. The double-headed dog was on one side, and the 3 deadly spiritual spikes on the other. Boom. It threw the light sphere hastily at the double-headed dog and hurriedly evaded to the side. The double-headed dog dodged like a cat with Wang Teng on its back, avoiding the light sphere. Wang Teng gave a cold smile. Spiritual power surged out and landed on the 3 spiritual spikes, long-distance controlling. The 3 spiritual spikes made an abrupt turn and continued flying toward the star beast soul with the same power. Boom. The star beast soul couldn't dodge any more. Its body got penetrated by the 3 spiritual spikes and was nailed firmly to the ground. Nice teamwork. Wang Teng laughed and picked up the attribute bubbles. He ordered the double-headed dog to continue moving. The human and the dog ran wildly in the labyrinth, using brute force to push their way through. Whenever they met another star beast soul, the double-headed dog would attract the star beast's attention, while Wang Teng would launch his sneak attack. Their cooperation allowed them to emerge victorious every time. All the star beast souls they met were killed by them. This allowed Wang Teng to gain a large number of attribute bubbles. His spirit and origin of soul rose tremendously, and he managed to raise his spiritual missile to the perfected stage. The gains were not bad. Origin of soul, 5350, 1350, 10,000 planetary realm. Spiritual missile, 15/300, perfected. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the changes on the attributes panel. His efforts didn't go to waste. He counted his gains as he sat on the double-headed dog's back. It continued dashing toward the center of the labyrinth without slowing down. After some time, there were no signs of star beast souls around them anymore. They didn't meet other alien martial warriors either. We should be reaching our destination. Wang Teng asked the double-headed dog to stop and sized up his surroundings. Howl. The double-headed dog suddenly nodded as if it was confirming Wang Teng's words. You know it? Wang Teng was surprised. After some thought, he understood the reason these star beast souls must be raised by the owner of this labyrinth. Hence, it was normal for them to know where the center of the labyrinth was. "Since you know, you can lead the way," Wang Teng said. The double-headed dog barked obediently and glanced around it. Then it selected a direction before running in the center of the labyrinth. At this moment, Argus, Kathu, Pulin, Biluo, and another person had already arrived outside the center of the labyrinth. Besides the 4 renowned talents, there was another alien martial warrior. There were 5 people in total. They didn't know if the others were still on the way or had been eliminated. The 5 alien martial warriors were looking in front of them with grave expressions. Their paths were blocked by numerous enormous star beast souls. These star beast souls stood in front of them like hills, staring down on them with hostility. There was an exit behind these star beasts. Everyone's eyes lit up. All of them noticed the exit and knew that it must lead to the final destination of the labyrinth. The legacy of the Baron from the great Qian Empire was right inside. However, they had a deep impression of how powerful and hard to deal with these star beast souls were. Thus, they looked a little constipated. They couldn't use their force in this labyrinth. This was exasperating when facing these star beast souls. There's 5 of us and 9 star beast souls. How are we supposed to fight them? The unfamiliar alien martial warrior asked. The 4 universal talents didn't reply to him. They could see the difference. It was too obvious. The problem was there was no other way besides using brute force. I wonder if there are other survivors. Biluo looked around. She thought of Wang Teng. They have probably been eliminated. It's quite late. Kathu shook his head. Even Wang Teng isn't here. Pulin shook his head and smiled. I viewed him as one of my competitors. He's just an earthling. His foundation is too weak. Kathu frowned and replied. He seemed to find it a little regretful, too. Biluo sighed. She silently agreed with Kathu. Why are you feeling unfortunate for him? He's just an earthling, Argus said arrogantly. Boom! A loud explosion was heard as soon as he finished. The wall behind them collapsed, throwing dust into the air. Everyone squinted and turned around to look behind them. They were dumbfounded. Who's this? I heard you guys talking about me the moment I came. I feel honored to receive your concern. A voice gradually floated over from behind the dust. Everyone was stunned. Wang Teng! Biluo exclaimed in pleasant surprise. Hey, you're here too. Wang Teng was riding on the double-headed dog. It stepped forward and appeared in front of everyone. He smiled ambiguously at the other martial warriors, causing them to turn red in the face. He appeared a second after they talked behind his back. Moreover, he had heard what they said. Even they felt a little awkward. But soon, everyone realized the presence of the double-headed dog. They were flabbergasted and glared at the star beast soul vigilantly. What's with this star beast soul? Biluo asked. Oh, I found a ride for myself, Wang Teng replied casually. A ride? Everyone took some time to react. Argus's gaze flickered, and his expression turned a little ugly. He thought that Wang Teng had been eliminated. Yet he came, to add salt to injury. He tamed a star beast soul to be his mount. This was proof of his ability. What a tough competitor. Wang Teng, how did you tame this star beast soul? Pulin asked. He couldn't control his curiosity. I beat it until it listened to me, Wang Teng replied calmly. He didn't conceal the truth. Beat it? Pulin stared at him in disbelief. Wang Teng had no obligation to explain to him. He didn't care if Pulin believed him. He looked past everyone and saw the exit. Of course, he also noticed the 9 gigantic star beast souls guarding the exit. The situation was obvious. Wang Teng touched his chin and asked, You came first. Have you figured out what to do? The 5 felt embarrassed, especially Argus and Kathu. They were renowned talents, but they couldn't find a way to deal with these star beast souls and were belittled by someone else. It's all right. I think that we can just fight our way through, Wang Teng said. They were speechless. They thought that Wang Teng had a good idea, but in the end they still had to use brute force. What was the point of asking them? Roar. The 9-star beast souls in front suddenly bellowed. 3 of them continued guarding the exit while the other 6 charged toward the martial warriors. Boom! The giant star beasts stomped on the ground loudly. The entire labyrinth trembled. Even though this was a spiritual labyrinth, it replicated the real world perfectly. All the effects that should be present were available. The martial warriors' expressions changed. They didn't expect the star beast souls to attack suddenly. No one was prepared, but as famous talents, they reacted quickly. "Disperse and destroy them one by one," Argus shouted. He rushed towards the side and evaded the jaws of a star beast soul. The others listened to his suggestion instinctively. Each of them lured a star beast soul away and started fighting with it. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Loud explosions resounded in the air. The star beast souls seemed impatient. They used their most powerful attacks directly and spurted spiritual missiles out of their mouths continuously. The spiritual missiles flew towards the martial warriors and exploded in all directions. The alien martial warriors could only evade. They didn't dare to receive the light spheres directly. Even so, they were still affected by the residual impact of the missiles. Their faces turned whiter, and their spiritual power was being exhausted at a visible rate. Compared to them, Wang Teng appeared surprisingly relaxed. When the others were still evading, he had already killed his star beast soul. "Have fun playing. I'll leave first." Wang Teng spoke calmly as he walked towards the 3-star beast souls guarding the door. Chapter 853, Enter. The alien martial warriors' expressions changed when they saw Wang Teng strolling toward the 3-star beast souls guarding the exit. How was this possible? How could he kill a star beast soul so quickly? They looked behind Wang Teng. The gigantic star beast soul was lying on the ground, pinned to death. It was slowly turning into light droplets. Spiritual attack. The martial warriors were dumbstruck. They finally understood why Wang Teng was able to defeat a star beast soul so easily. He knew an extremely rare spiritual attack. The best way to deal with star beast souls was to use spiritual attacks. Wang Teng possessed just that, so he had the most advantage in this assessment. Fk, this bastard is cheating. However, the Baron from the Great Qian Empire didn't stop him. Although he knew about it, he didn't care. Silence meant consent. They didn't have the right to complain. This was so infuriating. They stared at Wang Teng as he casually walked to the exit. They could almost see the legacy flying away with its wings, even though there were 3-star beast souls guarding it. They didn't think that they could stop Wang Teng as someone who knew spiritual attacks. There was no difference between having the guards and not having any. The only thing they could do was to defeat the star beast souls in front of them as quickly as possible. It would be depressing if they worked so hard but couldn't get anything in return. The 3-star beast souls guarding the door didn't move a single inch. They stared at Wang Teng ferociously as he got closer. Then they opened their mouths and bellowed roar, 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 roar. The 3 enormous bodies laid out horizontally in front of Wang Teng and gave a deafening roar. The impact was strong. Other people might have retreated uncontrollably in fear. Not Wang Teng. He dug his ear and squinted. "Why are you guys making so much noise? Do you think I'll be frightened? Come, show them." He patted the double-headed dog below him. The double-headed dog. Sibra. It didn't dare to disobey Wang Teng, so it barked at the 3-star beast souls that were much taller than it with both of its heads. The 3-star beast souls looked down at the double-headed dog and then exchanged glances with one another. They seemed to be wondering why this little idiot dared to shout at them. At the same time, Wang Teng leaped up from the double-headed dog's back and shouted coldly, "Release your ultimate move." The double-headed dog and Wang Teng had learned to work well together after traveling through the labyrinth. Hence, when it heard his words, it rolled its eyes secretly and released its spiritual missile. It opened both of its mouths and formed 2 balls of light spheres simultaneously. Then it shook its head and hurled the light spheres at the 3-star beast souls from 2 different directions. This was a little difficult. The two heads were very close together, so it wasn't easy for it to throw the attacks in two different directions. However, under Wang Teng's guidance, it managed to learn the skill. Two of the Star Beast souls had to move at the same time to evade the two spiritual missiles. Boom, boom. Two explosions occurred. Two deep holes were formed at the spot where the two Star Beast souls were at a moment ago. They were infuriated. They charged toward the double-headed dog at the speed of light. Boom, boom. They launched their own spiritual missiles, too. The two Star Beast souls threw light spheres at the double-headed dog in an attempt to kill it. The double-headed dog moved like the wind, bolting right and left as it dodged the spiritual missiles. Wang Teng disregarded it temporarily since it was able to take care of itself. His gaze landed on the last Star Beast soul. This was a giant crocodile. It was lofty and huge, with pitch-black scale armor wrapped around it. It looked savage, roaring. It swept its tail over horizontally. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows. His figure disappeared instantly, leaving only a shadow behind. Bang! The large tail struck the air and created a sonic boom. The shadow of Wang Teng dispersed. The giant crocodile got a shock. Slash, suddenly. Wang Teng appeared above it. He rubbed his hands together and formed a light sphere. It hovered over his palm. The light sphere grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a ping-pong ball into a football spiritual missile. The spiritual missile Wang Teng created was much bigger than the ones formed by these Star Beast souls. The spiritual power condensed inside was also more powerful. The crocodile felt a chill down its spine. It immediately ran away without any hesitation.
Why are you running away? You were so fierce just now.
Wang Teng chuckled and threw the light sphere violently. Swoosh! It soared through the air at lightning speed, turning into a beam of light as it fired toward the crocodile. They were too close for the crocodile to evade it. Boom! The next instant, the spiritual missile exploded above the crocodile. The crocodile was swept into the frightening ball of energy, which only dissipated gradually after some time. The miserable state of the crocodile was revealed. It seemed to have suffered inhumane torture. It's not dead. Wang Teng was surprised. Then his gaze turned dangerous. He wondered how he should kill this crocodile. The crocodile was astounded. A chill swept through its body, and it moved to the side. It allowed Wang Teng to pass through the exit. Wang Teng, the Baron, everyone. The crowd was stunned by the shamelessness of this crocodile. Wait, it had no shame at all. Wang Teng stared at the crocodile strangely before walking toward the exit vigilantly. The giant crocodile looked at Wang Teng in fear. It didn't stop him anymore and appeared extremely timid. Everyone stared at Wang Teng anxiously as he walked into the exit, yet they couldn't do anything. Argus suddenly pushed back the Star Beast soul that he was fighting with and dashed towards the exit. Hef! He's running away first. Kathu's expression changed. He shouted and pushed his opponent back too. Then he flew towards the exit, right after Argus. The other three martial warriors followed consecutively. Roar! Roar! The Star Beast souls behind them chased after them relentlessly. Boss, this is the only way I can help you. The double-headed dog dashed over and chased after the two martial warriors ferociously. Argus and Kathu were almost at the exit. They were elated. Roar! Right then. The giant crocodile soul appeared at the exit once again and blocked it with its large body. It roared at them threateningly and formed a spiritual missile in its mouth. It spat it at Argus and Kathu. Damn it! Argus and Kathu's faces turned black. They stopped in their tracks and jumped to the side. Chapter 854. I'm So Amazing. The center of the labyrinth was a little out of Wang Teng's expectations after passing through the exit. He walked through a 10 meters long path without any danger. Then he reached a place that looked like the garden of a palace. Plants and flowers flourished. Trees cast beautiful shadows on the ground, making it look heavenly. Yet this wasn't the strangest part. The most incredible thing was, when Wang Teng raised his head and looked up, the gray sky had turned into a night sky with countless shimmering stars dotted on it. The stars shone brightly. It was gorgeous. What attracted his attention was a huge planet. It hung above his head and filled up half of the sky. Don't be astounded. This is just a piece of cake for me. A calm voice sounded from the side. The speaker was smiling. Wang Teng retracted his gaze and turned around. The Baron was half lying on a comfortable chair with a thick and ancient-looking book in his hand. There was a small coffee table beside him with hot tea and exquisite snacks on it. Wang Teng was stunned when he saw his relaxed posture in the labyrinth. This wasn't what a person who was about to die would do. Do you find it strange? The Baron put down the book and smiled gently. Then he answered his own question. 1,000,000 years will be torture if I don't find something to do. Wang Teng nodded and walked over. Have a seat. The Baron waved his hand and a chair appeared out of thin air, signaling Wang Teng to sit down. You're being too polite. Wang Teng sat down as he spoke. The Baron shook his head helplessly. He had a better understanding of Wang Teng's shamelessness. I'm not surprised to see you here. I placed my bet on you, and indeed you didn't disappoint me. Elder, did you notice it already? Wang Teng sighed. Oh my, I'm so amazing. Irm, can you let me finish speaking? The Baron said after pausing for a second. Of course, please continue. You're indeed outstanding and fulfill my criteria. I believe that my legacy will shine in your hands again and won't be buried. The Baron continued. Don't worry, I won't disappoint you, Wang Teng promised confidently. Promises were easy to make, they didn't cost anything. The Baron seemed satisfied. He nodded and got up. Come with me, he turned around. He didn't do anything, yet a towering golden palace suddenly appeared in front of him. What is this? Wang Teng was stunned. This is the legacy I left behind before I died. The Baron raised his feet and walked into the palace. Creak. When they reached the entrance, the 5 meters tall golden gate of the palace slowly opened by itself. The Baron walked in. Wang Teng hesitated for a moment, but he didn't stop. He followed closely behind. After walking in, Wang Teng noticed that the inside was extremely spacious. The decorations were extravagant. Everything seemed to be giving off a golden glow. The walls were filled with bookshelves that were packed with countless books. It was a dazzling sight. A stairway leading up lay quietly at the corner. That is the 2nd floor. It's still too early for you to go up. Once you reach the celestial stage, you will have the right to go to the 2nd floor, the Baron said. You're paving the way for me, step by step. Wang Teng laughed and said, I need to be thorough while I'm searching for my successor. Every step must be treated with care during cultivation. A single mistake can ruin your foundation and your potential will be limited. There's only one ultimate cosmos stage martial warrior in one universe. You need to understand the difficulty of it. Wang Teng nodded in deep thought. All right, let's stop wasting time. Sit down cross-legged in the center of the palace and accept my legacy key. You can only look at the books in this palace after you accept it. Legacy key? Wang Teng asked curiously. Legacy key is a spiritual mark. You will be recognized by this legacy palace after you get this mark. This is the safety net I created when I was still alive, the Baron said. Wang Teng nodded and sat obediently on the ground. The Baron crossed his legs and sat opposite him. Release your spirit and accept my legacy key. Don't resist. If it fails, the legacy key will disappear. We only have one chance. Pray for yourself. It can fail? Wang Teng was surprised. Of course. It's hard to deal with anything at the spiritual level, the Baron explained patiently. Please be gentle. I'm afraid that my little soul can't accept your vigorous insertion, Wang Teng said, weakly barren. I think you're being vulgar, but I can't prove it. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, Control your breathing and calm down. Release your spirit. Wang Teng kept quiet and closed his eyes. He released his spirit. The Baron raised his finger and pointed at Wang Teng's forehead. A beam of white light shot out, entering Wang Teng's forehead. Boom. Wang Teng's spiritual soul went back to his body. At the same time, his mind trembled, and a ray of light gathered in it gradually. It turned into the Baron. He glanced around and was overjoyed. Laughing loudly, the Baron said, "Amazing. This is the widest consciousness I have ever seen. Your talent is amazing. Thank you for your compliment." Wang Teng's figure appeared and replied calmly, "You don't have to be humble. Not many people can be compared with you," the Baron said. Under Wang Teng's surprised gaze, a mysterious mark appeared on his hand. Golden light shone, and gradually the ball of light turned into the shape of a key. "This is the legacy key. Prepare to receive it," the Baron said softly. Wang Teng nodded. The legacy key turned into a beam of light and flew towards him. Boom! The legacy key slammed into Wang Teng's spiritual form and exploded. It turned into golden strings and twirled around his body, tying him up. His spiritual form froze. He couldn't move. "What are you doing?" Wang Teng was shocked. "Ha ha ha, your body is mine now." The Baron's face changed abruptly. The calmness on it disappeared. With greed and desire filling up his gaze, he stared at Wang Teng's spiritual form intently and laughed in joy. "What do you mean? What do you want to do?" Wang Teng was dumbfounded. "What do I mean? I'm going to snatch your body. I've been waiting for 1,000,000 years and finally found what I want." The Baron was elated. He turned into a ball of light. A large mouth appeared on the ball of light and bit at Wang Teng's spiritual form. Chapter 855, Shake to Death. Wang Teng watched the Baron as he turned into a ball of light. There was nothing on it except a mouth. Honestly, it looked quite unique. The anxiousness and surprise on his face vanished at the appearance of this scene. Unexpectedly, he became exceptionally calm. There was even a mocking smile at the edge of his lips. "Snatch. Was this your plan all along?" The Baron was stunned. He was surprised by Wang Teng's composure. Also, from his tone, he seemed to have noticed his scheme already. However, he had revealed his true motive, so he couldn't stop. The Baron opened his mouth wide, wanting to swallow Wang Teng in one gulp. Wang Teng's spiritual form couldn't move because he was bound by the golden strings. He could only stare at the mouth as it came for him. Peals of laughter came from the ball of light as the Baron felt that the outcome was settled. Ha ha ha! He was just about to swallow Wang Teng. But very soon he noticed that he didn't bite anything. There was only air in his mouth. "Is it delicious?" Wang Teng's voice appeared behind him. "How is this possible?" The Baron returned to his human form, appalled. He turned around instantly and stared at Wang Teng as if he were a ghost. Before he could react, his pupils constricted as he got swallowed by boundless darkness. Within a split second, he was submerged in pitch-black darkness. Boom! The Baron noticed, to his astonishment, that a frightening force was directly used on his spiritual form. His spiritual form trembled violently and was on the verge of disintegration. What power is this? He glanced around the endless darkness but saw nothing. His spiritual form was being corroded continuously by the power of the tremor. He started shouting in fear. Wang Teng didn't reply to him. He had used up a large amount of his origin of soul to execute the abyss burial. This was a battle technique he gained from a holy knight on Mount Saint. It was finally put to use. It was used on a person's soul, which was their spiritual form. It could knock a person's spirit out of his body. If used directly on the spiritual form, it could destroy it and make it disappear from the world. Without this powerful skill, the holy knight who possessed the death space wouldn't have been able to control so many spirits. Wang Teng knew that the Baron wasn't dead before he entered the command room. His spirit was weak, but it hadn't dissipated. However, after stepping into the command room, the Baron appeared and told them that he was dead. Only a part of his consciousness remained. That didn't make sense. Wang Teng noticed that he was hiding something, or had an ulterior motive, but he was indeed powerful. He managed to knock the Devil Lords unconscious. Wang Teng didn't dare to take the risk, so he laid low and waited for a chance to retaliate. He didn't lose his mind because of the legacy. He remained vigilant, biding his time to give the lethal blow. He scrolled through all his battle techniques and finally fixed his mind on the abyss burial, a skill he hadn't used ever since he received it. He immediately came up with a plan. First, he would raise the abyss burial from the well-versed to the perfected stage. that cost him more than 80,000 blank attributes. Wang Teng didn't think that the blank attributes it required would multiply by many times the higher it got, needing tens of thousand points to reach the perfected stage. However, his opponent was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Even if he was very weak, he didn't dare to look down or underestimate him. It was worth it. Abyss Burial, 50,000, 50,000, perfected. Reality proved that the perfected stage of the Abyss Burial was exceptional. Even the spiritual form of a Cosmos stage marital warrior could be destroyed. The Baron had already lost his composure. As a formidable martial warrior, he screamed in fear, "Stop, Wang Teng! Don't you want the legacy? Go to hell with your legacy!" Wang Teng's voice was cold. He wasn't enticed by the Baron and continued instilling more origin of soul into his Abyss Burial boom. The Baron's spiritual form trembled violently. One of his hands exploded. "No, stop. I'll pass my legacy to you." "Please stop it." He was almost wailing as he looked at his disintegrating spiritual form with a squint. "You don't seem like a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Why are you so afraid of dying?" Wang Teng snorted. "What is dignity when you're dead? Staying alive is the most important thing, Wang Teng. Let me go and I will pass my legacy to you. From then on I'll mind my own business and never interrupt you." The Baron panicked. "I'm sorry, I just want to kill you now." Wang Teng scoffed. Boom! The lower part of the Baron's body exploded at this moment. The excruciating pain at the spiritual level caused him to howl in agony and pain. However, the disintegration didn't stop. Under the violent tremors of the Abyss Burial, the half of his remaining body started dissipating into the air from his stomach to his chest. His body turned into droplets of light that were swallowed by the darkness around it. Despair welled up in his heart. He didn't think that this would be his ending after waiting for 1,000,000 years. Why did this happen? Why? No. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior. He couldn't die so easily. He was furious. He was unwilling. Wang Teng. The Baron was only left with his head now. He bellowed in anger and made the last attempt to struggle. "You can die now." Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. His spiritual power turned into spiritual spikes, and he hurled them out. Swoosh! The spiritual spikes pierced through the darkness. The Baron's pupils constricted immediately. He could see the spots of light cutting through the darkness. Then the spirit spikes rained on him like the punishment from heaven and stabbed right into his head. No, the Baron roared with regret and anger. Boom! It was all in vain. His head exploded. The Cosmos stage martial warrior who had managed to survive for 1,000,000 years was finally dead for real. The darkness subsided. Wang Teng stopped his Abyss Burial and the use of his origin of soul. He was panting slightly and his face was a little pale. This was his spiritual form. The exhaustion of his origin of soul was a little overbearing for him. Wang Teng glanced at his attributes panel. Origin of soul. 4920, his origin of soul rose to 5,650 points after killing the Star Beast souls. Now it was lowered to 4920. This meant that he had used 760 points of origin of soul when he executed the Abyss Burial. This was a permanent loss. He wouldn't be able to get it back. Wang Teng let out a huge sigh. No wonder this Abyss Burial was heaven-defying. It required so much fuel to execute, but the result was also satisfactory. He shook the soul of a Cosmos stage martial warrior to death. Which planetary realm martial warrior could do this? Chapter 856, The Real and Fake Baron. No one would think that a Cosmos stage martial warrior would die silently in Wang Teng's consciousness. Frustrating, sorrowful, dismal. Wang Teng sighed. He felt fortunate. If he didn't have the Abyss Burial skill, or his opponent hadn't been exhausted of his spiritual power for 1,000,000 years, he wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Wang Teng suddenly smiled. No matter what, he won. He killed a Cosmos stage martial warrior and won this life-or-death battle. Only he knew how dangerous it was. Luckily, he had some gains, too. When the Baron died, he dropped a few attribute bubbles. They merged into his consciousness: planetary realm spirit, 5-6 Einhard; planetary realm enlightenment, 483 Thief 100. Wang Teng's eyes lit up brightly after he absorbed all the attribute bubbles. A huge gain. He didn't expect his loot to be so amazing. 5-6 Einharded points of planetary realm spirit, 4-8 Einhard points of planetary realm enlightenment. This was close to half of his spirit and enlightenment bar. That meant that the spirit and enlightenment attributes he gained from the Baron alone were enough to push his spirit and enlightenment past the halfway mark. Spirit 7550 10,000 planetary realm. Wang Teng took a deep breath when he saw the changes to his attributes panel. The frustration from losing some of his origin of soul disappeared. It was worth it. It was extremely worth it. His planetary realm spirit and enlightenment went past the halfway mark instantly. Without this opportunity, he would need to accumulate the attributes for a much longer time before reaching the current number, as expected of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Of course, the spirit and enlightenment of this Cosmos Stage martial warrior shouldn't be at the planetary realm. However, this was what he dropped. It might be because his spirit and enlightenment had been slowly exhausted over the million years, or there might be other reasons. But Wang Teng was satisfied. He placed his attention on the last attribute bubble, Thief. The Baron dropped a special skill called Thief. Wang Teng didn't know how he could be so lucky. Just like its name, Thief was a skill that allowed him to devour other people's souls and steal all their possessions. This was another heaven-defying technique. The Baron had executed this skill when he tried to devour Wang Teng's soul and snatch his body so that he could come alive again. However, he failed, much less execute his Thief skill fully. Had he executed it to its full potential, Wang Teng might have had a harder time trying to deal with him. The success rate of this skill when a higher realm martial warrior executed it on someone weaker than him was extremely high. The weaker martial warrior had almost zero chance of resisting. At this moment, the memories of the Thief's skill appeared in Wang Teng's mind. These memories turned into enlightenment and became part of him. Thief, 1,000 well-versed 100 points of Thief attributes, allowed him to jump from the foundation stage to the well-versed stage. Wang Teng let out a long sigh. He almost couldn't control his excitement. Based on the explanation of this skill, the soul was the most important part of life. A person's body could be destroyed, but as long as its soul still remained, it could continue to live. It could even snatch other people's bodies to gain greater talent and raise its martial arts cultivation to a higher level. There were countless lives and numerous races in the universe. Some races had weak talent, while others were born with great potential. They possessed planetary stage abilities at birth and didn't need to go through arduous cultivation. Once they became an adult, they would reach the Cosmos Stage. This gift was incredible. In comparison, the races with weaker talent might have difficulty even reaching the planetary stage after working hard their entire lives. For instance, the people on Earth. Currently, most of them couldn't reach the planetary realm. There were only a few rare gifted martial warriors on the entire planet that had the chance to reach the planetary stage. But their hope of advancing to the Cosmos Stage was negligible. This was the difference between the human race and the aliens. However, after grasping the Thief's skill, Wang Teng could snatch a powerful talent from another gifted race. Reaching the Cosmos Stage was as easy as snapping his finger. Of course, this wasn't the main reason why he was elated. He had the system, so he could gain talents easily and raise them to as high of a level as he wanted. He was delighted because this Thief's skill could allow him to create more powerful clones. Indeed, clones were the first thing he thought of when he received the Thief's skill. Wang Teng could create clones of himself. If he combined the two skills together, he could create powerful helpers. Amazing. A smile appeared on his face as he imagined his clones fighting with other powerful martial warriors in the future. Clap, clap at this moment, a sudden sound appeared in Wang Teng's consciousness. His heart almost stopped. His expression changed, and he immediately turned in the direction of the sound. He saw an unfamiliar figure floating there. Mind you, this was his consciousness. How could he not be astounded upon seeing an unfamiliar presence in his consciousness? Even more, this wasn't the Baron. It was someone he had never seen before. He was wearing a long white robe and gave off a noble aura. He looked no different from a human. He had long black hair with an immortal feel. He was looking at Wang Teng with a strange gaze. He seemed like an elder looking at a younger generation. His gaze was filled with admiration, happiness, and even kindness. However, Wang Teng didn't dare to put down his guard. Who knew what this person was thinking? He might be a sly old fox that had lived for 1,000,000 years like the Baron. If he wasn't careful, he might get eaten up again. Who are you? Wang Teng forced himself to calm down. I'm a baron from the great Qian Empire, the man in a white robe said. Wang Teng was stunned. This sounded a little familiar. The Baron said the same thing too. Why was there another Baron? Were there 2 barons from the great Qian Empire? There were only a few barons, right? Why were there 2 here? It felt a little cheap. I know what you're thinking. That one before is fake. He's the escaped convict I was chasing many years ago. He got injured by me during our fight and his physical body was destroyed. Unfortunately, I was killed too and only left a spiritual mark to wait for my successor. His soul was still intact, so he was more powerful than me and suppressed me all this time. The man in the white robe smiled and explained slowly. You're real and he's fake. How do I know if you're speaking the truth? Wang Teng asked curiously. Can you prove it? Well, I can't. However, my legacy is here. You will know if I'm real or fake once you get it. The man in the white robe gave a bitter smile. That was what that fellow said. In the end, he wanted to snatch my body. Wang Teng scoffed. I can't snatch your body. I'm just a spiritual mark once you inherit my legacy. I'll disappear, the man in the white robe said. That was what the Baron said too, Wang Teng replied. The man's face turned black. He felt that all his paths were blocked by the fake Baron, and he had nowhere to go. Wang Teng was a little moved when he saw his expression. Was this the real Baron? Looks like I'll have to take the blame. The man in the white robe shook his head helplessly. He sighed and said, Never mind. I'll not trust someone easily after getting fooled by Agulus either. In that case, I'll dissipate the spiritual mark later, and you can accept my legacy after that. You will dissipate the spiritual mark? Wang Teng was shocked. It's just a mark. There's no point in its existence after a successor has appeared. The man in the white robe shook his head. Wang Teng believed this man now. He used his eyes of essence to look at him and noticed that he wasn't a spirit. He was honestly just a mark. But before that, I have a few things to ask from you, the man in the white robe continued. Chapter 857. The Real Legacy. You have a favor to ask. Is this the price to pay for accepting the legacy? Wang Teng asked. It's just a request from me. Since you are going to accept my legacy, you're my successor. It's not too much to ask a favor from you, right? Of course. It will be within your means. I won't force you. The man in the white robe smiled calmly. Won't I seem a little selfish if I don't agree with you? Go ahead. The man smiled again and continued. Besides my knowledge, skills, and wealth, my legacy also consists of the Baron status in the great Qian Empire. What? Wang Teng's expression changed. Yes, it's true. This is a heredity rank. Besides my descendants, my successors will also possess the right to inherit my rank, the man in the white robe said. Why didn't you pass your position to your descendants? You have lived for a long time, so you should have plenty of descendants, right? I don't have any descendants, the man in the white gown replied calmly. Sorry, Wang Teng laughed awkwardly. But I have a disciple, the man in the white robe said softly. Do you have to pause between your sentences? Wang Teng felt speechless. He rolled his eyes angrily and continued. Why are you saying this to me when you have a disciple? My disciple was one of the people that persuaded me to chase after Agulus, the man in the white robe answered. However, the information they gave me was fake. You were fooled and died because of it. Wang Teng was astounded. That's right. You were tricked by your disciple? How tragic. You have bad eyesight, Wang Teng complained. The man in the white robe coughed. Anyway, it has been 1,000,000 years. Your disciple is either dead or has become a cosmos stage martial warrior like you. Are you planning to ask me to take revenge? Wang Teng coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. That's why I said you can wait until you have the ability. You won't have a chance now. Although you're saying the truth, it's still heartbreaking, Wang Teng said helplessly. Ha, 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 I didn't know you can feel frightened, too. The man in the white robe laughed. No, I'm not. Why would I be afraid? Wang Teng shook his head. The man in the white robe smiled and said, So, will you accept my request? Of course, why not? I'm receiving your legacy. Unfortunately, I don't like to owe people favors, so I will help you complete your request. This is my way of repaying you. Wang Teng touched his chin and said, The title of the Baron attracted Wang Teng's attention the most. Since he wanted to enter the universe, he needed an identity and a stepping board. Nothing was better than the Baron's status of an ancient empire based on the other alien martial warriors' attitudes. He knew that this Baron's status was noble and powerful. If they knew that this Baron's status was within his grasp, would they turn green with envy? Wang Teng wasn't worried about facing a cosmos stage martial warrior. Mind you, he had a bug. Since you don't like to owe people favors, you don't have to accept my legacy, the man teased him. Wang Teng choked. He almost stopped breathing for a moment. He stared at the man in the white robe strangely. This holy-looking figure was quite good at teasing people. He was always the one teasing others, but now someone managed to refute him. The man in the white robe looked at his constipated expression and laughed. All right, I've finished everything I wanted to say after you receive the legacy. You will get my token. Your identity will be recognized when you bring this token to the great Qian Empire. You can decide when you want to go. I won't speak anymore. Good luck to you. This is all I have for you. The man in the white robe looked intently at Wang Teng before his body scattered into droplets of light. A mysterious mark made of runes floated at the spot where he disappeared. It hung in midair quietly. A few attribute bubbles were dropped around the mark. Pick them all. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He picked up the attribute bubbles, first planetary realm, spirit, 380, planetary realm, spirit, 420. It looks like he really is gone, Wang Teng murmured to himself. He controlled his body and floated towards the mark. Stretching out his hand, he touched it. Boom. The instant he made contact with the rune mark, glaring light shot out. The rune mark exploded and turned into numerous mysterious runes. They spun around Wang Teng's spiritual form like stars in the universe. Very soon, the runes transformed into rune chains. They gave off a golden glow and seemed exceptionally divine. Suddenly, the rune chains dashed towards Wang Teng's head and merged into his forehead. The entire process took only a few breaths. All the rune chains disappeared within a few seconds. At the same time, a complicated rune appeared in the middle of Wang Teng's forehead. He touched his forehead and felt the mark. His mind felt refreshed. He waved his hand, and the golden palace, Agulus used to trick him, appeared in front of him. Although this was the legacy palace, the real legacy mark was the mark he had just touched. It wasn't some legacy key. Wang Teng shook his head and moved his thoughts. The door of the legacy palace opened, and he strolled in directly. It was still the same shining and magnificent palace with books piled on the bookshelves along the walls. The collection of a cosmos stage martial warrior over countless years must be incredible. With a wave of his hand, a few books flew down, floating in front of him. The essentials of a divine spirit master, controlling your spiritual power, spiritual illusion techniques, ancient language of the great Tian Empire. Common universal language, ancient god language. Wang Teng was surprised when he scanned the titles of the books. He just chose a few books at random, but they were all extremely useful. The essentials of a divine spirit master, controlling your spiritual power, and spiritual illusion techniques were all divine spirit master's books. After receiving the legacy mark, Wang Teng also received some memories. The man in white robe was called Nanggong Yue. Besides being a cosmos stage martial warrior, He was also a cosmos-staged divine spirit master. Thus, it was normal for such books to appear in his legacy palace. Chapter 858, Mr. Examiner. Wang Teng flipped through the books. The Essentials of a Divine Spirit Master introduced the basics of a Divine Spirit Master. There were a lot of things Wang Teng didn't know. So this book was a great help to him. The Controlling Your Spiritual Power and Spiritual Illusion Techniques talked about how to control your spiritual power and the theory of illusion. The detailed cultivation description could help Wang Teng improve his spiritual power skills greatly. His grasp of spiritual power was too rough, so he wasn't able to release its entire potential. As for the language books, Wang Teng placed them back on the shelves after briefly looking through them. This gave him a headache. Why did he need to learn so many languages? He just needed to learn the ones he needed to use. Besides, he could learn them through collecting attribute bubbles. He didn't need to spend time learning. If the Baron knew that Wang Teng laid aside and neglected all the language books he had prepared, he might jump out of his coffin. The great Qian Empire was an empire with many years of history and a strong foundation. Ability wasn't the only thing a Baron needed to possess. He also had to have the relevant knowledge and demeanor. Languages and etiquettes were a must-learn for a Baron. A Baron without these two would become the joke of the entire empire. However, Wang Teng didn't appreciate his kindness. But one of the books? Ancient God language attracted his attention. This ancient God language was talking about the language of the powerful ancient god's body that Wang Teng possessed. He didn't think that he would find the language of the ancient god's race here. After all, the ancient god's race was rare and extremely mysterious. Understanding and grasping their language was a difficult task. Once again, Wang Teng felt the power of the great Qian Empire. Besides these books, there were many other kinds of books in the Legacy Palace. They were classified systematically into different genres, waiting for Wang Teng to pick them. He had to admit that this legacy was very useful after all. Not everything could be gained by collecting attribute bubbles. Collecting attribute bubbles relied heavily on luck, too. If Wang Teng entered the universe and met something he didn't know, he could look for it in this Legacy Palace. This might be the greatest use of this Legacy Palace. After some time, Wang Teng walked out of the Legacy Palace. The palace disappeared. He took a deep breath and waved his hand. The labyrinth appeared before him. The spiritual labyrinth belonged to the Baron, too. Its master was dead, so it landed in his hands now. He would be able to control it by practicing the special spiritual skills which were part of the legacy. He could even use it for other means. Agulus wasn't a divine spirit master. He only managed to use this labyrinth because his soul was powerful. Wang Teng looked down at the labyrinth and saw the star beast souls chasing after the martial warriors. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course, the martial warriors couldn't see him. Wang Teng saw the double-headed dog, too. He reached out. Grabbing the double-headed dog, it disappeared from the labyrinth and appeared beside him. The double-headed dog was in a daze when it first appeared. It glanced around it vigilantly. When it saw Wang Teng, it rushed over and rubbed its head against Wang Teng's leg while whining. It was sucking up to Wang Teng. It didn't need anyone to teach him how to flatter someone. "All right, you'll follow me from now on. Be obedient and you'll have your benefits." Wang Teng patted the dogs' heads and said, "I have an order for you. Listen carefully." The double-headed dog nodded its head fervently. It lifted its ears and gave an attentive look. "After you go back to the spiritual labyrinth, ask the star beast souls to continue fighting with the humans. You don't have to kill them, but you must make sure they can't stop. Chase them around the labyrinth." Wang Teng squinted as he said. The double-headed dog stared at Wang Teng as if he were a devil. It felt that its new master was vicious. The ones trapped in the labyrinth were the spirits. How tiring would it be if they continued running? If they were careless, their spirit would turn extremely weak, and they would be exhausted to death. Even if they weren't, they would enter deep sleep. Once the spirit entered deep sleep, It could remain unconscious for hundreds or thousands of years. In serious cases, they could even sleep for tens of thousands of years until the physical body disappeared. They would never be able to wake up. No matter which result it was, these talented martial warriors wouldn't be able to accept it. If they lost 10 years of their time, they could be caught up by others and their positions would be gone. The double-headed dog suddenly felt that its new master was an evil man. Indeed, it was better to be an obedient pet. The double-headed dog received the order and started playing the eagle-catch-chick game with the martial warriors in the labyrinth. The poor aliens didn't know that Wang Teng had received the legacy and was making a fool of them. After some thought, Wang Teng decided to pull Biluo out. They had worked together in the past. It would be a little unreasonable if he trapped her inside too. Fortunately, she was a beauty, so Wang Teng felt that he should treat her a little better. Biluo felt the world around her spinning. Then she appeared before Wang Teng. After a moment of surprise, she understood what had happened. She said in a complicated tone, "It looks like you've succeeded. I was lucky." Wang Teng smiled. "It's not about luck. You're able to go through the exit and get the legacy. This means that you're stronger than all of us." Biluo was straightforward. She shook her head. However, she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. "In that case, let's return to our bodies," Wang Teng replied. "What about them?" Biluo glanced at the labyrinth below and asked after some hesitation. "They will need to rely on their fate." Biluo, rely on their fate? Seriously, aren't you the one who decides if they can come out? But she didn't dare to say anything. She felt fortunate to get pulled out by Wang Teng. She was worried that he would throw her back if the other martial warriors said anything to offend him. They were the ones who offended Wang Teng. It had nothing to do with her. Sigh. I have no other intention. I just want to give them a chance to train their spirit. Wang Teng shook his head. "Do you think I believe what you've said?" Biluo glanced at him from the corner of her eyes. The two of them left the labyrinth. In the command room, Wang Teng opened his eyes and let out a long sigh. He glanced around him. Some distance away from him, there were two figures in long robes. Mr. Examiner. Chapter 859. Agree. Mr. Examiner, while Wang Teng was attracted by two figures, he heard Biluo exclaiming beside him. "Examiner?" Wang Teng was stunned. Then he realized their identity. After experiencing many sudden changes, he almost forgot that this was a trial. Hence, there would definitely be examiners. He knew that there were instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda watching over the entire planet. It must be these two. But the sudden appearance of the two examiners didn't give him much time to think. Biluo stepped forward and greeted the two examiners. She was extremely respectful. "You did well. We saw your performance during this trial." Ma Dayuan nodded slightly with a look of approval. "Thank you for your compliment." Biluo was elated. The words from the examiners meant that she got a position in the Saint Star Pagoda. It was confirmed. "You must be Wang Teng, right?" "You should know about this trial, too." The other examiner, Ning Honglang, glanced at Wang Teng and said sternly. Wang Teng nodded. He didn't speak. "You're a martial warrior from Earth. This planet is the trial ground, so we set aside 3 slots for the locals. Your performance allows you to get one of the slots," Ning Honglang said calmly as he glanced at Wang Teng's face secretly. To his disappointment, Wang Teng didn't show any signs of excitement. His composure didn't seem like that of a young martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet. Ning Honglang and Ma Dayuan glanced at one another. "Do you know the status of Saint Star Pagoda in the Olent Federation?" Ma Dayuan asked. "I do. It's the most famous academy in the Olent Federation." Wang Teng nodded indifferently. "Biluo, what an arrogant fellow. He didn't even seem to think much of the Saint Star Pagoda." Ma Dayuan coughed awkwardly when he saw Wang Teng's nonchalant expression. He turned to Biluo and said, "Biluo, please leave for a moment. We have some things to speak to Wang Teng personally." Biluo was surprised. She wondered what the two examiners wanted to say to Wang Teng. She remembered that Wang Teng was a genius that managed to get the Baron's legacy. These two examiners would probably try to rope him in with some special treatment. Beluo didn't dare to be slow. She nodded quickly and walked out of the command room. Ma Daiwan waved his hand and closed the door. Releasing the force in his body, he formed a soundproof wall around them. Then he looked at Wang Teng. Wang Teng, you've already gotten the legacy from the Baron of the Great Qian Empire, right? The examiners exchanged glances with each other before Ning Honglang opened his mouth. Wang Teng sneaked a peek at the soundproof wall. Many thoughts flew into his mind. He nodded slowly. Wang Teng, you don't understand how dangerous the universe is. The news that you have received the legacy wasn't concealed, so it will spread soon. At that time, many beings will come and snatch the legacy from you. You're just a planetary stage martial warrior. To put it bluntly, there's an abundance of planetary stage martial warriors in the universe. Even celestial stage martial warriors like us aren't rare. You don't have the ability to protect your legacy, and it might even endanger your life, Ning Honglang said seriously. That's right. The legacy of a baron from the Great Qian Empire is extremely tempting. Even cosmos stage martial warriors might not be able to resist the temptation. Ma Dayuan nodded and agreed. Do you have any suggestions? Wang Teng's expression changed. He appeared frightened and sought help from the examiners. The two examiners looked at each other with an undetectable smile in the corner of their eyes. It's simple. You just have to pass the legacy to us and we'll bring it back to the Saint Star Pagoda. No one will dare to do anything to you. The Saint Star Pagoda is the biggest academy in the Olant Federation. We groom numerous formidable martial warriors, including Cosmos Stage martial warriors. If an ordinary Cosmos Stage martial warrior wants to snatch it, they will have to weigh their power first. You will also gain the protection of the Saint Star Pagoda. Of course, the Saint Star Pagoda will give you some compensation. We won't take your legacy for free. Wang Teng gave a look of hesitation when he heard their answer, but in his heart he was smirking. They wanted to snatch the legacy, but they beautified their intentions with pretty words. The Saint Star Pagoda also wanted to get the Baron's legacy. Wait, this might be the examiner's personal intentions. They might just be using the Saint Star Pagoda to disguise their greed. To them, Wang Teng was just a martial warrior from an underdeveloped planet. He had no knowledge of the universe, so they could fool him however they wanted once he passed them the legacy. At that time, they could just compensate randomly, and no one would say that they were thieves. What a great plan they had! Many thoughts went through Wang Teng's head. His mind worked furiously as he tried to find a solution. It wasn't hard to tell that these two examiners were celestial stage martial warriors. That level was still a little hard for Wang Teng to deal with. If they were at the first level or second level of the celestial stage, he could have a chance at defeating them with an ultimate move like the space tornado and his spiritual power. But the third level celestial stage and above was out of his reach. If I hand over my legacy, what compensation will the Saint Star Pagoda give me? Wang Teng hesitated for a moment before asking. The two examiners looked at each other again. There was happiness in their eyes. We can open the top 3 levels of the Saint Star Pagoda Library for you free for 3 years. The top 3 levels contain cultivation information and scriptures for the planetary stage to celestial stage martial warriors. You can view them whenever you want. We will also provide you with 50 billion Olant Federation coins, OFC, worth of cultivation resources. These resources are enough for you to reach the peak of the celestial stage, Ma Daiwan replied to Wang Teng immediately. Wang Teng snorted in his heart when he heard this. 3 years of access to the library and 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources. Did they think that he was a beggar? Even if he didn't understand the prices in the universe, he knew that these two examiners were fooling him. Putting aside the 50 billion OFC, the 3 years of free access to the library was a speck of dust when compared to the Legacy Palace. The collection of books in the Legacy Palace consisted of celestial stage and even cosmos stage scriptures. Moreover, he had inherited the wealth left behind by the Baron. This was calculated in Great Qian coins, GQC, not the currency of a low-tier civilization. The difference was vast. Wang Teng turned grim. Just as he was thinking of a way to resolve his situation, a voice sounded in his mind. Agree to them. Chapter 860. You can call me round ball. Agree to them. Wang Teng was shocked because of the abrupt sound. Who? He shouted in his mind. I'm an intelligent life form left by my master. Since you have inherited his legacy, you're my new master now, the voice replied. Intelligent life form? Wang Teng was stunned. Yes, I'm an intelligence with a life, the voice explained calmly. Why did you ask me to agree to them? Wang Teng contemplated before asking. Agree and let them put down their guards. Let me handle the rest, the voice replied. Are you sure? Wang Teng hesitated. It felt a little unreliable to believe this intelligent life form he had never seen. You won't lose anything by trying. You don't have a better idea anyway. All right, you make sense. I'll leave it to you, Wang Teng answered the voice in his mind. His eyes shimmered. Okay. The voice sounded satisfied. Wang Teng didn't open his mouth. This conversation occurred in his mind, and it only lasted for a few seconds. Thinking that Wang Teng was in a dilemma, the two examiners didn't rush him. Wang Teng seemed to have made a decision. He gritted his teeth and nodded. All right, I'll pass the legacy to you. Please ensure my safety. Yes, no problem. Ma Deyuan and Ning Honglang couldn't control their happiness. They nodded and agreed immediately. Wang Teng took a deep breath. A rune mark slowly appeared on his forehead. Then it solidified and floated out. Ha ha ha, very good. Ma Deyuan and Ning Honglang stopped suppressing their joy. They laughed as they flew towards the rune mark. Swoosh at this moment, an extremely faint sound was heard. It was almost unnoticeable. Two beams of light shot out behind Wang Teng. He was standing right in front of the corpse with three eyes. The beams of light came from the back of the seat he was sitting on. The two beams of light were as thin as needles. They shot toward Ma Dewan and Ning Honglang's foreheads at a fast speed. They were attracted by the rune mark, so by the time they noticed the beam of light, it was too late. They were dumbstruck, their pupils constricted, and they felt the danger of death. This needle-thin beam of light was powerful enough to kill a celestial stage martial warrior. No, their angry cries were filled with unwillingness, but it was futile. Splurt. Splurt. The light beams pierced through their heads. Their bodies froze on the spot. Red blood seeped out from their foreheads. Then they crashed onto the ground and lost all signs of life. Wang Teng was dumbstruck when he saw this scene. These two celestial stage warriors were killed so easily. This was unbelievable. Ha ha. Are you shocked? The voice of the intelligent life form sounded again. It seemed a little proud of itself. Where are you? Wang Teng took a deep breath and asked. Here. A figure gradually appeared before Wang Teng. This was a strange, white, and fat living creature that had the height of a 4-year-old child. It had fat arms and legs, and its head was round like a ball. 2 pitch-black eyes were etched on the head. There were also 2 curly tentacles on the top of its head. It wasn't wearing any clothes, and it was snow white. It was quite cute and strange. You can call me Round Ball. The intelligent life form floated in front of Wang Teng and chuckled. Round Ball? Wang Teng's expression turned weird. He asked curiously, Who gave you that name? Master Nangong gave it to me. I think it's really nice. Don't you think so? The intelligent life form tilted its head and asked Wang Teng. As long as you like it. In his heart, Wang Teng was complaining about Nangong Yue's naming ability. Round Ball? Why don't you call it round and fat instead? But he had no right to complain about others. His naming ability wasn't good either. He called a black crow Little White. No one else would do that. Both of them had the same naming ability. Well, they did have some similarities. They're dead? Wang Teng stared at the corpses of the 2 celestial stage martial warriors on the ground. He had used his eyes of essence to confirm that their vitality and souls were gone, but he still asked uncontrollably. Yes, Round Ball nodded calmly. What were the 2 beams of light? Wang Teng asked as he controlled the astonishment in his heart. It's a spiritual attack left by Master Nangong. It's stored using a special technique, waiting to be activated at the right time. He had predicted this situation, Roundball said proudly. But as it spoke, it started to feel sad. Are you all right? Wang Teng was surprised. How could an intelligent being have human emotions? It's all right. Thinking about it, Master Nangong has been dead for 1,000,000 years. I have accepted this truth. Roundball shook its head and said, it looked at Wang Teng's expression and asked, Your expression is weird. Yes, a little. Do you have human emotions? Wang Teng asked carefully. Although I'm an intelligence, we have different levels too. The logic programs on your planet are known as intelligence too, but they're too low level in the universe. We only label something as an intelligence if it can think like a human. I might be an intelligence, but I have risen above that level and am called an intelligent life form. I'm a life form just like you humans. I have emotions and can cultivate too, Roundball explained. Amazing, Wang Teng exclaimed. The universe is vast. Anything can happen, Roundball said proudly. Intelligent life forms like me are rare. Even those eternal stage martial warriors might not possess intelligent life forms like me. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He felt extremely lucky. This intelligent life form sounded impressive. Even eternal stage martial warriors might not have one. What was the eternal stage? After the cosmos stage, there was the heaven stage, the universe stage, and then the eternal stage. Cosmos stage martial warriors could live for 3,000,000 years, heaven stage martial warriors could live for 100,000,000 years, and universe stage martial warriors could live for 100,000,000 years, but they would still die. Even though a universe stage martial warrior had a lifespan of 100,000,000 years, they would slowly decay and reach their death as time progressed. One could only escape the barriers of death by reaching the eternal stage. The eternal stage was also known as the God of Eternity. The martial warriors here were like real immortals. Their lives never ended and they never died. Thus, intelligent life forms were indeed rare, since even they might not have them. It looked like Nangong Yue left many good things for him. It was worth the dangers of inheriting the legacy. Chapter 861, QYE-63 Spacecraft. In the command room, Wang Teng and Roundball chatted for a while before looking at the corpses of the 2 St. Star Pagoda instructors. As they died, 10 attribute bubbles emerged from their bodies. Wang Teng's eyes flashed, and he picked them up straight away. Constellation Force, Earth 21501, Emperor Level Earth Talent 260, Planetary Realm Spirit 850, Planetary Realm Enlightenment 885, Dark Origin 100. Constellation Force, Fire 25606, Emperor Level Fire Talent 320, Planetary Realm Spirit 1200, Planetary Realm Enlightenment 1080, Sun Blaze 220. Wang Teng was overjoyed when the attribute bubbles merged into his body and mind. There were more than 20,000 points of Constellation Earth Force and Constellation Fire Force. In an instant, the pure and abundant Constellation Force circulated in his body, merging into the Constellation Force in the Sea of Nihility. Boom! The Sea of Nihility shook as his Fire and Earth Force underwent a transformation, and another constellation was gradually formed. It slowly emerged like it was undergoing cell division. In the end, 2 more constellations appeared in the Sea of Nihility, 1 fire constellation and 1 earth constellation. Now there were 7 constellations. Planetary stage, level 2. Moreover, the fire and earth force had reached level 2 of the planetary stage. Constellation Fire Force, 14,500, a 2,000 planetary stage, 2nd level. Constellation Earth Force, 13,600, 20,000 planetary stage, 2nd level. It wasn't just that. With the changes, the 2 forces were only a few thousand points away from the next level. Wang Teng took a deep breath and continued looking at the other changes to his attributes. This time, he managed to obtain 2050 Planetary Realm Spirit and 1965 Planetary Realm Enlightenment attribute points, greatly enhancing his spirit and enlightenment. Previously, when he was in the spiritual labyrinth, he had improved his spirit. Now he was very close to hitting the celestial realm. Enlightenment, 8715 10,000 planetary realm. Spirit, 967 10,000 planetary realm. Wang Teng couldn't believe himself when he saw the changes. He had just reached the planetary realm not too long ago and was already this close to the celestial realm. Celestial realm spirit. Only Cosmos stage martial warriors could ever reach that stage, and Wang Teng was only a few hundred attribute points away. However, he knew that such an opportunity was rare to come by, a spiritual labyrinth that a Cosmos stage martial warrior left behind, and the deaths of 2 celestial stage martial warriors were not common encounters. Wang Teng quickly calmed himself down, otherwise he might not have another chance to do so. Next, he looked at the 2 scriptures. Celestial Stage Middle Rank Scripture, Dark Origin. Celestial Stage Advanced Rank Scripture, Sun Blaze. Both were Celestial Stage scriptures. At this time, a memory formed in his mind and enlightened Wang Teng. This was an unexpected surprise. Although Nangong Yue had left behind many Celestial Stage scriptures, no one would ignore these advanced rank scriptures. Now, Wang Teng knew that in the universe, inheritance was extremely important. Most people couldn't afford Celestial Stage scriptures, which meant that their cultivation speed would be very slow. Even if Wang Teng didn't use the scriptures and sold them, he would be able to make a huge windfall. What he didn't know was that the 2 scriptures were actually secrets from the Saint Star Pagoda. Only Celestial Stage instructors and some disciples would be eligible to obtain them. Moreover, once they got them, they were not allowed to share them with other people. Otherwise, they would be disciplined severely by the Saint Star Pagoda. They would be stripped of their abilities and cultivation or even killed. However, Wang Teng didn't care about any of these. He already had a feud with the Saint Star Pagoda. This wouldn't matter much. Wang Teng only spent a short time picking up the attribute bubbles. He then looked at the 2 corpses and sighed. 2 Celestial Stage martial warriors were lying there motionless. It was heartbreaking. However, Wang Teng didn't sympathize with them. If he didn't do that, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Once their talk went sideways, they would have killed him immediately and seized the inheritance. Wang Teng had always assumed the worst of people. He was not a saint and was even a little selfish. He was just an ordinary person. If someone crossed the line, he wouldn't mind being ruthless. If they were greedy, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless. Since the martial arts era, martial warriors had been fighting for resources in order to improve their abilities. They were not as friendly as they appeared to be. Wang Teng had seen many of these things and was not surprised. However, he was a bit conflicted on how to handle this situation now. 2 Celestial Stage martial warriors were now dead on Earth, and they were even from the Saint Star Pagoda. They were not just some ordinary folks that no one cared about. Wang Teng was certain that their deaths would attract other warriors from the Saint Star Pagoda. Are you worried that the Saint Star Pagoda will avenge them? Round Ball seemed to know what he was thinking and probed. Do you have any ideas? Asked Wang Teng. If you go to the Great Qian Empire and successfully inherit the title of Baron, Saint Star Pagoda wouldn't be able to do anything about it even if 2 of their Celestial Stage martial warriors were killed, Round Ball suggested. You might as well have kept quiet. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. If you go to the Great Qian Empire as the inheritor of Nangong, at the very least, they won't be able to do anything to you on the surface. They can only resort to assassinations, traps, or shady things like that. Round Ball stroked its bare chin. Wang Teng was speechless. You make it sound so easy. I almost thought that this was a play. He, it depends on whether you're afraid, Round Ball replied. Why do I feel that you really want me to go back to Great Qian Empire to inherit the title? Wang Teng was curious. Cough, that's not it. I'm just giving you suggestions. The decision is yours to make, Round Ball said again, like it had nothing to do with it. Let me think about it again. Wang Teng shook his head. Yes, Round Ball nodded and didn't say anything else. Oh, right. How long will it take for me to go to the Great Qian Empire? Wang Teng suddenly thought of something and asked. If we use the QYE-63 spacecraft that was left behind, we can reach the capital planet of Great Qian Empire in 36 days. A light flashed across Roundball's eyes. QYE-63 spacecraft. Hee. We're already in the QYE-63 spacecraft, Chapter 862, Large-Sized Luxury Product. Are you telling me that this entire historical site is the QYE-63 spacecraft? Wang Teng was astounded. No, only the center part is the spacecraft. Roundball shook its head. Our spacecraft has been on Earth for many years. To ensure that it has enough energy supply, I sent it into hibernation. I also asked the previous human civilization on this planet to build a civilization around it to provide the spacecraft with endless energy so that it can set sail again one day. The entire historical site is an energy absorption device. Wang Teng was in awe. He couldn't speak for some time, the previous human civilization. And this entire historical site was an energy absorption device. Did the spacecraft need such a frightening amount of energy? He couldn't imagine it. Don't underestimate the energy needed to travel in the universe, even though I've let the spacecraft enter hibernation mode. The energy it absorbed is only enough for you to fly to the Great Qian Galaxy. It might break down if any accidents happen along the way, Roundball said. Seriously? That's troublesome. Wang Teng was speechless. What do you think? This QYE-63 spacecraft has been on the Earth for 1,000,000 years. You can still use it because I maintain it well and had foresight. If I didn't save up enough energy for this spacecraft, you won't be able to do anything with it. Other intelligences aren't as smart as me, Roundball said proudly with its hands on its hips as it glared at Wang Teng. All right, you're the smartest. I have to thank you for ensuring that the spacecraft can still be used. Wang Teng consoled it hurriedly. Roundball was an intelligent life form with incredible abilities and high intelligence, but it had the temper of a kid. This is better, Roundball snorted. Wait, the alien candidates have their own spacecraft too? There are many spacecraft here now. They should have reserve energy, right? Wang Teng suddenly remembered the alien spacecraft. Yes, quick, bring me there instantly. Roundball's eyes lit up. It said excitedly, the QYE-63 has many spoiled parts. We can use the materials on the other spacecraft to repair it, making the journey safer. The QYE-63 spacecraft is damaged? Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Teng's face turned black. For some reason, he felt that Roundball wasn't reliable. What if an accident happened when he was traveling in the universe? He wouldn't even have a place to cry. This fellow was making things difficult for him. I didn't have the time to mention it. Roundball touched its round head and said in embarrassment, You. Wang Teng almost vomited blood out of frustration. He said angrily, Why don't we use the other alien's spacecraft? Why must we repair this QYE-63? It's a 1,000,000-year-old antique. I feel scared to travel in it. What do you know? Roundball shouted. I dare to promise that none of the alien candidates' spacecraft can be compared to this one. Why is that so? Wang Teng asked curiously. He had to admit that Roundball knew more than him. Roundball thought for a moment before showing off the spacecraft. In the universe, based on the level of importance to a formidable martial warrior, we have scriptures, battle techniques, weapons, battle armors, and finally, universe spacecraft. I'll share the first 4 with you when we see them. Let's talk about spacecraft first. It might be the last on the list, but it's extremely important since it can be listed along with the first 4 items. The universe is vast. If you want to travel across it, you need the help of a universe spacecraft. Even universe stage or eternal stage martial warriors need it. If not, you will need to spend a few hundred years traveling. No one is willing to waste this time. Wang Teng nodded as he listened. Roundball continued. Now we can talk about the different classes of spacecraft. The higher the class, the faster the speed. A good spacecraft might need 10 days to travel tens of light years, but an ordinary spacecraft would need tens of years to do that. High-quality materials and high-level craftsmanship are required to build a high-class spacecraft. This QYE-63 is an extremely high-class universe spacecraft in many galaxies. Only a small portion of Cosmos stage martial warriors or people with powerful backgrounds can afford it. Coincidentally, Master Nangong has both the ability and the background. The material used to make this spacecraft is a rare ore called star sand metal. A Cosmos stage martial warrior will need to use much force if he wants to damage the body of this spacecraft. This ore is also extremely expensive. A ton of it cost 3,000 GQC. An entire QYE-63 weighs 2.56 million tons. Just the ore will cost more than 7.68 billion GQC. That's GQC, not some coins of low-tier civilizations like the Olent Federation. Based on the official exchange rate, the currency of a high-level civilization is 1,000 times that of a middle-tier civilization. A middle-tier civilization's currency is 1,000 times more than that of a low-tier civilization. Think about it. How much does this QYE-63 cost? This is a luxury product. Round Ball stared at Wang Teng intently after it finished speaking. It was anticipating his astounded reaction after he heard the astronomical figure. After all, he came from an underdeveloped planet. It wasn't looking down on Wang Teng, it just wanted to tease him. However, Wang Teng remained composed. Are you telling me that this spacecraft is expensive? What else? Round Ball widened its eyes in surprise when it saw his reaction. That's all? That's all. Round Ball jumped up. Shouldn't you give a reaction after knowing how amazing this spacecraft is? What reaction do you want from me? Wang Teng felt speechless. Astonishment, excitement. Don't you feel anything after hearing that you own such an impressive spacecraft? Round Ball went mad. Well, a little. Wang Teng nodded indifferently. A little? Round Ball was disappointed. It felt like a deflated balloon as it spoke dejectedly. I feel no sense of achievement at all. Wang Teng chuckled in his heart. Honestly, he was shocked. However, he didn't want to see Round Ball gloating, so he maintained a calm expression on his face. All right, since you need to repair the spacecraft, let's quickly bring the other spacecraft back and dismantle them. We'll use their parts to fix this QYE-63. Wang Teng waved his hand and made the decision. That sounds good. Round Ball gathered his thoughts and nodded in satisfaction. Wang Teng touched his chin. He kept the two corpses on the ground and executed the darkness clone technique. Two balls of black light flew out from his body and gradually transformed into two figures. They looked exactly like the two instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda. Fick, you possess a clone technique? Even Master Nangong didn't have it. Round Ball was thunderstruck. Chapter 863. Are you the son of a secret boss? Wang Teng smiled at Round Ball's astonishment. He didn't explain himself. This fellow was so proud and arrogant right from the start. If he didn't show it his power, it might think that he was a weakling. Wang Teng looked at Round Ball and asked, Will you stay on the spacecraft or come with me? I'll come with you, of course. I need to see what parts the spacecraft have. Do you think you can do it without me? Round Ball found his confidence again and said proudly. Round Ball flipped its hand. A crystal-clear white diamond-shaped gem appeared on its palm. This is a life energy stone. It's extremely rare. It can allow me to stay in it for a long time. I'll be able to leave with you when you bring it along, Round Ball explained. Life energy stone. Wang Teng was surprised. He felt that the universe was full of surprises. Even an amazing stone like this existed. Oh, right. I think this crystal skull can store souls, too. Wang Teng took out the crystal skull in his space. Yes, I made this specially, and released it to the outside world to grab people's attention. I mixed some life energy stone powder in it so it can store souls temporarily. However, the soul will dissipate after some time. Round Ball glanced at the crystal skull in Wang Teng's hand and replied nonchalantly. What about the map inside? Wang Teng asked. I drew it casually. It's the map showing the way to the great Qian Empire. Round Ball sniggered. Wang Teng suddenly felt as if he was tricked. He thought that it was a treasure map, but in the end, it was just a map showing the way to the great Qian Empire. Damn it. You can collect all the crystal skulls and sell them. They should be able to fetch a good price. They have life energy stone powder mixed in them, so they possess some traits of the life energy stone. For instance, they can increase low-rank spiritual power to a certain extent. Of course, they are useless to you, Round Ball said. Wang Teng immediately looked at the alien candidates sitting around them. He remembered that the crystal skulls were on them, taking off their space items. He turned his spiritual power into spiritual thorns and destroyed the spiritual mark inside. At the same time, the alien candidates in the labyrinths suffered serious injuries. All their expressions changed. Who touched my space ring? Argus's expression turned ugly. He was infuriated. The other 3 alien candidates' faces were as black as charcoal, too. They were being chased by the star beast souls around the labyrinth. After escaping here and there, they were already very weak. This huge stimulation almost crumbled their spirits. If this continues, our soul will enter hibernation, Argus said grimly. It must be Wang Teng. He must have inherited the legacy and gained control of the labyrinth. We're all stuck inside, Pulin said hurriedly. His gaze flickered. Damn it, what an evil fellow, Kathu cursed. Anger shot out of his eyes. Argus and Pulin felt exasperated. They were the talents from the Olant Federation. They still remembered how much they looked down on Wang Teng in the past. Yet now Wang Teng had inherited the legacy of the Baron from the great Qian Empire, while they were being chased around like disowned dogs. This was a huge stimulation to them. Their hearts were burning with envy. Mind you, this was the legacy of a Baron from a high-tier civilization. To think that Earthling got it. They couldn't wait to replace him. What do we do now? Another martial warrior broke the silence and asked them with a pale face. Roar. Along with a bellow was heard. Loud explosions occurred behind them. The star beast souls had caught up. They seemed to be walking their pets. They would run for a moment and rest for some time. They weren't really chasing after the martial warriors. Oh my, what else can we do? Run. Kathu's expression changed and he dashed forward. The others could only follow after him and start running wildly. In the real world, Wang Teng kept the alien candidate's space items without any hesitation. There were many good items inside. He kept them happily. He didn't kill them because they had fought the dark apparitions with him. Sigh, he couldn't help it. He was too kind, but Wang Teng wasn't as kind toward the dark apparitions. He turned around and saw the unconscious devil lords. A cold glint flashed past his eyes. This was a great opportunity. It would be a pity if he didn't kill them. Spiritual power surged out of Wang Teng's forehead. A few flying daggers flew out of his space ring and turned into sharp beams of light. They slid across the throats of the devil lords with the help of the planetary realm's spiritual power. The flying daggers shot across the air at the speed of lightning and chopped off the heads of the devil lords. However, the flying daggers cracked and shattered too. They turned into scrap. Tisk, tisk, your control is too rough. You should practice the spiritual power scriptures Master Nangong left behind. Roundball shook his head and said, also your weapon is lousy. You were at the planetary disciple stage in the past, so you can still use them. However, your opponents are all at the planetary stage and above. Now their physical body is extremely strong, so normal weapons can't injure them. You should use weapons used by planetary realm divine spirit masters. I remember that. Master Nangong left behind some weapons. You can take a look. Where are they? Wang Teng asked. His eyes lit up. Huh, I didn't pass your Master Nangong's space bracelet? Roundball asked in a strange tone. When did you give it to me? Wang Teng felt speechless. Oh, I forgot. Roundball patted its head and took out a bracelet, throwing it at Wang Teng. Some of the items Master used in the past are inside. Take a look when you're free. Wang Teng was elated. He nodded and kept the bracelet. This was a space item of a cosmos stage martial warrior. There must be many good things inside. But this wasn't a good time to inspect it. Wang Teng stared at the corpses of the devil lords and pondered for some time. He was still a little worried, so he took out his emerald-glazed flame and burned the corpses into ashes. Is this a divine fire? Roundball widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the emerald flame. He felt more astounded than when he saw Wang Teng's cloning technique. "You know many things," Wang Teng said. "Cloning technique, divine fire. You have many good things. Are you the son of a secret boss?" Round Ball twirled around Wang Teng and sized him up carefully with a strange gaze. Chapter 864, Dark Force Planetary Stage. Wang Teng almost spat in Round Ball's face. What did it mean by the son of some hidden boss? Its imagination was running a little too wild. If he was the son of some boss, he wouldn't need to work so hard to collect attributes to raise his ability. Seriously, Wang Teng glared at Round Ball. Come on, don't be angry. I'm just shocked that a native of this underdeveloped planet possesses so many good things. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors will be tempted by these things. You can't blame me for being surprised. Round Ball chuckled. It knew that Wang Teng didn't have a powerful background, but it just wanted to tease him because it was caught off guard. Wang Teng was too lazy to explain. Maintaining a level of secrecy would ensure that this little fellow wouldn't look down on him. He was sure that there would be more shocking moments for Round Ball in the future. Round Ball would never think that he was a bug. The Devil Lords turned into ashes as they got burned by the flames. Attribute bubbles floated down. Wang Teng suddenly felt thankful toward the fake Baron. If he hadn't taken care of these Devil Lords, he wouldn't be able to kill them so easily. What a kind man, after a moment of gratefulness. Wang Teng picked up the attribute bubbles around him. Constellation Force Dark 3000, Imperial Realm Spirit 650, Emperor Level Dark Talent 350, Devil Transformation 30. Constellation Force Dark 2800, Imperial Realm Spirit 620, Emperor Level Dark Talent 330. Devil Transformation 25. There were 3 Devil Lords, so they dropped a sizable amount of attribute bubbles after they died. Wang Teng felt as if he was struck with a great fortune. He accumulated more than 20,000 points of Constellation Dark Force. They turned into a stream of pure Constellation Dark Force and gathered in his body. Boom. The stream of Constellation Dark Force surged through Wang Teng's limbs and meridians, giving off a buzzing sound. The reserve of force was huge, so the force nucleus in his body was unable to contain it anymore. The Constellation Dark Force in his body had exceeded the limit of the 13-star general stage. It overflowed. All the Constellation Dark Force spurted out of the force nucleus and spun around Wang Teng's body violently. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect this to happen. He immediately added blank attributes to the Dark Devil scripture he had received in the past. This dark scripture came from a Devil Lord. Wang Teng planned to practice it properly after this battle, but accidents happened without any warning. He had no choice but to use the blank attributes to raise his Dark Devil scripture first. Dark Devil scripture, 10,000, 10,000 perfected. He spent more than 30,000 blank attributes before raising this scripture from the well-versed to the perfected stage. Fortunately, he had gained many blank attributes during this battle, or he wouldn't know what to do. He was also lucky that a planetary stage dark scripture had dropped from a Devil Lord after all. He couldn't make bricks without straws. Wang Teng immediately activated the Dark Devil scripture after it reached the perfected stage. The perfected stage Dark Devil scripture started working furiously. The restless constellation Dark Force in his body calmed down. The normal Dark Force in his body was being converted into Constellation Force. This was an unexpected gain. If he went by the book and cultivated step by step, he would need a long time to convert the normal Dark Force into Constellation Dark Force. But the vast amount of Constellation Dark Force scattered the normal Dark Force and merged it into the Constellation Dark Force. The normal Dark Force was diluted. It was like a small stream merging into a roaring river. It became part of the river. The conversion speed was increased by more than 10 times. Oh my God. Just when Wang Teng was converting the dark force in his body, Round Ball noticed the fluctuation. It stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. What a strange fluctuation. It seems to be suppressed. What is it? Round Ball muttered to himself curiously. He seems to be on the verge of a breakthrough. This fellow has many secrets. Round Ball stroked its chin and squinted slightly. It was extremely interested. Then it waved its hand and created a layer of spiritual shield around them. It didn't tell Wang Teng that it was a divine spirit master, too. It was able to use its spiritual kinesis, but its situation was different from a human divine spirit master. The person who created it probably never imagined that it could grow to such a stage. It formed the shield to prevent outsiders from interrupting Wang Teng. Wang Teng was its master now. They were on the same boat, so it didn't want anything bad to happen to him. Boom. Wang Teng was at a crucial moment. Boundless constellation dark force formed a black bridge and crossed over the sea of nihility. The remaining dark force merged into the sea of nihility continuously. The silent sea of nihility started churning until all the constellation dark force sunk into the bottom and got compressed and hammered. Thud, thud, thud. Dull thuds rang continuously like the palpitations of the heart. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. The sound suddenly disappeared and the surface of the sea started to toss and turn. A pure black star rose gradually, seemingly formed by numerous black crystals. It was magnificent. Dark force, first-level planetary stage. His dark force finally reached the planetary stage. Wang Teng opened his eyes slowly. His gaze was profound. He let out a long sigh. Breakthrough. A voice sounded beside him. Wang Teng was stunned. He turned hurriedly and stared at Round Ball. "Don't look at me like that. It's just a breakthrough. You're just an ordinary talent. I've seen someone advancing to another stage while eating. Yours is nothing," Round Ball said nonchalantly. "Wang Teng, this little thing was so conceited." "Just a breakthrough? Do you think it's something as simple as eating and sleeping?" It even said that his talent was ordinary. Wang Teng didn't believe that there were many such talents in the universe. Most of the people were probably normal talents. He finally realized that Round Ball liked to boast. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. He didn't want to argue with Round Ball. He looked at his attributes panel and saw that his dark force had indeed reached the planetary stage. He was elated. He achieved a breakthrough after killing these devil lords. How simple. If Round Ball knew how he achieved his breakthrough, it wouldn't have said those words. How could a genius be compared to a bug? What a joke. Chapter 865, Your Thinking is Too Simple. After ascertaining that his condition had stabilized, Wang Teng took a look at the other attribute bubbles, 2250 points of Imperial Realm Spirit. This could be converted to 225 points of Planetary Realm Spirit. Wang Teng's spirit attribute increased a little again. It was getting close to the upper limit, Spirit 9825, 10,000, Planetary Realm. Damn it, system. Are you doing this on purpose? Why can't you push it up a little more? It's almost touching the breakthrough point. Wang Teng screamed in his heart. He almost went mad when he saw the small gap. After complaining for a few seconds, he sighed helplessly and gave up the idea of using his blank attributes to fill up the tiny gap left. Blank attributes were extremely important. The implications might be unthinkable if he didn't have enough blank attributes to raise his dark devil scripture to the perfected stage just now. Thus, he didn't want to touch his blank attributes if he didn't need to. He would only use them at crucial moments. He glanced at his attributes panel. Blank attribute 87655. After a few rounds of usage, he only had 87655 blank attributes left. It wasn't a small number, but Wang Teng still felt insecure. He was getting stronger and stronger. This number of blank attributes wasn't even enough for him to push a scripture to the perfected stage. This was too difficult. Wang Teng was keenly aware of how poor and helpless he was. This was an evil world. He shifted his gaze away and placed it on his talents. 1680 points of Emperor-level Dark Talent were added this time. Emperor-level Dark Talent, 1940, 1,000. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. A matured talent must be an all-rounder. His Dark Talent mustn't lag behind the others. The last attribute bubble he received was Devil Transformation. There were 125 points of it. With the previous 35 points, it crossed the foundation stage and reached the well-versed stage, devil transformation, 50, 300, well-versed. Wang Teng didn't know what to think about this attribute. It rose to the well-versed stage without much effort, but he didn't want to use it at all. The Devil Lord's devil transformations were all hideous. He couldn't accept it. He was a handsome young man. Devil transformation wasn't suitable for him. Wang Teng shook his head and threw the devil transformation to the back of his mind. It's time to leave. He glanced at the two clones of the instructors and thought for a moment before giving them his order. The two clones understood Wang Teng's intention instantly. They walked out of the command room and left right before Biluo. Fortunately, the two instructors from St. Star Pagoda were smart enough to build a soundproof wall. She didn't know what happened inside. She would never imagine that the two instructors had died silently. Afterward, Wang Teng walked out of the command room while Round Ball hid in the life energy stone. What did the two instructors talk to you about? Biluo leaned forward and asked softly. Nothing. They promised me various benefits like 3 years of access to the library and 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources. I said that I don't want to go, but they insisted and persuaded me for a long time. Wang Teng spouted nonsense. 3 years of access to the library, 50 billion OFC worth of cultivation resources. Oh my God. Biluo's eyes turned red. She looked at Wang Teng as if he was a piece of treasure. Her eyes were shimmering as she said, Wang Teng, we're friends, right? We worked together before, so do remember me after we get into the St. Star Pagoda. She was blinded by the benefits that Wang Teng told her and automatically disregarded the brutal truth that he had rejected St. Star Pagoda's offer. Wang Teng stared at her strangely. Beautiful lady, your image changed suddenly. You were a cold and distant beauty a moment ago. How did you become greedy and funny in the next moment? Indeed, no beauties could reject the money. I'm such an amiable and handsome young man. Even a pretty lady like her can't reject me. Wang Teng touched his chin and thought to himself happily. Wait, did you say that you rejected the instructor's offer? Biluo suddenly regained her senses and widened her eyes in surprise. Yes, you're right. Wang Teng nodded indifferently. Are you kidding me? Biluo was in disbelief. How can you reject such a good offer? You must be lying. You agreed, right? She went berserk. Your thinking is too simple. Wang Teng looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Biluo almost choked on her own breath. She pointed at herself and asked, My thinking is too simple? Yes, I'm talking about you. Wang Teng started walking away. Biluo was stunned for a moment. Then she caught up with him hurriedly and asked, Are you going to the great Qian Empire? What do you think? Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't explain it to her. Biluo's expression turned complicated. She felt inferior. Wang Teng must have rejected St. Star Pagoda's offer because he got a better choice. Was there a need to guess? He must be heading to the great Qian Empire. That was a high-tier civilization many times more powerful than the Olent Federation. Within a few seconds, Wang Teng had climbed to a height where she needed to look up at him. A few moments ago, she was the one with a higher status. Now their positions swapped, and he was above her. Things changed over time. She thought that the Baron's legacy consisted of an identity for Wang Teng in the great Qian Empire so that he could study in an academy there. The thought that Wang Teng would become a baron of the great Qian Empire never crossed her mind. The two of them walked out of the historical site. Due to Round Ball's presence, they left the building successfully without suffering any attacks. On the outskirts of the central continent, the battlecraft from the various nations were still present. All the important figures were waiting impatiently. They yearned to explore the relics below, but no one dared to. They were getting grumpy when Wang Teng and Biluo walked out. Everyone saw them. Boom. At this moment, the huge building in the middle of the historical site sunk below the ground gradually. The ground closed up, and the building disappeared. An empty patch of land was left in the center. This building was the shell of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Round Ball kept it using a special method after it sunk down. No one knew where the spacecraft went. However, the other historical buildings weren't connected to the spacecraft, so they remained behind. Based on what Roundball said, there was nothing especially worthy here. Wang Teng shouldn't waste his time exploring this place. Wang Teng contacted the leader of martial arts and asked them to arrange for manpower to explore the historical site. Chapter 866. Let's put an end to them once and for all. Country, Zaya's battlecraft, landed nearby. The leader of martial arts and the other martial warriors came out to welcome Wang Teng. The other countries noticed Country Zaya's movement. After some hesitation, they ordered their battlecraft to land too. Wang Teng. The leader of martial arts came forward. You're here. Wang Teng nodded. Why are there only two of you? Where are the others? The leader of martial arts pondered before asking. They can't come out, Wang Teng replied lightheartedly. Can't come out. They were shocked and elated. The important figures from the other nations glanced at one another in astonishment when they heard his reply. The Devil Lords, someone asked agitatedly. Not a speck of them is left, Wang Teng said indifferently. His gaze turned sharp gasp. Everyone was dumbfounded. All the important figures of the various countries stared at Wang Teng in awe and disbelief. He came out, yet the alien candidates and the dark apparitions didn't. This meant something. They had to believe it, even if it seemed impossible. Also, the attitude of the only alien candidate who came out with him was worth contemplating. She didn't stand beside Wang Teng. Instead, she stood half a step behind him. Oh, right. This was the only female alien candidate, right? She was beautiful, too. All the leaders seemed to realize the crux of the problem. Their ambiguous gazes went back and forth between Wang Teng and Biluo. However, they didn't dare to stare too long. They were planetary stage martial warriors, so they couldn't afford to offend them. They thought that they found something Wang Teng was interested in and decided to flatter him so as to build a closer relationship with him. After the invasion of the dark apparitions, he had undeniably become the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. Their policy decisions changed when it came to how they should treat Wang Teng and Country Sia. What about those dark apparitions? Someone looked up at the pitch-black sky and finally asked the question everyone had in mind. This was the head of state of Country Star. He was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Biluo looked up and frowned slightly. These dark apparitions won't pose any threat. However, there are too many of them, so it will be hard to finish them off quickly. It will be devastating if they land on the planet. She was speaking using her consciousness so Earthlings couldn't understand, but Wang Teng could. He nodded, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Let's put an end to them once and for all. To him, these dark apparitions didn't just represent a disaster. There were countless attribute bubbles, too. He would never let them go. Without the Devil Lords, the dark apparitions were like an army without a general. It wouldn't be hard for Wang Teng to take care of them. What are you planning to do? Biluo asked. Wang Teng didn't reply to her. His body rose into the air slowly. His black hair danced even when there wasn't any wind. An invisible and strange fluctuation spread out from his body, sweeping through the sky above the central continent like circles of airwaves. Space fluctuation. Biluo exclaimed in shock. She never expected Wang Teng to possess space talent. He had never used his space talent when they were fighting. This fellow concealed himself well. Biluo felt bitter. She finally understood that they, the talents from the Olent Federation, were nothing in front of Wang Teng. To think that they felt superior to him in the past. In reality, Wang Teng's talent was much higher than theirs. At the same time, Roundball, who was inside the life energy stone, exclaimed, Wang Teng, you possess space talent. This is an extremely rare talent in the universe. Only 1 in 100 million talents will be born with it, yet you have it. Oh my God, I'm going crazy. How is this possible? Is this really an underdeveloped planet that just welcomed the martial arts era? Why are you here? Roundball started to question its life. Wang Teng gave it too many surprises. It never thought that he had such a rare talent. At first, it felt grateful if Wang Teng could become a cosmos stage martial warrior like Nangong Yue. Now, it believed that his accomplishments would be even higher. He could advance to the heaven stage or the universe stage. It was possible. What's Wang Teng doing? Is he going to destroy the dark apparitions? What will he do? The commander from the White Eagle Nation and the other leaders of the various countries raised their heads and stared at Wang Teng. They had witnessed how powerful he was, but they still wondered if he could get rid of the numerous dark apparitions. Many powerful martial warriors felt the sudden space fluctuation. They were dumbstruck. They didn't know what Wang Teng's move was. Some people suddenly remembered the space tornado technique Wang Teng used during Dong Hai's Sea Beasts riot. Is he going to use that move? The leader of martial arts wondered in disbelief. Quick, this is the last battle. We must send the images back to country X-E-N and let everyone see the battle. He suddenly remembered the live broadcast and gave his order immediately. The other leaders glanced at each other silently and chose to follow country X-E-A. Everyone was panicking because of this calamity. Earth needed a hero. Their battle with the dark apparitions some time ago was broadcasted to the rest of the world. Wang Teng's performance was extremely eye-catching. He had killed several devil lords, and everyone was heartened. If they saw him annihilating all the dark apparitions alone, it would definitely ignite everyone's desire and belief to live. In an instant, all the cameras in the battlecraft turned to Wang Teng and the endless dark clouds in the sky. This image was displayed to the rest of the world through the internet. Many 13-star general stage dark apparitions lowered their heads and looked down at Wang Teng from the clouds. He appeared exceptionally small amid the huge patch of dark clouds like an ant. However, none of these 13-star general stage dark apparitions dared to underestimate him. They couldn't forget the moment when Wang Teng turned into a rock giant and beat up the devil lords. He was merciless and powerful. They could only see his face, but they already felt fearful. What's he doing? Why didn't the lords come out? Why are there only 2 humans? What happened inside? Have all the lords died? That's impossible. The 13-star general stage dark apparitions frowned. They glared at Wang Teng in anger and astonishment. Boom! Suddenly the air trembled violently. A loud buzzing sound resounded in the sky. Visible airwaves spread out continuously. Chapter 867, The Final Storm. Central Continent. At this moment, the continent was the focus of everyone's attention. The continent was scarred and devastated. There were sword marks everywhere, and ravines were carved on the ground. An ancient ruin appeared in the ravines. It proved that a terrifying war had happened there, and right above the mainland a dark cloud shrouded and obscured the sky as if the end of the world was imminent. People trembled in fear. This meant that the war was not over yet. However, a figure stood there in the air just under the dark cloud. Just one person was facing the sky that was covered by dark apparitions. The scene was shown all over the world and was witnessed by the eyes of ordinary people. Everyone knew who Wang Teng was. He had killed several devil lords alone in the previous battle, inspiring everyone. Many youths regarded him as their idol, and even more people viewed him as a hero of the humans. Now Wang Teng was standing under the dark cloud and facing the dark apparitions alone. As they were seeing it via screens, no one knew what he was going to do. Country Zaya, Grandpa Wang, Wang Shengguo, and other members of the Wang family were all clustered around the screen. They were all worried and anxious as they looked at the figure. Although Wang Teng had already killed multiple devil lords, he was facing so many dark apparitions alone. Now, was he really going to make it? The dark apparitions were clustered so densely that it made people's scalp tingle just by looking at them, let alone dealing with them. Li Yumei's whole body was tense as she clutched Wang Shengguo's arm tightly. Her face was pale, but she didn't make a sound. She knew that her son was saving the planet, and that he was a hero. She couldn't say anything. She could only hope that he would return safely. Wang Shengguo patted Li Yumei's hand and consoled her. Although he was worried as well, he had to stay strong as a man to support his wife. Over at the side, Lin Chuhan and Lin Chuxia were holding their hands tightly together as they stared at Wang Teng on the screen with worry. At the first university, Ji Xiuming, Ren Xingchang, and the others were watching as well. Their faces were filled with complicated emotions: worry, nervousness, envy, and jealousy. They used to stand on the same starting line as Wang Teng, but now he had already left them far behind, the planetary stage. They already knew about that. That was a stage beyond the boundaries of a planet. Wang Teng was already at that stage, while they had only just reached the general stage. They were still so far away from the planetary stage. A gap like this made them feel powerless. They were called prodigies since young. When faced with such a huge gap, they felt extremely bitter, doubting if they were even talented to begin with. Over at Donghai, Xu Jie and Bai Wei were also staring at the screen. "Brother Wang Teng, you will be fine." Bai Wei bit her lip and muttered to herself, "Come on, Brother Teng." Xu Jie and Yu Hao's eyes were red as they clenched their fists. At the White Eagle Nation, Shuan and the others had already returned from the central continent. They were fighting against the star beasts that were ravaging the human cities. In the cities that were full of ruins, there were still undamaged screens that were showing what was happening over on the central continent. While fighting, they looked up and watched, feeling complicated inside. Their former opponent had grown so much, yet they were still struggling at the general stage. They didn't know when they would catch up again. Kill. Shuan's heart trembled and his eyes were focused. He fought the star beasts even more ferociously. At the same time, in Country Bat, Country Boar, and the other countries, everyone who was familiar with Wang Teng was paying attention to the battle in the sky above the central continent. Crack, as the spatial fluctuations continued to spread. The space around Wang Teng suddenly made a crisp noise like the sound of glass shattering. He heard the sound and suddenly increased the output of his force. The space shook violently at a certain moment. The space around Wang Teng suddenly split into deep and dark rifts, into a bottomless abyss. These rifts were not the same as the space tornado that Wang Teng used at Donghai. Every rift that appeared was as thick as an arm. Even 13-star general stage martial warriors would be ripped apart if they approached them. After the rifts appeared, a gust of wind from the void gushed out and surrounded Wang Teng as if it was manipulated by a certain force. The speed of the wind changed from slow to fast and instantly turned into a violent wind, making a piercing sound like an eagle's cry. It spun rapidly, tearing apart the surrounding space, forming a terrifying piece of the void. The storm was coming. The expressions of the dark apparitions changed as they looked down in horror. "Run, run!" A 13-star general stage dark apparition shouted. "Don't wait for the Devil Lords. If we wait any longer, we will all die here," another 13-star general stage vampire dark apparition yelled frantically. The 13-star general stage dark apparitions were commanders of the dark apparitions and could take the lead and control the dark apparitions. With the order, there was a commotion. All the dark apparitions wanted to escape far away. Thinking of running away. Wang Teng's cold voice resounded throughout the sky. His figure had vanished in the eye of the tornado. However, everyone stared at the storm that enveloped the sky and was terrified. Boom. As the tornado swept over ferociously, a devastating suction force broke out. The dark apparitions who were trying to escape lost control of their bodies and flew towards the tornado. Countless dark apparitions were thrown into the space tornado and had their bodies twisted and crushed into powder. They were then sent into the abyss roar. The dark apparitions screamed and roared as they tried to break free from the suction of the space tornado. But it was all in vain. With Wang Teng's current strength and at such a distance, the dark apparitions had no chance of escaping the space tornado. Even the 13-star general stage dark apparitions couldn't escape from the space tornado. They struggled desperately, using up every ounce of their dark force as their bodies were shrouded in black light. However, they were still slowly dragged into the space tornado. At this moment, the sky was a spectacular sight. A terrible tornado hovered over the central continent as countless deep and dark rifts appeared in its surroundings, casting darkness over the sky. The endless dark clouds poured downwards like water flowing down a funnel into the tornado. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The dark apparitions that seemed unending disappeared from the world. The leaders of the countries were all shocked and speechless as they looked up at the sky. They even forgot to blink. People all over the world who saw this scene also fell into silence. Chapter 868, Up and Rising Donghai. He defeated an entire army of dark apparitions alone. In the past, no one would believe that this was possible, but everyone in the world saw it personally. Countless dark apparitions wailed in despair. They were sucked into the space tornado like ants. Then they were mutilated before they died. The terrifying dark apparitions' army disappeared before everyone's eyes, little by little. Time passed slowly. The dark clouds draping over the central continent dissipated gradually, and sunlight finally shone down. Peace seemed to have been restored. The battle that would decide the fate of the human race had ended on this note. The dark apparitions were annihilated, and the humans gained the victory. This was all thanks to the figure floating above the central continent, Wang Teng, the hero of humans. The humans started cheering from around the globe. Some kneeled on the ground and cried tears of joy. They shouted Wang Teng's name with all their might. Ji Siaming, Ren Ching Chang, Xuan, Yoke, Valeria, Gerald, all these martial warriors that had interacted with Wang Teng before watched his rise and growth. They were witnesses of him becoming the humans' hero country, Zia Wang family. The Wang family finally heaved a sigh of relief. Li Xiaomei cried in joy. They were all staring at the figure on the screen proudly. The younger children even started cheering. Donghai. We won. We won. Xu Jie, Bai Wei, and their friends exchanged glances with one another and screamed with happiness. The same scene was occurring everywhere, central continent. Wang Teng floated down slowly from the sky. His face was a little pale. Pervert. You're a pervert. How can you possess such a terrifying space technique? How did you come up with it? Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. It kept muttering to itself without stopping. One could tell how thunderstruck it was. Wang Teng ignored it and automatically filtered out its voice. But when he glanced around him, he realized that everyone was looking at him as if he were a monster. He had destroyed the entire army of dark apparitions alone. This was such an incredible feat. Frightening. All the leaders of the various nations were dumbfounded. Wang Teng's position in their hearts rose again. They must never become enemies with this scary monster. Are you a monster? Bilua looked at Wang Teng and asked, voicing everyone's thoughts. You'll get used to it, Wang Teng replied calmly. Bilua was stunned. Then she gave him a speechless look. What do you mean by that? This fellow isn't humble at all. Praise him, and he will accept it readily. Wang Teng turned away and looked at the leaders of the different nations. Although the dark apparitions have been annihilated, dimensional rifts leading to the Darkland have appeared in many parts of the world. We must find them quickly and seal them up to prevent them from invading us again. Okay, I will send my men to inspect every area thoroughly. Commander Cromwell from the White Eagle Nation nodded and agreed immediately. The other leaders cursed at him in their hearts when they heard him replying so quickly. What a sly old fox with no dignity. They hurriedly replied to Wang Teng too. No problem, I'll give my order immediately. Yes, we must inspect our country carefully and find all the dimensional rifts linking to the Darkland. At first, the leaders were all afraid of the dark apparitions, so they would speak about them with care. But after seeing Wang Teng's ability, they found their confidence and agreed almost instantly. The leader of martial arts expression turned weird. He didn't know what to say when he glanced at the other leaders. He felt that they were students fighting to get praised by their teacher. Wang Teng was that teacher. This scene seemed a little funny. But the leader of martial arts didn't laugh. He was a mature and professional guy. He must maintain his composure at a time like this. Wang Teng felt the change in the way everyone treated him and shook his head. He opened his mouth again. I suggest holding a global union conference. A new era is dawning. We need to build a community to face the universe. The leaders' expressions changed when they heard this. Then they nodded one after another. They knew that building a global union was a must. This would happen sooner or later. Going by the original timeline, the different countries would build a global union after going through a certain period of development. The alien invasion had hastened this entire process. We'll hold it in Donghai 5 days later. Is there any problem with that? Wang Teng glanced around him. Okay, no problem. The leaders of the various countries nodded and left quickly. But all of them sent some martial warriors to stay in the central continent. Since they were going to form a global union, everyone would naturally have a share of exploring this historical site. Donghai. The next day, the Wang family had returned to Donghai. Donghai had finished its reconstruction. High-rise buildings stood in great numbers, and the streets were back to their bustling state. The city seemed more prosperous than before. Wang Teng had created a rune array around the city, so Donghai didn't suffer much from the sea beasts' riot. It was one of the few cities that remained intact. After the reconstruction, Donghai became more beautiful and advanced. After all, with Wang Teng's support, the city had ample funds for its rebuilding project. Hence, the quantity and quality of buildings increased. You could say that Donghai was one of the top 3 most advanced cities in the country now. It was on par with capital Jaya, Jinlin, and the other cities in the south. The cities in the north weren't as lucky as Donghai. They were the first to bear the brunt of the sea beasts' riot and suffered catastrophic damage. After the reconstruction of Donghai, many other wealthy and powerful families came to buy properties here. Everyone knew how powerful Wang Teng was. This was the safest city in the country. Within 3 days, Donghai's housing prices skyrocketed to a frightening height. Despite that, most of the properties were snatched almost instantly. If Donghai didn't impose property purchasing limitations immediately, the situation could have gotten worse. This would never have happened during peaceful times. The housing prices were regulated, so they would never soar up like a rocket. People who were not registered in a city wouldn't be able to buy too many properties in that city, but it still happened. These wealthy people and elite families had ways to buy the properties. No one could stop them. This proved Wang Teng's status in the country and the rise of Donghai. When the news of Donghai holding the Global Union Conference spread, Donghai's position climbed even higher. Chapter 869, Power of the Wang Family, Donghai, Wang Residence. The Wang Residence was no doubt the most extravagant residential building in the entire Donghai. Donghai was able to rebuild itself quickly due to Wang Teng's sponsorship. Hence, the Wang family was given a large piece of land. They hired a renowned architect to design their home with an antique flavor. It gave off a classic and elegant beauty. There was a symphony of pavilions and terraces as the modern and ancient styles merged harmoniously. A landscape of lakes and greenery added radiance and beauty to each other. It was mesmerizing. There were also villas constructed around their residence. They were properly distributed like the myriad of stars surrounding the moon. They created stunning scenery. The Wang family didn't build these villas. Rather, they were constructed by the other powerful and wealthy families and figures. They didn't come for the Wang family. They built their villas here because of Wang Teng, the most powerful martial warrior on Earth. What was safer than being neighbors with the most powerful martial warrior on the planet? There were 2 days left until the Global Union Conference, but many people had already arrived in Donghai. Foreign faces could be roaming the streets every day. Country Xia sent a large troop to Donghai to guard and enforce the order. Suddenly, a beam of light rose from a certain area in Donghai. This thick and dense pillar of yellow light shot into the sky. Both the citizens of Donghai and the visitors were attracted by the pillar of light. That's the Wang residence. Look, that's Wang Teng in the air. He's laying down an array. A few sharp-eyed martial warriors saw the figure above the Wang residence and recognized the person immediately. Hence, they guessed what he was doing. The figure disappeared quickly after the momentary appearance. Everyone was in awe. Wang Teng made an array for the Wang residence personally. Ever since he got crowned the title of the strongest martial warrior on Earth, Wang Teng got famous. His past achievements were dug out too. Now, many people knew that he was an array master and a rune master. Thus, no one was surprised that he formed an array for the Wang residents. Instead, they were envious. Wang Teng had guided the rune masters in creating the defense array for Donghai. The sea beast's riot proved the powerful defensibility of the array. They were astounded by Wang Teng's array mastery and started exaggerating his skills. After seeing him in action, some people started to have other thoughts. If they could invite Wang Teng to form an array for them around their house, they would be able to rest in peace even when there was a star beast's riot. This thought appeared in many people's minds. Within 2 hours, the doors of the Wang residence almost cracked because of the number of visitors. Wang Teng was welcoming an ordinary-looking middle-aged man into his residence. The sofa in the living room was made using precious wood from the Jingwu continent, the purple essence wood. Wang Teng was sitting opposite the middle-aged man. Very soon, a robot dressed as a servant served them Long Jing T1. The robot looked almost like a real human. The outer shell was made using the most advanced simulated biochemical skin, so it looked similar to a human. This was Roundball's work of art. These robots came from the QYE-63 spacecraft. Many of them were damaged by Wang Teng. So Roundball used its advanced technology to repair them and dressed them up in simulated skin. They became the security guards of the Wang residence and could even serve drinks and cook meals. They were extremely useful. However, Wang Teng still allowed them to preserve some traits of a robot to differentiate them from the real humans. Mr. Wang Teng, these robots are not from the Earth, right? The middle-aged man was surprised. Ha ha ha, Mr. Ma. You have good eyesight. I got these robots from the historical site. Wang Teng smiled. This ordinary-looking middle-aged man was an extremely renowned entrepreneur of country Xia. He was also widely known internationally, so Wang Teng came to welcome him personally. Of course, Mr. Ma was flattered when Wang Teng came to see him personally. Mind you, he had a high status now. He was giving him ample respect by meeting him in person. Wang Teng felt emotional as he looked at the excited middle-aged man in front of him. When he just came to this world, he wanted to use this famous person's business idea and earn himself a reputation too. However, the world had changed, so Mr. Ma had already started his business journey. He didn't give him any chance. Wang Teng had no choice but to take the martial arts path, walking grudgingly to this position. The world was unpredictable. No one knew what would happen in the future. "Is it the historical site found on the central continent?" Mr. Ma exclaimed. "That's right," Wang Teng nodded. "As expected, there are many good things in the historical site. If we study these robots, the technology of our planet will rise to an all-new height." Mr. Ma was a smart guy. He immediately thought of many possibilities. His eyes lit up and he asked in a cautious tone, "How many robots do you have? Can you spare one for me?" "I have sent some robots to the military and they're studying them. They will probably release their findings soon." Wang Teng smiled. "As for the ones in my house, I kept them to protect my family. I don't mind gifting one to you." "I thought so too, but I just had to ask." Mr. Ma shook his head with a dejected smile. "Mr. Ma, what brought you here today?" Wang Teng asked. "Mr. Wang Teng, your name has spread all over the world as a master of runes. Many people want to seek your help in forming rune arrays for them. I'm no exception. I have bought a property near the Wang residence and plan to stay here in the future and be your neighbor. I wanted to ask for your help to arrange an array for me." Mr. Ma rubbed his hands and gave an embarrassed smile. "Ha ha ha. I won't have agreed to others, but since Mr. Ma came to ask me personally, I guess I'll have to lend a hand." Wang Teng smiled. "Really, thank you so much." Mr. Ma felt extremely content when he heard Wang Teng's reply. He beamed with happiness. "But there's no hurry. You can come over when you're free." Wang Teng nodded in agreement, and they set a time for him to go over to create the array. "I'll not disturb you anymore." Mr. Ma bade farewell. After Mr. Ma left, Wang Teng shook his head and walked into the room. He saw Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo coming out. "Grandpa Wang, Dad, if anyone else comes to find me, tell them I'm cultivating and can't be disturbed," he said in a helpless tone. Ha ha. Other people yearn to meet them, but you seem reluctant to even see them. Grandpa Wang teased him. It's too troublesome. I'm leaving. Wang Teng shook his head and ran away. Chapter 870. I'll kill you today. Visitors like Mr. Ma were not few and rare. Most of them were big shots who had great influence around the world. Wang Teng wasn't afraid of offending them, but humans were social animals. Favors were inevitable. Furthermore, the Wang family could not be separated from society. They would need to rely on society to survive. Therefore, he had no choice but to leave and let Grandpa Wang and Wang Shengguo greet them. He secretly told them to agree to those who were more important and always have been friends with the Wang family. They could ignore the rest. There were still 2 days before the Global Union Conference. Wang Teng was bored and left Donghai for Beijing. "Where are we going?" Biluo asked as she followed him. "There's a dimensional rift at Beijing? I'm going to destroy it," Wang Teng replied. He knew that once there were dimensional rifts on Earth, it meant that the dark apparitions knew the space coordinates of Earth. It would be much easier for them to relocate here. However, the existing dimensional rifts could not be left untouched. Otherwise, the dark apparitions would invade directly. With Earth's current defenses, it wouldn't stand a chance. Biluo's gaze flickered, but she didn't probe further. She was very curious about his space talent, which was why she tagged along. "By the way, when will you be willing to let me go?" Biluo asked indifferently while flying. "When I'm done dealing with the matters on Earth, I'll naturally let you go." Soon they arrived at the dimensional rift in Beijing. Young Master Wang. The military generals stationed there welcomed him immediately. The leaders of the military and martial arts didn't give him a higher rank, since such ranks were meaningless to Wang Teng. All the military generals simply called him Young Master Wang when they saw him. Wang Teng nodded. "I'm here to destroy the dimensional rift. There will be spatial fluctuations. To avoid any friendly fire, get the martial warriors over there to come back." Yes. The military generals were all elated and quickly responded. In less than 15 minutes, all the martial warriors who received the order rushed back. Wang Teng said no more and headed straight to the dimensional rift. Boom. Not long after, a deafening noise came from the dimensional rift, which sounded like thunder. Everyone witnessed the dimensional rift collapsing inward and forming a void. It then seemed to shrink until it became the size of a pinhole and vanished. It's gone. The dimensional rift has vanished. The martial warriors were full of joy and cheered. Wang Teng looked down and smiled. He didn't stop and left the area. He then traveled all over the world to destroy the dimensional rifts. He also managed to accumulate blank attributes by quelling a wave of star beasts. In 2 days, Wang Teng managed to destroy all the dimensional rifts. This way, Earth would not be invaded by dark apparitions for a short period. After all, it wasn't easy to come up with a space tunnel. Even if the dark apparitions had obtained the space coordinates for Earth, they would need some time and resources to open another space tunnel. It would be great if you knew the secret space technique of covering up space coordinates. Once you enter the dark universe and cover up the space coordinates of Earth, the dark apparitions would no longer be able to lock onto this planet by using the current coordinates, Roundball said. A secret space technique that covers up the space coordinates. There was dazzling light in Wang Teng's eyes. He then said quickly, "You must know where I can obtain it. Tell me quick. The great Qian Empire has it. However, you will need a huge amount of wealth to get your hands on it. Secret techniques are very valuable, even more so for secret space techniques. They are rare as well. A secret space technique would demand at least 100 billion Great Qian coins," Roundball explained nonchalantly. 100 billion Great Qian coins. Wang Teng's eyes widened as he cursed. Gay, that's daylight robbery. Of course, Roundball snickered. "Let me tell you, the most profitable industry in this world is not the slave trade nor spacecraft technology. It's scriptures and secret techniques." Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. Scriptures and secret techniques. He had loads of them in the future. When he traveled in the universe, he could obtain other people's scriptures and secret techniques by collecting attribute bubbles and then reselling them. Wasn't this perfect? Especially for advanced rank scriptures and rare secret techniques. They are all worth tens or hundreds of billions. In fact, a single scripture or secret technique can be sold to multiple people. Those who create or master these scriptures and secret techniques are simply sitting on a treasure trove. They can have a steady stream of wealth. The inheritors of scriptures and secret techniques are all rich magnates in the universe. Roundball added enviously, however, many of these scriptures and secret techniques are well guarded by people, and they wouldn't be easily sold, Roundball cautioned. Roundball looked at Wang Teng with contempt. That's why the inheritance is so important in the universe. For a martial warrior like you who comes from a backward planet, you are extremely fortunate to obtain the inheritance of a cosmos stage martial warrior. Wang Teng didn't bother to argue with it. If it knew that he could generate scriptures and secret techniques continuously, an intelligent life form like it might just shut down in horror. He started harboring evil thoughts. It looks like I will have to make a trip to the Great Qian Empire, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. That's for sure. Don't think about it anymore. If you want to become stronger, you will have to take risks, be more decisive. I'll finish repairing the spacecraft soon, and we'll be able to head to the Great Qian Empire. Wang Teng shook his head and changed the subject. Have you found that guy?
Yes, I did. He's just in the sea below you.
Roundball pouted and nodded. Why didn't you say so earlier? We almost flew past it. Wang Teng snarled. Couldn't this Roundball be more reliable? It was late at night, and Wang Teng was in the depths of the ocean, finding the windstorm giant ape from back then. With Roundball's help, Wang Teng would be able to locate it even in the vast ocean. Of course, he was going to kill it once he found him. It was best to not have any powerful star beasts on Earth. They were like time bombs, and no one would know when they would become set off. Moreover, the windstorm giant ape was a huge attribute bubble generator. Wang Teng was not going to let him off without any hesitation. He headed straight into the depths of the ocean and rushed towards the seabed. There wasn't a difference between being on land or at sea when he activated deep-sea breathing. Even without deep-sea breathing, with his current strength, entering the ocean was not a challenge for him. However, deep-sea breathing was a convenient skill. It would be a waste if he didn't use it. Roundball noticed it and was in admiration. That's a good skill. If you sell it, it could fetch a good price on the planets with more seawater. I don't know how you managed to have so many weird skills. I couldn't find any similar skills when I hacked into the Earth's network. It was a little confused and was wondering if Wang Teng had inherited other things. Otherwise, it couldn't explain how he got these techniques. Wang Teng ignored him and continued to dive deeper. The pressure around him increased and pressed from all directions. His body was strong and the pressure was just like raindrops to him. It was nothing. However, the deeper he went, the more sea beasts there were. The star beasts were very powerful. According to Earth standards, they would all be above the 8-star level. The star beasts couldn't feel how strong Wang Teng was as he hid his presence. When they saw him, they all rushed towards him with a roar. "You're looking for death," he scoffed, and a cold light shot out of his space ring. It turned into a golden blade shaped like a crescent moon spinning at high speed. Swoosh! The golden blade protected Wang Teng, forming a vacuum around him. The star beasts that surrounded him were all smashed into smithereens and were blocked by the golden blade, making it impossible to approach him. Golden Crescent Blade. This weapon was called Golden Crescent Blade. It worked with spiritual power. Only Cosmos Stage Divine Spirit Masters were worthy to use a weapon like this. It was Nangong Yue's item, but was acquired by Wang Teng. It suited him very well. He found out that a weapon like this was worthy of being used by a Cosmos Stage warrior. It was indeed extremely powerful. Roundball saw Wang Teng using the Golden Crescent Blade to slaughter the star beasts and cursed in his mind. It felt that he was destroying nature. Suddenly, the surroundings went silent. The sea beasts had all disappeared, and a huge ocean trench appeared in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng stopped and squinted as he looked down. He saw that there was a huge black shadow crawling and resting in the trench. Windstorm giant ape. This bastard was hiding here. Wang Teng sneered and stretched out his hand. The golden crescent blade left behind an afterimage and vanished in front of Wang Teng. The windstorm giant ape suddenly felt danger and woke up. He let out a roar and swung the long rod in its hand. Swoosh! The sturdy long rod was actually sliced by the golden crescent blade, and a third of its length was gone. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. Boom, however, the windstorm giant ape also took this opportunity to avoid a blow. It saw Wang Teng, and a piece of memory emerged in its head. It then roared, "Human, it's you. Looks like you remember me." Wang Teng smiled faintly. "I'll kill you today." The golden crescent blade's speed skyrocketed, turning into a streak of bright golden light across the ocean, striking the windstorm giant ape. Chapter 871. Let's make a tornado series in the future. At the bottom of the sea, a gigantic ape was standing in the middle of a sea trench. It was the ruler of the sea and the king among all the powerful sea beasts. On this entire planet, it was at the forefront of evolution. None of the humans was its match. However, at this moment, its huge eyes were filled with seriousness. It was staring intently at the incomparably tiny human figure ahead of it. A ray of gold light traveled towards it at lightning speed. It cut through the sea, ignoring the strong pressure, thousands of meters below the sea level, and shot toward windstorm giant ape as though there was no resistance. When the golden light was about 10 meters away from it, the pupils of the windstorm giant ape constricted furiously. Roar. It gave an earth-shaking roar. The sound waves forced away the seawater around it. A long rod appeared in its hand, and it swung it out viciously. There were purple sparks of lightning flickering on the long rod. It struck down like a huge bolt of lightning. Boom! The golden ray of light collided with the purple bolt of lightning. The seawater was pushed outwards strongly. An empty area was formed with the two martial warriors in the center. The seawater formed a terrifying undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. It tore down everything in its path. The sand and mud that had remained stationary under the sea for millions of years were swept into the current. Fortunately, there were no other living creatures in this depth of the sea. The powerful undercurrents were strong enough to mutilate a lord-level star beast. Wang Teng stared at the scene quietly with a calm expression. After some time, peace resumed at the bottom of the sea, revealing the gigantic body of the windstorm giant ape in the trench. It stood there motionlessly. The long rod in its hands had broken into two. Suddenly, the stench of blood floated over. A bloody flower blossomed silently on the forehead of the windstorm giant ape. Swoosh! A beam of gold light pierced through the back of its head and made a U-turn in the seawater before returning to Wang Teng. It twirled around windstorm giant ape like a loyal guard committed to its duty of protecting its master. Wang Teng glanced at the spinning golden crescent blade. There were no signs of blood on its sharp and smooth blade. It was so clean as if it was washed. This is good. A tinge of astonishment floated into Wang Teng's eyes. Of course. Round Ball's unhappy voice appeared in his mind. Pretending not to hear it, he glanced at the windstorm giant ape below and saw many attribute bubbles floating around its body. The king of sea beasts that caused Dong Hai to fall into desperation had been easily killed by Wang Teng. He remained composed. The windstorm giant ape did cause him much trouble in the past. If he hadn't used the ultimate move, Space Tornado, he wouldn't have been able to force it to back down. If he didn't stop the windstorm giant ape, it might have massacred the entire city, sparing no one. But now Wang Teng had already gone through many things. He even killed a few planetary stage martial warriors, so he was no longer afraid of this windstorm giant ape that hadn't reached the emperor level. He didn't even think much about it. He killed the windstorm giant ape to get rid of future trouble for the human race. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute bubbles below and picked them up. Ultimate Stage Widened Talent, 2800. Ultimate Stage Water Talent 3500, Lightning Force 6500, Constellation Force, Lightning 1000, Wind Force 6300, Constellation Force, Wind 800, Water Force 7000, Constellation Force, Water 1000, 1500, Lightning Tornado 300, Blank Attribute 25,000. Wang Teng widened his eyes in shock when these attribute bubbles merged into his body. What the foe, he couldn't help but curse. This windstorm giant ape dropped amazing loot. Wang Teng was stunned. He didn't expect the windstorm giant ape to give him such a large amount of attributes. He sensed the ability of the windstorm giant ape and knew that it hadn't reached the emperor level, which was comparable to the planetary stage for humans. Yet the attribute bubbles it dropped were as good as the ones planetary stage martial warriors had. He had to admit that the windstorm giant ape was blessed by nature. It possessed 3 different talents, wind, lightning, and water, and all 3 had reached the ultimate stage. Wang Teng gained 3,200 points of ultimate stage lightning talent, 2,800 points of ultimate stage water talent from it directly. These 3 attribute bubbles entered his body and pushed his talents up. Before the addition, all 3 talents hadn't reached the emperor level. Now, with the help of this windfall, all of them achieved a breakthrough. Emperor level water talent, 80-10,000. Emperor level wind talent, 15,000. Emperor level lightning talent, 25-10,000. Wang Teng felt extremely lucky when he saw the change on his attributes panel. The wind and lightning talent just barely managed to advance to the emperor level. If the windstorm giant ape had dropped slightly lesser attributes, his talents wouldn't have advanced. Mind you, lightning and wind were special mutated elements. It was hard to find someone who possessed them, so improving these 2 talents was extremely hard. He was fortunate and managed to raise both to the emperor level. Wang Teng wouldn't need to worry about his talents not catching up with his ability for some time. Besides the talents, the ape also dropped other amazing attributes like forces. Besides ordinary forces, there were constellation forces too. Wang Teng was surprised at the appearance of the constellation forces. The windstorm giant ape didn't receive any legacy and managed to turn ordinary force into constellation force solely with its own effort and talent. This wasn't something an ordinary star beast could do. He believed that if given enough time, the windstorm giant ape would definitely reach the emperor level. At that time, it would be able to dominate the earth with its 3 impressive talents. Of course, that was before Wang Teng killed it. The 3 forces flowed through Wang Teng's body. The water force entered the water star, while the wind and lightning forces entered the force nucleus. Wang Teng's wind and lightning force were still at the 13-star general stage. Thus, they hadn't formed their respective force stars. There was another attribute bubble containing 25,000 points of blank attributes. Wang Teng was satisfied with this number. The last attribute bubble contained a special battle technique. It was the lightning tornado. Wang Teng raised his eyebrows when he saw the name of the technique. There was some fate between him and tornado battle techniques: blade sword tornado, lightning tornado, space tornado. He could make a tornado series in the future. Wang Teng thought to himself silently. It would be quite interesting. As the lightning tornado attribute bubble merged into his body, a huge shadow appeared in his mind. This was a giant ape. Wind force was gushing around its body, creating a tornado. Lightning force turned into terrifying bolts of lightning and merged into the tornado. The 2 of them mixed with each other and reached an intriguing equilibrium. Then they released a frightening power. After some time, Wang Teng opened his eyes. He was enlightened. A sharp green glow flashed in one of his eyes while a bolt of purple lightning blinked in his other. It was a mysterious sight. This lightning tornado is interesting, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He liked this skill. The lightning tornado was definitely not as powerful as the space tornado, but it was still many times more powerful than an ordinary planetary stage battle technique. It could be one of his trump cards. The most important thing was, the lightning tornado was easier to execute compared to the space tornado. The strain on his body was smaller. When he executed the space tornado, his body needed to withstand the backlash of the power of space. His body would have been crippled after one execution if it wasn't strong enough, but his body still suffered damage and his ability was impaired after executing the skill. If he met a powerful opponent at this moment, he would be in grave danger. The lightning tornado was different. Wang Teng's physical body was able to resist the damage by the power of lightning and wind. He wouldn't be hurt when he executed this skill. Overall, it was a good battle technique. If Roundball knew that Wang Teng marked the lightning tornado as a good battle technique, it would probably start educating him again. In the universe, many powerful martial warriors would fight their way to snatch this battle technique. Even eternal stage martial warriors might get interested. After all, there was no stage restriction for this battle technique. If it was executed by an eternal stage martial warrior, it could release eternal stage power. Such battle techniques were rare even in the universe. After collecting all the attribute bubbles, Wang Teng glanced at the windstorm giant ape and wondered what he should do with the corpse. Roundball's voice sounded in his mind. "Pass it to me. There's a star core and a star bone in the windstorm giant ape's body. They're good materials for making a battle armor." "Battle armor?" Wang Teng's eyes lit up. "That's right. I'm going to make a battle armor made of star bones for you." Roundball chuckled. It sounded excited. "Are you going to make it personally?" Wang Teng pointed out. "Why not? Come on. I was a famous grandmaster blacksmith back in the old days. It's a piece of cake for me to make battle armor for a planetary stage martial warrior like you." "You should feel honored," Roundball said. "You're a grandmaster blacksmith. You have my respect." Wang Teng rolled his eyes secretly, but he still remained polite. I know you're a master blacksmith, but you're still a distance away from becoming a grandmaster." "You can learn from me," Roundball said proudly. It finally found something it was better at. Wang Teng chuckled to himself. Roundball didn't know that he could raise his secondary job's level by collecting attribute bubbles. He didn't need to learn. He might be able to become a grand master after watching it a few times. He would surprise it again. Roundball kept the corpse of the windstorm giant ape. After that, Wang Teng left the deep sea and rushed back to country Saya. Chapter 872. Their mentality is a little weak, country Saya. Donghai, 1/20/11, 8 a.m. The sun shone brightly and the wind blew softly. On this day, Donghai had become the center of the entire world. A few days ago, country Saya's troops had entered Donghai and cordoned off the city. Outsiders coming to Donghai wouldn't be rejected, but they would need to undergo careful inspections. Anyone with fishy background would be banned from entering the city. Even so, people flocked to Donghai. All of this was done because Donghai was holding the Global Union Conference today. The Global Union Conference. This was an important conference that would affect the direction of this planet in the future. A few days before the meeting, the news had already spread everywhere. The whole world knew about it. This would impact the future of the planet, so everyone was concerned. Hence, all the influential figures in the world and the business leaders came to visit Donghai. Of course, not everyone was taking part in the Global Union Conference. The ones who came were the politicians who held great power and influence in their countries. They were the leaders of their nations. Many battlecraft were landing on a vast plaza around a skyscraper. This skyscraper was an iconic building after Donghai's reconstruction work. It was 360 meters tall, and there were many facilities inside, including exhibition halls, scriptures, and battle techniques library, administrative halls. The highest floor was where the conference would be held. As the battlecraft landed, various heads of state started alighting. They entered the doors of the skyscraper under the protection of powerful martial warriors. All the leaders of the nations had come. No one was absent. A huge crowd gathered around the skyscraper. There was a big commotion. "Oh my God, that's the chief commander and head of state of the White Eagle Nation. The head of state of Country Boar is here too, and the head of state of Country Star." The bystanders started counting the leaders of the various countries while chatting among themselves. A large number of martial warriors guarded the area, blocking the enthusiastic crowd. Governor Jiang and General Chen were standing in the plaza. They felt emotional as they watched the leaders enter the skyscraper. In the past, their positions were much higher than Wang Teng's. Now, he had the ability to gather the world leaders while they could only stand guard outside the building. They glanced at each other in silence. On the highest floor of this skyscraper, the meeting room was lit up brightly with dazzling lights. There was a huge round table in the middle of the room. The leaders were conversing warmly with one another. Leaders from all around the world had gathered in this room, disregarding all racial discrimination and segregation. At 9 p.m., the meeting started. A beam of light lit up in the middle of the huge round table, creating a 3D screen. Everyone's attention was attracted by it. This was a map of the Earth. Everyone, Wang Teng, stood up from the host seat. The leader of martial arts was sitting on his right, and the commander and head of state of the White Eagle Nation was sitting on his left. Everyone switched their gazes from the screen to the map as he spoke. Wang Teng scanned the leaders. It was hard to tell his emotions through his expression. He opened his mouth and said, "I think everyone should know why I gathered all of you here today. Some time ago, aliens invaded our planet, and all the countries fell in their hands. We almost turned into the slaves of these invaders. This time, they came for a trial. They treated our planet as a trial ground and did whatever they wanted here. Everyone, I have only one question for you. Is this what you want?" Wang Teng paused for a moment. All the leaders found it unbearable to recall what had happened when they were in the hands of the alien candidates. There was anger and unwillingness on their faces. To be able to become the head of the state, these leaders were able to control their emotions well. However, they couldn't suppress their anger when they remembered how the alien candidates treated them as slaves. Wang Teng saw their response and continued, "Actually, our plight isn't too bad. They came for the trial, so they weren't planning to enslave our planet. In the universe, enslaving an entire planet is very common. There's a profession in the universe called slave merchants. They are merchants who deal with slave trading. It's a lucrative business. To the aliens, an underdeveloped planet is like an underdeveloped clan. They can enslave us and sell us like items without any worry." Everyone glanced at one another. Their expressions turned stern. Slaves. Turn an entire planet into slaves. This exceeded everyone's imagination. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. Suddenly, Wang Teng pointed to the map in the middle of the round table. "I know you guys find it hard to believe, but this is the truth. Look, this is our planet, the Earth. It's just an underdeveloped planet in the universe. Our Earth is one of the millions of life planets in the Milky Way, which is merely one of the 9 galaxies in the Olent Federation." "Oh, right. The Olent Federation is the civilization the alien candidates came from." The screen started changing as Wang Teng spoke. It was zoomed out and other planets appeared. Soon, the entire solar system was displayed in front of everyone, but this wasn't the end. The map continued to zoom out until the solar system couldn't be seen. Planets appeared one by one and formed the Milky Way. The Milky Way then became smaller, and the map of the boundless universe was shown. This was the map of the territory of the Olent Federation. Gasp. The leaders were astounded, sucking in a breath of air in surprise. They never knew before, but after comparing, they realized how small and insignificant the Earth was, and how frighteningly big the Olent Federation was. It controlled 9 galaxies, and there were tens of thousands of life planets in each galaxy. The Earth was nothing compared to it. Wang Teng didn't expand the map further. He was afraid of scaring them. The Olent Federation was just a low-tier civilization. There was the middle-tier civilization and the high-tier civilization, too. Actually, the Olent Federation was just a small figure, too. Wang Teng's tone was serious. "Do you realize how insignificant Earth is now? Let's talk about the different martial arts stages in the universe. In the universe, the planetary stage is just the beginning of their martial arts path. It's similar to our martial disciples. We can only run some errands and dig some mines." Another image appeared beside the map. It depicted a scene of a race that looked like chimpanzees digging a mine. The people in this race had great strength. They wielded the iron hammers with immense force. They were planetary stage martial warriors, but they were digging a mine. Round Ball had sent Wang Teng this outline of the universe. He showed it to everyone to increase his credibility. As expected, all the leaders were too shocked to speak. Silence. Dead silence. The planetary stage martial warriors that could dominate their planet could only dig mines in the universe. They found it incredible and unbelievable. Someone swallowed a mouth of saliva. It sounded exceptionally conspicuous in the deadly silent meeting room. So, if someone laid their eyes on our planet, they can just send a celestial stage martial warrior, and we won't be able to resist at all. Mr. Wang Teng, please stop speaking. The head of state of the White Eagle Nation wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Unknowingly, his back was drenched. He looked at Wang Teng with a bitter smile. Wang Teng was stunned. Was he so scared? He raised his head and looked at the other leaders. Their faces were as pale as the leader of the White Eagle Nation. All of them were white and scared stiff. Wang Teng felt a little awkward. He felt that he had restrained himself, but these people still got frightened. Their mentality is a little weak. Wang Teng complained in his heart. Chapter 873, Operation Wandering Earth. The meeting room suddenly fell into an awkward atmosphere. Wang Teng felt bad. He only wanted every country to know the gravity of the matter so that they could put away their differences and work together to form a global union to face the next major challenge. However, he didn't expect that they would be left too shocked and scared. This was understandable, though, after all. The people here had never left Earth and had no idea of the harsh reality of the universe. It was like how people who had lived their lives in the villages visited the city for the first time. They would be clueless about the difficulties of surviving in the urban environment. When they heard about these things, they would definitely panic. It was just like when Wang Teng first heard about these things. He wasn't much better off. Cough. I believe everyone understands better than me why I'm telling you about this. Wang Teng cleared his throat. Mr. Wang Teng, the leader of the White Eagle Nation, stood up, looked around, and said, "We understand what you mean. People from the White Eagle Nation came over to country Shea today and have already let go of all our differences. The White Eagle Nation is the first to agree to the formation of a global union." Everyone's gaze fell onto the leader of the White Eagle Nation. No one would have imagined that the leader of a dominant country would be the first to agree without any hesitation and so simply. The leaders of the other countries followed suit. On behalf of Country Zaya, I agreed to the formation of the global union. The leader of martial arts stood up and said lightly. He was standing beside Wang Teng, which already showed that he firmly supported him. On behalf of Country Boer, I agree to the formation of the global union. The leader of Country Boer was a strong white man with a firm, thick voice. On behalf of the alliance, I agree to the formation of the global union. The old white leader of the alliance smiled. On behalf of the Afel continent, I agree to the formation of the global union. On behalf of Country Bat, I agree to the formation of the global union. On behalf of Country Inca, I agree to the formation of the global union. The representatives of every country stood up. Although their expressions were different, you could see a trace of resolve and seriousness in their eyes. At this moment, at an important point in history, they had made a decision that would completely change the future of Earth. And this moment was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Great. There was a glimmer in Wang Teng's eyes. Next, in order to deal with the coming challenges, I have two plans which I will now discuss with everyone. Everyone sat down silently, and their eyes focused on Wang Teng again. This first plan is for me to head out to the universe and become a legal citizen. I'll register Earth and become its leader. As for the second plan, Wang Teng suddenly paused. Please wait a moment, Mr. Wang Teng. I have a question. The White Eagle Nation's leader, Chorio, interrupted Wang Teng. Please speak, Mr. Chorio. Wang Teng sat down and gestured. Based on what you have said previously, the galaxy that we are in should belong to the Olent Federation. So it should be easy for us to become a member of the Olent Federation. Chorio frowned. He suddenly realized that the plan that Wang Teng had described was somewhat inconsistent with what he had illustrated previously. No, even though we are a part of Olent Federation's territory, Earth is an undiscovered and undeveloped planet. To the Olent Federation, we are probably the lowest life form and will not be treated fairly. I believe you saw the candidate's attitude toward us. Wang Teng shook his head. Everyone was enlightened. How do we get the citizenship and establish the sovereignty of Earth? I'm afraid that this plan is not that easy to accomplish, Chorio probed. Indeed, the universe highly values strength and status. Earth has neither. For us to obtain sovereignty is equivalent to a fool's dream. It wouldn't take long for us to be devoured by others, Wang Teng said. That's why we have to become stronger as soon as possible and gain a certain status. The Olent Federation already knows about Earth's existence. Will we have enough time? The Alliance's leader asked worriedly. There's not much time, but I have a plan, Wang Teng replied. What plan? Everyone asked hurriedly. I obtained an inheritance that belongs to a high-tier civilization in the universe. If I can successfully inherit that, I'll have a very high status and Earth would be free of worries, Wang Teng explained. Inheritance? High-tier civilization? When everyone heard this, they were both puzzled and surprised. That's right, a high-tier civilization. Wang Teng nodded and decided to explain further. In the universe, civilizations are categorized into low, medium, and high tiers. In reality, the Olent Federation is just a low-tier civilization. Everyone was too shocked to speak. The powerful Olent Federation was just a low-tier civilization. This was unbelievable. Everyone was dripping with sweat and felt chills all over their bodies. Mr. Wang Teng. I would like to ask just how powerful high-tier civilizations are. Corio found it hard to swallow his saliva. The other country leaders all looked over as well, full of curiosity. I don't think you want to know, Wang Teng cautioned. In the end, he didn't explain how strong the high-tier civilizations were, but everyone understood. The meeting room fell into dead silence again. Then, Mr. Wang Teng, is the inheritance reliable enough? Chorio asked. He was very envious. Wang Teng managed to obtain the inheritance of a high-tier civilization. What an opportunity. Reliable, Wang Teng nodded. However, there is a great risk. I'm afraid someone would not let me do as I wish. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng's words implied too many things. Someone refused to let Wang Teng have the inheritance. Who was that? The leaders present were all smart people. They quickly understood the crux of the issue. He would face resistance from either the Olent Federation or the high-tier civilization where the inheritance was from. But, no matter which one it was still an insurmountable and terrifying existence to them. That is why I have a second plan. Wang Teng looked at everyone's expression and proposed. What is it? Country Boar's leader asked anxiously. Operation Wandering Earth. Wang Teng's words stunned everyone. Operation Wandering Earth. They couldn't help but repeat it, feeling astounded, unless, just as you imagined, under drastic circumstances, I plan to let Earth wander the universe and head toward a place out of the Olent Federation's reach, avoiding all our enemies. Wang Teng said solemnly, to be honest, if the circumstances were not drastic enough, he wouldn't be willing to do that after all. The solar system was where the Earth originated from. This was their homeland. A foreign land couldn't accommodate one's body or soul. No one would be willing to be displaced and live in a foreign galaxy. One day when they were old, they could only tell their children that this was not their homeland. How tragic. Everyone was dead silent. It wasn't only just people from countries, yeah. People from other countries were reluctant to leave the solar system and drift around in the vast universe. It was too cruel. Moreover, the universe was filled with danger. Even if they wandered around, they might encounter unknown threats. If they were not careful, Earth could face destruction. Mr. Wang Teng, isn't Operation Wandering Earth a bit too hasty? Corio asked cautiously. I won't do it unless either there's an absolute need for it. Wang Teng nodded. Now that Wang Teng had said that, everyone had nothing else to say. If everyone was at their wits' end, saying anything else would be useless. Death awaited them if they did not wander. Then how would we go about the task? I'm afraid it's difficult to move an entire planet. Chorio smiled bitterly. Space shift array, Wang Teng said slowly. Space shift array. The crowd was stunned for a moment before coming to a sudden realization. With the power of arrays, it was indeed possible to achieve this goal. I'll set up the array that covers the entire planet and then head toward the space coordinates of a foreign place. If it doesn't work, we'll directly move the Earth to that place, Wang Teng explained. An array that covered the entire planet. Everyone took a deep breath and looked at Wang Teng with astonishment. He was courageous and masterful. Had his rune mastery already reached such a level? That was really unimaginable. If that's the case, I have no doubts. Chorio pondered for a moment and said, the other leaders also nodded in agreement. After all, they had no better way. Everything depended on Wang Teng. After the global union is established, I'll disclose the planetary stage scriptures of the 5 elements. Wang Teng changed the topic and presented them with another bomb. Since the global union was going to be established, there was no point hiding it any longer. Otherwise, the combat power of Earth would remain at the planetary disciple stage. They wouldn't be able to stand up against others. Earth's survivability could only increase when its combat power rose. This was the only way. When everyone heard this, they were both surprised and overjoyed. The purpose of forming a global union was to get past the bad blood and tide over challenges together. Wang Teng had undoubtedly accepted them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given them these benefits. Chapter 8 through 74, Set Sail Alone. The Global Union Conference lasted all the way until late afternoon. After discussing the details, the leaders of the various nations left country Saya quickly to make arrangements in their countries. The next day, all the leaders held press conferences one after another to explain the policies and details discussed during the Global Union Conference. For instance, Wang Teng became the leader of Earth and Operation Wandering Earth. Everyone on Earth soon knew about the brutal survival laws in the universe and that all hopes were on Wang Teng. They also learned that Wang Teng was going to make public the planetary stage scriptures for the 5 basic elements to benefit mankind. The entire world was in an uproar. Everyone was grateful for Wang Teng's contribution. If one walked along the streets, he would be able to hear people singing praises of him. He had become an international idol and hero. The entire world considered him the sole savior of Earth. No one could talk bad about him. If not, the person would be condemned and looked down upon by everyone. It was hard to imagine that there would be such hero worshipping in modern society, but this was the reality. Wang Teng's reputation reached an unprecedented height. The guy in question didn't participate in this process. He left them to the different heads of states. The policies proceeded in full swing. As for Wang Teng, he started to create the space shift array. He gathered all the rune masters on Earth for this purpose. A large amount of manpower and resources were needed to create an array that covered the entire planet. This space shift array also required a precious material, space stone. Space stones were the main material for forging space rings and other space items. They were also essential in creating space arrays. Wang Teng didn't have a better solution, so he asked the martial warriors from around the world to collect space items and remove the space stone stromes from them. Above the Earth's equator, Wang Teng floated in midair and spoke to the bunch of rune masters. Are you guys clear about the task I assigned to you? Understood. Don't worry, Master Wang. Yes, we won't disappoint you. The rune masters were all 40 years old and above, but they were fighting to perform well in front of Wang Teng. All of them replied to him loudly. Very good. Time is tight. Let's start immediately, Wang Teng said sternly. The group of rune masters immediately left in their battlecraft and headed to the area they were in charge of. Very soon, Wang Teng was the only one left behind. Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. Getting space stones out from space items is a good idea. How did you come up with it? This is the best method I can think of. Wang Teng paused for a moment before saying, Round Ball, Thank you. Roundball was the one who came up with the idea of registering Earth and Operation Wandering Earth. It also provided coordinates of the foreign space and the space shift array. Wang Teng had never left his home planet, so he didn't know anything. Now you know my power, Roundball chuckled delightedly. All right, you're amazing. Wang Teng was caught between laughter and tears. Roundball was overjoyed. However, it changed its tone and said sternly, "But you should settle your issues on Earth quickly and leave this planet. The Saint Star Pagoda will discover the strange happenings here very soon and send someone to investigate. The Saint Star Pagoda is approximately 850,000 light-years away from here. They will need around 2 months to reach Earth even if they use a Cosmos-level spacecraft to travel through the universe." 2 months? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. I remember you telling me that we only need 36 days to reach the Great Qian Empire. That's right. Master Nangong came here once, so we have the shortest route recorded in our logs. We'll be able to save time if we cross through a few wormholes. The E-63 spacecraft has better features than normal Cosmos-level spacecraft, too. If not, we won't be able to reach the Great Qian planet so quickly. It's far away, after all, Roundball explained. That's good. I'll complete the array as soon as I can. Wang Teng nodded. As long as you have a plan, everything will be fine. Roundball stopped speaking. The repair of the QYE-63 spacecraft had almost come to an end. Time passed slowly. 5 days later, the space shift array was completed. In the middle of the night, a dazzling layer of light covered the entire planet, as if it was protected by a mysterious shield. However, only a few people saw this magnificent scene. The next day in Donghai, the leaders from around the world gathered again. There was a huge spacecraft floating above the skyscraper. Below the building, Wang Teng was bidding farewell to his family. "Son, do you have to leave?" Li Humei held Wang Teng's hand. She didn't want to let go. He wasn't going to another part of the country or overseas this time. He wasn't going to the Xingwu continent either. He was heading into the vast universe. Alone. As his mother, Li Shumei didn't feel at ease letting him leave. "Mom," Wang Teng called her softly. He couldn't bear to see her like this. "All right, let him go. Our son is the hero of mankind. He's leaving for the sake of the entire human race. We should be proud of him." Wang Shengguo pulled Li Shumei into his arms and consoled her gently. "I don't care if he's a hero. He's just my son," Li Shumei replied with tears in her eyes. "Mom, don't worry. Your son will never do things he isn't confident in. These difficulties won't stop me. It's just a universe. I'll take a little tour and come back safely in 3 months," Wang Teng replied lightheartedly. Biluo rolled her eyes when she heard his words. He sounded extremely arrogant. The universe was vast and mysterious. Even Cosmos stage martial warriors didn't dare to face the universe with a casual attitude, yet this guy said that it was just a universe. He who knows not, fears not. Of course, she knew that he wanted to comfort his mother. But when she looked at his expression, she felt that he meant what he said. He wasn't worried about the dangers in the universe at all. Wang Teng bade farewell to the rest of the leaders. "Be careful. We'll leave the rest to you. Mr. Wang Teng, have a safe trip. Mr. Wang Teng will wait for you to return with good news." The heads of states came forward and shook Wang Teng's hand. Their handshakes were firm and their gazes were resolute as they looked at him. They seemed to be carving this extremely young hero deep into their minds. No one cared about their race at this moment. All of them only had one identity in their minds. They were an Earthling. The Earth was a united planet. Wang Teng glanced around him. He paused for a few seconds when he saw his family, and then shifted his gaze to Lin Chuhan. He looked at her intently with guilt in his eyes. "I'll wait for you to come back." Lin Chuhan moved her lips and whispered. Wang Teng nodded. He moved his feet and rose into the air slowly. Then he turned and stepped into the spacecraft. "Everyone, I'm leaving." His voice echoed in the air with a hint of lightheartedness. The cabin door closed, and the spacecraft rose into the air swiftly. It turned into a beam of light, vanishing in front of everyone. It left with the hope of the whole Earth. Take care of yourself. The leaders and the people close to Wang Teng raised their heads and prayed for him silently. Yi Jixin stood on the roof of the Jixin Martial House in Donghai and stared at the ray of light with complex feelings. In the end, all his emotions compressed into 2 words: take care. In another villa in Donghai Noer High School, Shu, Jie, Yu Hao, and Bai Wei sat in the courtyard with a table full of wine. They were laughing and crying as they lifted their cups and offered a toast to the sky. Our best friend is leaving. He's leaving with everyone's hope. Oh my God, we're so useless. We can't offer any help. Brother Teng, take care. Dan Taishuan stood on the roof of a tall building in the Hanghai Military Academy with a bottle of wine in her hand. She took a large gulp. She didn't send Wang Teng off, but she was also staring at the spacecraft that had flown away at the speed of light. Little brat, come back alive. A soft voice floated in the air. Dan Taishuan had already disappeared on the field. In Hanghai Military Academy, Peng Yuanshan and Tong Hu led a bunch of students and saluted the spacecraft. Everyone send your senior off, Peng Yuanshan said with red eyes. Yes. The group of military students shouted in unison with admiration in their eyes. Their voices soared through the clouds. Senior, we pray for your victory. Chapter 875, Hyperspace Travel, the universe vast and boundless. In the darkness there were faint spots of light. Suddenly, a huge flying saucer-shaped spacecraft flew from a distance and went away, disappearing from everyone's eyes in the central control room of the QYE-63 spacecraft. The main control room was where the Great Hall was. The corpses inside had been cleared, and the bodies of Argus, Cathu, and the other alien candidates had been moved elsewhere. Wang Teng sat on the main seat. Round Ball's figure emerged and he said with a smile, Wang Teng, the spacecraft is accelerating now. It will reach the speed of light in about half an hour and proceed with hyperspace travel. Another half an hour? That's slow. Wang Teng frowned. Slow? Round Ball complained. The QYE-63 spacecraft is already quite good. If this were an ordinary spacecraft, it would be much slower. The spacecraft from Olant Federation might be gorgeous, but they are far worse than QYE-63. When those low-class spacecraft accelerate, if the acceleration is too great, the passengers will enter the sleeping cabin, or they might lose their lives. Acceleration. Wang Teng was stunned. When accelerating, the gravitational force within the spacecraft would change. Nearing the speed of light, the changes in the gravitational force would be drastic and might even reach tens of thousands of times the gravity of Earth. Even planetary stage martial warriors would not be able to withstand such a terrifying gravitational force and collapse. At the same time, he also thought about the MiG 3957 spacecraft that he had stored in his space fragment. It was the most ordinary spacecraft. When traveling in space, Plato beings would have to enter their sleeping cabins. Now that he was thinking about it, the Plato beings were a bunch of nobodies. Wang Teng couldn't help but feel a sense of superiority. He was now a rich man. The MiG 3957 spacecraft had been dismantled by Round Ball, and the Plato beings were still in deep sleep. He had yet to release them. Our QYE-63 has an automatic gravity adjustment system, and the outer walls are also engraved with a large number of anti-gravity runes. That's why you feel the same as if it was Earth without any discomfort. Round Ball continued. No wonder. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment before understanding why. He was walking in the spacecraft as though he was on Earth. His feet were on the ground. When watching space movies in the past, the astronauts would not be walking normally, and they were all in a state of weightlessness. Any movement was extremely inconvenient. Now it seemed that the spacecraft was really impressive. So don't underestimate this QYE-63 spacecraft, Round Ball said with an angry voice. Ha, 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 I didn't know about all these. Wang Teng laughed nonchalantly. Ignorance isn't bliss. Round Ball said with contempt and changed the subject. It's your first space voyage. Do you want to see what's going on outside?
Of course.
Wang Teng nodded. "Activate panoramic simulation mode," Roundball ordered. Suddenly, everything around him changed. His surroundings disappeared and turned into a vast starry sky. Wang Teng stood up from his seat, and the seat gradually vanished as well. At this moment, it was like he was in space itself. "High tech," Wang Teng exclaimed and turned around. The blue planet was slowly getting smaller before it also faded away from his sight. Before he knew it, he had already left the solar system and was headed to an unknown space. Such a lonely environment would naturally make people feel fatigued. Even a divine spirit master like Wang Teng would not be able to hold on for long. Back then, when he was trapped in the dimensional rift for half a year, he was on the verge of breaking down. It was clear how terrifying a void like that was. "Roundball, cancel the panorama simulation," Wang Teng said after a while. "Okay." The surroundings changed and reverted back to normal. Wang Teng. "That Biluo is here," it suddenly said. While leaving Earth, Wang Teng took her along as he wouldn't leave her there. "I'll go and take a look." Wang Teng walked out of the central control room and met Biluo, who was walking from the passage. "What's the matter?" "You said you will let me go when you leave Earth." Biluo went straight to the point. Wang Teng hesitated for a while. It wasn't because of other reasons. He was just worried that if she left, she would reveal information about him. Let her go. Roundball's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. "Even if you don't, someone from the Saint Star Pagoda will go to Earth soon to look for answers. Having her here would at least give us some time." Wang Teng's eyes flashed. "It's no use. The Saint Star Pagoda are aware of the death of 2 celestial stage martial warriors," Roundball argued. "They already know this?" Wang Teng's face turned black. "Why didn't you say anything earlier? What's the use of talking about it? If your worries are not resolved, would you leave Earth just like this?" Roundball retorted. Wang Teng was speechless. He then said with a gloomy face, "No, my parents and my family are back there. I have to go back and take them away. Don't be naive. With their strength, bringing them to wander the universe would probably lead to death instead." Roundball said mercilessly, "You." Wang Teng was enraged, but he had to admit that Roundball was right. The universe was too dangerous. He couldn't even take care of himself now, much less bring his family along to wander the universe. Biluo saw that Wang Teng wasn't responding. She thought that he was about to go back on his word and got nervous. This guy wouldn't have any bad thoughts, would he? Otherwise, why wouldn't he kill her or let her go? What was all this for? "You can go," Wang Teng finally spoke. "Wang Teng, I have a fiancé. It is impossible for us to be together." Biluo was a little nervous and couldn't help but clutch her chest as she took a step back. The words in her heart blurted out, but she was stunned in the middle of it. "Wait, I can go." Wang Teng had a strange expression. "I suddenly don't want you to leave anymore. You have a fiancé, right?" "I love challenges. I've decided to keep you here to help warm my bed." Biluo's face turned dark. "Can you not joke around?" "All right, leave quickly before I change my mind." Wang Teng waved his hand. Biluo heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to turn and leave when she suddenly stopped and said, "I know what you're worried about. You wouldn't be able to gain autonomous control of Earth just by walking into the Olent Federation. Olent Federation will intervene, and many factions will come for Earth. After all, an unowned planet is too valuable. Don't worry, I won't reveal any information about you when I get back. I'll try my best to delay them. At the very least, I'll keep you Earthlings from being enslaved." She was sincere and really wanted to help Wang Teng. "Many thanks." Wang Teng was slightly stunned for a moment. He then chuckled. "But there are some things that you don't know. I'm afraid that it will be difficult to help." If Biluo knew that he had killed 2 Saint Star Pagoda celestial stage instructors and that the 2 sides were in a feud, she wouldn't say something like this. After all, Saint Star Pagoda's influence in the Olent Federation was too huge. Most of the powerful warriors were from the Saint Star Pagoda. Biluo's family was one of the 3 great families of the Emerald Abyss Galaxy. However, it was still small compared to the Saint Star Pagoda. When Biluo heard his words, she froze for a moment. Her thoughts were racing as she didn't think that he was trying to scare her. There must be something that she didn't know about. Best of luck. Biluo looked at Wang Teng and left her words. She then headed to the back of the spacecraft where her spacecraft was docked. Wang Teng watched her board her spacecraft when a woman appeared beside Biluo. He was a little surprised. Alei? She was the goddess of Mount Saint, Alei. Alea's talent for light is good. I've decided to take her away from Earth. Her talent will only flourish to its maximum potential in the universe. Biluo explained. Wang Teng nodded and looked at Alei. I didn't expect that we would meet again in such a situation. The universe is dangerous. Take care. Alea's eyes swept across Wang Teng's face as if she was trying to engrave his features in her heart. She then said softly, You too will see each other again. The rear hatch of the QYE-63 spacecraft opened. Biluo's spacecraft left and flew in the other direction. Wang Teng stood by the window as he watched them leave. This was good. Biluo took Aleus away. Even if he failed, there will still be someone from Earth who would have a chance to rise. These two women are talented, Roundball said. If all goes well, they might even reach the Cosmos stage. Oh, you're rating them so highly? Wang Teng was surprised. Actually, the Cosmos stage is not too strong in the universe. Roundball lamented. See, Master Nangong also fell. Wang Teng nodded and agreed with Roundball. However, he wasn't worried about himself as the Cosmos stage was definitely not the end goal for him. Wang Teng, the spacecraft is about to reach the speed of light. Roundball's voice suddenly became serious. A gleam of light flashed in Wang Teng's eyes as he nodded. A few moments later, begin the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7. Wang Teng looked at the view outside the window. He could no longer see anything else. The planets and meteorites were blurred and there was only darkness. He clearly felt the surrounding space had begun to sway. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the blurred QYE-63 spacecraft suddenly disappeared into the universe. Hyperspace travel activated. Chapter 876, Wings of Wind and Lightning. 1. Boom. Wang Teng felt the spacecraft trembling. The vibrations lasted for more than 10 seconds before they stopped. The surroundings were pitch black. There was no light at all. Hyperspace travel success. This is the dark universe. Roundball appeared beside Wang Teng and said as it looked at the scene outside, Dark universe? Aren't we inside a dimensional rift? Wang Teng hesitated when he saw the familiar scene inside a dimensional rift. Well, that's not wrong. Roundball touched its chin and nodded. I came here before, Wang Teng said. What? You came here before? Roundball was shocked. It stared at Wang Teng in astonishment and asked instantly, How did you come here? You won't be able to enter the dark universe if you don't exceed the speed of light. Wait, you possess space talent. Could it be? I escaped from the Darkland with the help of a dimensional rift the dark apparitions were constructing. I blew the dimensional rift only to realize that it was only halfway through construction. I was dumbfounded. Wang Teng shrugged and replied in a helpless tone. Roundball was stunned. Then it burst out laughing. Is it funny? Wang Teng was speechless. You idiot. You ran into someone else's dimensional rift and even blew it up. Weren't you afraid of getting implicated? Roundball said in disdain. You don't understand how dangerous the situation was. Would I blow it up if I had other choices? Wang Teng retorted. Why were you in the Darkland? Roundball asked curiously. Wang Teng explained briefly how he was thrown into the Darkland. Roundball was flabbergasted, lamenting, Your experiences are really interesting. You have already been through so many things even before you reached the planetary stage. It's a miracle you didn't die. Do you think I want to? I don't have a choice. Wang Teng rolled his eyes. For some reason he felt that this little fellow was gloating. Ha ha. Roundball covered its mouth and chuckled. Suddenly it turned serious and said, But you're really lucky to be able to escape from the dark universe. This must be related to your space talent, right? Yes, I found the coordinates of Earth through my connection with my spiritual pet. Then I used the space array to reconstruct a tunnel to go back. Wang Teng nodded and said, "Space talent is indeed heaven-defying. Ordinary martial warriors would have died in the dark universe." Round Ball, "How much do you know about the dark universe?" Wang Teng asked. "Not much. The dark universe is extremely mysterious. A martial warrior can only travel through the dark universe on a spacecraft unless he's able to exceed the speed of light, or he has to possess space talent like you. Actually, even if you're able to travel in the dark universe, you can't explore it on a large scale. Thus, the dark universe has always been a mystery to us." "Is it?" Wang Teng felt a little disappointed. He wanted to get more information about the dark universe from Round Ball, but it didn't know much either. Round Ball felt frustrated when it saw his expression. It didn't know what to say, so it could only swallow its exasperation. "Huh?" Wang Teng suddenly gasped softly. "What is it?" Round Ball asked hurriedly, "I think I sense a faint connection. What is it?" Wang Teng frowned, although he pondered for a long time. He couldn't find the answer. Connection? Round Ball was puzzled too. What could be connected to Wang Teng in this dark universe? "Stop thinking about it. Follow me. I'm going to make the battle armor soon." Round Ball interrupted his thoughts and floated out. He was still contemplating, but he followed Round Ball. They walked in the universe spacecraft. The spacecraft was huge, but there were numerous construction robots maintaining the spacecraft, so they didn't need to worry. After some time, they came to a spacious smithery studio. There was a large table in the middle of the room. All kinds of smithery equipment hung around the walls. This was the first time Wang Teng had seen such a high-tech smithery studio. He glanced around curiously. Round Ball smiled. It floated to the table and opened its palm. A star core and a crystal-clear star bone appeared on its palm. This is the star core and the star bone from the windstorm giant ape. They contain 3 elements: wind, water, and lightning. They're extremely rare. Even if you don't possess the wind or lightning element, you can activate the runes on the battle armor to release a certain amount of wind and lightning attack. It's extremely useful, Round Ball explained. It didn't know that Wang Teng also possessed the wind and lightning elements. "Wait, I have these 2 elements," Wang Teng said. Round Ball was stunned. It turned to look at him and asked, "Are you kidding me?" Wang Teng opened his palm. 2 balls of force appeared. One was green while the other was purple. "What kind of monster are you?" Round Ball stared at him with wide eyes. It contemplated for some time before continuing, "You have the 5 basic elements, the space talent, and the wind and lightning element. Oh my God, there's no one else in the universe with your talent." It looked at Wang Teng as if he was a monster. It couldn't believe its eyes. Chapter 877. Wings of Wind and Lightning. 2. "All right, you can continue," Wang Teng said nonchalantly after flicking away the 2 balls of forces. Round Ball suddenly felt dispirited. However, its eyes lit up quickly, and it said, "Since you have wind and lightning force, I can add the wings of wind and lightning to your battle armor." Wings of wind and lightning? Wang Teng was stunned. "Yes, wings of wind and lightning," Round Ball nodded. "With them, your speed can increase by 2 to 3 times. "That's amazing," Wang Teng exclaimed, looking at all the martial arts in the world. Only speed could never be defeated. If he could raise his speed by 2 to 3 times, he could kill opponents a few levels higher than him. The wings of wind and lightning is actually a battle technique, but it is too expensive. I've only seen it once, but I worked hard and managed to decipher the principle behind it. I then made runes to create wings of wind and lightning that can be engraved on battle armor. Although it isn't as powerful as the battle technique, it's an incredible item," Round Ball said proudly. Wang Teng gave it a thumbs up. Round Ball's smithery mastery must be profound, as it was able to create a weapon out of a battle technique. "Ha ha ha, quick. Didn't you say that you have many star cores and star bones? Take them out. I can't wait to start making the battle armor." Round Ball got excited, and its eyes were sparkling. It urged Wang Teng to hurry. Wang Teng smiled, shaking his head when he saw its expression. He took out all the star cores and star bones he had accumulated. These were all 13-star and above star cores and star bones. He had sold the others. Not bad, not bad. These are all planetary disciple star cores and star bones, enough to make a planetary-level battle armor. With the help of the star core and star bone of the windstorm giant ape, this battle armor can reach the peak of the planetary level. Round Ball nodded in satisfaction. This is it, suddenly gasped softly. Then it jumped up and grabbed 2 star bones. Emperor-level star bones. Where did you get these Emperor-level star bones? You have 2 of them. Round Ball rushed toward Wang Teng and asked him excitedly. Don't get too excited. It's just 2 Emperor-level star bones, Wang Teng said. Just. Round Ball's tone went many pitches higher. It gave him a death glare and continued. Are you trying to anger me to death? Do you know how rare star bones are? Emperor-level star bones are even harder to find. If you put this up for auction, even Cosmos Stage martial warriors will come and snatch it. Really? Aren't you exaggerating? Even Cosmos Stage martial warriors will want it, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. What do you think? You don't know how lucky you are. Round Ball glared at Wang Teng. Then it sighed and said, if Master Nangong had an Emperor-level star bone for his Cosmos-level battle armor, he wouldn't have died. You can make a Cosmos-level battle armor with these 2 Emperor-level star bones? Wang Teng asked. Yes. However, we need some Cosmos-level ores too. Let me take a look. Master Nangong has probably some leftovers. You can cultivate. We're not making the battle armor today. I need to reorganize my plan. Round Ball disappeared to look through its treasures. Where were its treasures? Wang Teng didn't know. He shook his head helplessly when he saw the empty smithery studio. But he was filled with anticipation too. Cosmos-level battle armor. It would be awesome if he had one for himself. Indeed, he should collect more treasures whenever he could. There were always surprises when the time was right. Wang Teng thought to himself happily as he walked out of the smithery studio and headed to the cultivation room. A universe fleet was silently floating outside a wormhole in a part of the Milky Way. A young man was sitting in the command room, leaning against a sofa and enjoying some wine. He was the commander of this fleet. I wonder why they sent me to guard this remote planetary sector. There's no life planet here. This is a waste of my time, the young man complained silently. He had silver hair, and he looked like a human. However, there were 3 silver streaks on each side of his cheek from his aura. He was a celestial stage martial warrior. Sigh. It can't be helped. I don't have a powerful family, so they won't send me to those wealthy planets. They will only give me this job, which no one else will do. The silver-haired young man sighed and bemoaned his fate. I heard that some time ago. Talented martial warriors from the Federation came to a planet in this planetary sector for the trial. I wonder what kind of planet it is to be chosen as the trial ground. Is there a life planet in this desolate sector? How great will it be if I discover a life planet? I can become a noble immediately. The silver-haired man started muttering to himself non-stop. At this moment, the screen in front of him lit up, and an elder in a gray gown appeared. Master? The silver-haired young man was shocked. He quickly got up from the sofa and greeted the elder respectfully. Look, the elder spoke in the common universal language. I have an order for you. Please go ahead, Klook replied hurriedly. Guard your planetary sector properly. If anyone comes out, arrest them no matter who it is, the elder said coldly. Even the candidates. Klook was shocked. Yes, the elder said sternly. Don't harm them if they don't resist. However, if a stranger passes through, arrest him dead or alive. Yes! Klook could hear the anger and firmness in the elder's voice. After some time, the command room turned quiet again. Klook straightened his back and let out a long sigh. I wonder what happened. Master seems very angry. No matter what it is, I didn't cause the trouble. I'm just in charge of arresting the person. This is a good chance. If I can perform well in front of Master, he might take notice of me. My future will be bright once he puts in a good word for me, Klook mumbled. There was an exciting glow in his eyes. The higher authorities from the Olant Federation didn't just send the order to the fleet guarding this wormhole. All the wormholes in this remote planetary sector with the Earth in the center were guarded by different fleets. All of them received the order for arrest. The Olant Federation sealed the news immediately when they discovered the presence of the Earth. Only some high-level officials knew about it. Thus, the commanders of these fleets didn't know who they needed to arrest or why, but this didn't prevent them from getting excited. Just like the silver-haired young man, these people didn't have any background. That was why they were sent to guard a wormhole in this remote planetary sector. This piece of news from the higher authorities was a great opportunity for them to rise in rank. None of the commanders wanted to give up this pie that had dropped from the sky. They rubbed their hands in excitement and ordered their martial warriors to be vigilant. They mustn't let any person leave this sector. Wang Teng didn't know that a bunch of celestial stage martial warriors had laid their eyes on him. He was cultivating on his spacecraft when the connection he felt some time ago got stronger. He got up and walked to the window. A bunch of faint light spots was flying over from afar. In this vast and pitch-black dark universe, the spots of light were extremely conspicuous. Wang Teng saw them at once. Round Ball noticed this strange sight and appeared beside Wang Teng. It stared at the light spots in astonishment. Chapter 878. A Special Use of Void Mayflies. Void mayflies, Round Ball exclaimed. Even without its reminder, Wang Teng remembered what they were. When he first came into this dimensional rift, he had accidentally made a connection with a bunch of void mayflies. He finally understood the origins of the faint connection. It came from the void mayflies. Wang Teng didn't think that after so long these void mayflies could still find his position when he came to the dark universe. Round Ball's face was almost pasted on the window. It stared at the countless dots of light outside and felt confused. I wonder why these void mayflies came here. Tisk, I didn't think that I will have the honor of seeing one of the wonders of the dark universe. It was in awe. One of the wonders of the dark universe? Wang Teng was surprised. You don't know? The void mayflies are one of the few life forms that live in the dark universe. Their lifespan is extremely short. They tour around and reproduce at the same time. When they die, their corpses fall wherever they are. That's how they got the name one-day mayflies. Not many people are able to see the beautiful scenery of them flying in the dark universe. Round Ball said slowly. They have a short lifespan? Wang Teng noticed a detail in Round Ball's words. He frowned. That's right. Everyone knows this. Round Ball continued staring at the void mayflies outside, not noticing Wang Teng's expression. Wang Teng touched his chin and contemplated. Something wasn't right. Search VIP novel C0M on Google. These mayflies had been alive since the last time it was here. He didn't think they had a short lifespan. Very soon, the void mayflies came close to them and started dancing around the spacecraft. They seemed to have found something and gathered in front of the window where Wang Teng and Round Ball were at. Round Ball widened its eyes in astonishment. It was puzzled. Did they come for me? Wang Teng chuckled secretly when he saw its stunned expression. He walked forward and tapped his finger on the window. All the void mayflies started gathering toward his finger. They seemed to be answering his summons. What is this? Round Ball stared at Wang Teng in amazement. Even if it was an idiot, it could tell that these void mayflies didn't come for it. They were here for Wang Teng. Read more on VJP novel COM. This bastard, evil. He knew the reason, yet he didn't say it. He must be laughing at it. Round Ball gritted its teeth in anger and glared at Wang Teng.
Don't look at me like this. You didn't ask me, Wang Teng said innocently, so it's my fault. Round Ball raised its voice and stared at Wang Teng in disbelief.
It seemed shocked by his shamelessness. Of course. Wang Teng nodded. Shut up. Round Ball rolled its eyes. Please reading on VJP novel C0M. Despite living for so many years, it got teased by a stupid kid that was less than 20 years old. Round Ball felt exasperated and speechless. It took a few deep breaths before it managed to calm its emotions. Then it voiced out its greatest doubt. Why did they come to look for you? I established a spiritual connection with them. Wang Teng released his spiritual power. It seeped through the metallic walls and went outside. These void mayflies started forming various shapes under the guidance of his spiritual power. A second ago, they were butterflies. The next instant, they formed a giant whale. They seemed to be an extension of Wang Teng's body. Round Ball was dazzled by their performance. You managed to form a connection with them. Round Ball was dumbfounded. It asked in disbelief, how? Will you believe me if I say that I did it accidentally? Wang Teng shrugged. Accidentally, Round Ball didn't know what to feel. It felt that Wang Teng was putting on an act. He must be. However, it found no reason to refute him. Oh my, I'm so jealous. Round Ball almost cursed after thinking for a long time. Void mayflies are rare, but they can't seem to do anything besides being an extension of my spiritual power. They can only be used to scout the dark universe. I can't bring them out, so their uses are limited. Why are you jealous? Wang Teng shook his head. Indeed, you don't know anything. Round Ball looked at Wang Teng as if he was a country bumpkin. It said contemptuously, besides being an extension of your spiritual power, void mayflies can also condense spiritual skills in their bodies and give their opponent an unexpected attack. They're a necessary item when you want to. Sneak an attack on someone. Round Ball's eyes shone brightly. It seemed a little excited. Wang Teng interrupted it with a cough and a weird expression. What? Round Ball asked, unhappily. Do you like to be sneaky too? Of course. Isn't it good to be a little sneaky? You don't have to put in so much effort in fighting. If you plan it properly, you can kill someone more powerful than you. Round Ball was exceptionally enthusiastic about this topic. It started chattering non-stop and didn't notice Wang Teng's expression turning strange. This fellow has the same interests as me. Wang Teng chuckled as he thought to himself. Unfortunately, Master Nangong was too righteous. That was why he got tricked by others and died. Sigh, Round Ball suddenly thought of Nangong Yue and lamented. That's right, one can't be too righteous. Wang Teng nodded in agreement. He felt the same way. The main reason why Nangong Yue got schemed by his disciple was that he was too naive. If he was as treacherous as me, wait, I'm not treacherous. If he was as smart as me, he wouldn't have been tricked. Yes, do you think so too? Round Ball seemed to have found its soulmate. It looked at Wang Teng earnestly. Did you ask me if I like to be sneaky too? Does that mean you like to trick others? Ha! Come, let's have a good discussion. Wang Teng sniggered. The two of them leaned together and started chatting like two good brothers. What other uses do the void mayflies have? Wang Teng asked after conversing for some time. I've already listed out their main uses. The most important one is condensing skills. Void mayflies can condense all kinds of skills. One thing to note is when the void mayflies establish a connection with another life form, they will be nourished by the life form's spiritual power, and their lifespan will be extended. They will no longer be one-day mayflies anymore. Their reproductive ability still exists, so they can multiply quickly, Round Ball explained. I see. No wonder they can live until now. Wang Teng nodded. He was enlightened. You should feel lucky. There's rarely anyone that can establish a spiritual connection with void mayflies. Over the past eras, only a few instances have been recorded. All of them dominated their territories with the help of the void mayflies' growth and became formidable martial warriors. They ruled over the universe and killed numerous enemies. Round Ball's eyes glowed. It said enviously, Do you know what similarity these people have? What? Wang Teng asked curiously. All of them possess strong spiritual power. They're all divine spirit masters, Round Ball answered. Only those with strong spiritual power can have the chance to establish a spiritual connection with the void mayflies, right? Wang Teng pondered as he said, That's right. This is what the later generations concluded, Roundball nodded. However, besides having strong spiritual power, you need a bit of luck, too. Luck? Wang Teng stared at it curiously. Later, many divine spirit masters with strong spiritual power entered the dark universe to search for void mayflies. They hoped to establish a connection with them, but guess what? None of them succeeded. All of them died. Roundball scoffed. All of them failed. Wang Teng was astounded. He could guess that many people had come to search for these void mayflies, and they must all be extremely powerful and confident in themselves, yet none of them succeeded. What did this mean? This meant that luck was truly important. His luck must be heaven-defying. How could he have accidentally made a connection with these void mayflies if his luck wasn't amazing? He didn't even use any effort. Roundball rolled its eyes when it saw his delighted expression. All right, stop being proud of yourself. Let me teach you a way to keep these void mayflies in your consciousness. That way you can bring them out of the dark universe. Keep them in my consciousness? Wang Teng was stunned. He asked hurriedly. I can bring them away from the dark universe, of course. Roundball raised his head and said arrogantly, Look, without me, you will need much more time to understand the great use of these void mayflies. Ha ha ha, Roundball, you're my lucky star. Quick, tell me. Wang Teng laughed happily. It's simple. Form a spiritual bubble and wrap these void mayflies with your spiritual power to give them an environment to survive. Then you can pull them into your consciousness. Roundball's smile turned brighter when he heard Wang Teng's compliment. All right, watch me. Wang Teng immediately followed Roundball's instructions and formed a bubble with his spiritual power. He wrapped the void mayflies inside. The void mayflies seemed to like the bubble Wang Teng had formed. They floated happily inside it. Keep. Wang Teng pulled half of the void mayflies over. Then he moved his thoughts, and the spiritual bubble merged into his forehead. It entered his consciousness. Done. Wang Teng was elated when he sensed the void mayflies in his consciousness. Now, you need to learn how to condense spirit in the void mayflies, Roundball said. But I don't know how, Wang Teng said helplessly. You can experiment with them. You have many void mayflies to play around with. They multiply quickly, so you don't have to worry about them dying. All right, I'll try. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was eager to start. Chapter 879. Even a nobody like you have heard of my name. The spacecraft continued traveling in the dark universe. The dark universe was dead silent. The spacecraft didn't make any sound as it sailed. During the remaining time, Wang Teng studied how to condense spiritual secret skills into the bodies of these void mayflies. His enthusiasm was ignited by Roundball. He truly anticipated how he would use these secret skills in the void mayflies' bodies to launch sneak attacks on his opponents in the future. Somehow he found this extremely interesting. Thus, these void mayflies who came all the way here to find their owner suffered. Wang Teng had 4 spiritual skills: spiritual spike, spiritual missile, spiritual shield, and spiritual illusion. He planned to use a milder spirit skill for the experiment. After all, these void mayflies viewed him as their owner, so he couldn't bear to torture these poor little things. Spiritual shield and spiritual illusion were relatively milder. They weren't as offensive, unlike the spiritual missile, which would explode instantly if the attack failed. The void mayflies would definitely die if that happened. Even though the void mayflies weren't in any life danger, they suffered tremendously, especially when Wang Teng was condensing the spiritual illusion. The void mayflies got attacked by the spiritual illusion occasionally. They started dancing wildly in the air. No one knew what frightening illusion they saw. Roundball shook its head as it watched at the side. It felt sad for the void mayflies. It had conveniently forgotten that it was the one who asked Wang Teng to use the void mayflies for the experiment. Wang Teng, we're reaching a wormhole soon. We'll be able to leave the Milky Way directly through this wormhole. It will save us much time, Roundball said. Wormhole. Wang Teng stopped his experiment and looked up at Roundball. Yes, it's not far ahead. Wang Teng nodded. He wanted to say something, but stopped. My void mayflies have sensed many signs of life in front outside the wormhole you just mentioned. Signs of life, Roundball frowned. Its expression changed. It might be the people from the Olant Federation. Wang Teng's expression turned grim. It looks like we'll need some effort to pass through the wormhole. Can you sense how strong those people are? Roundball pondered for a moment before asking. Let me try. Wang Teng closed his eyes and controlled the void mayflies to move closer to the spatial wall. The spatial wall referred to the segregation between the dark universe and the normal universe. One couldn't touch or see it, but it existed. One would be able to pass through this wall when they exceeded the speed of light. The void mayflies were special, so they could sense the situation on the other side of the spatial wall. Wang Teng's spiritual power was pasted on these void mayflies, so he sensed it too. All the life forms appeared in his spiritual vision. After some time, he opened his eyes and said grimly, "There should be 15 planetary stage martial warriors and 1 5th-level celestial stage martial warrior. A 5th-level celestial stage." Roundball ignored the planetary stage martial warriors and placed its attention on the celestial stage martial warrior. The planetary stage wasn't a threat to them. Even Wang Teng had the ability to fight with martial warriors on the last 3 levels of the planetary stage, much less Roundball. However, celestial stage martial warriors were harder to deal with. Wang Teng's spiritual power had reached the peak of the planetary realm, so he could have a chance if his opponent was at the first 3 levels of the celestial stage. However, that martial warrior was at the 5th level. He wasn't confident. Roundball didn't have a body, so it couldn't release its full cosmos stage ability. If not, a celestial stage martial warrior would be a piece of cake for it. There are weapons on this spacecraft that can kill a celestial stage martial warrior. Roundball hesitated. Really? Wang Teng was elated. It's too early to be happy. If the other party has celestial-level weapons, we won't have any advantage. Roundball shook its head. Shall we evade them? No, these people came for me. If I don't appear, the Earth will be in danger. Wang Teng rejected Roundball's suggestion immediately. Let's force our way through then. Roundball gritted its teeth and said, Wait. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He thought of something. I have an idea. What is it? Tell me quickly. Roundball got excited too. Wang Teng chuckled. The muscles on his face started squirming, and his appearance changed in an instant. He looked like Argus from the Blue Wolf Galaxy. Huh? Roundball was surprised. It floated around Wang Teng and clicked its tongue. You look exactly the same. If I use this identity to get close to our opponent, will I be able to sneak an attack on him? Wang Teng smiled. It's a little dangerous, but you have a 70% chance. Roundball started sniggering too. It's decided then. Wang Teng made the decision. You should be able to sneak an attack on a celestial stage martial warrior based on your planetary realm spiritual power. Roundball suggested. Wang Teng nodded. This was exactly what he thought. He didn't need to use his planetary realm's spiritual power to fight his opponent head-on. It might be better to use it for a sneak attack. The two of them came up with a plan and lowered the speed of the spacecraft. Once the spacecraft went below the speed of light, it came out from the dark universe and returned to the normal universe. This was an unfamiliar planetary sector. A wormhole floated in front of them. A universe fleet was parked beside the wormhole. The other party noticed Wang Teng's spacecraft the moment it appeared. A voice came out from the spacecraft. Please stop and accept our investigation. I'm Argus from the Blue Wolf Galaxy. I'm returning after my trial. Why did you stop me? Wang Teng's voice had turned into Argus's voice. It echoed out from the spacecraft. Argus? The silver-haired Klook frowned. He ordered the intelligence on the spacecraft to pull out a piece of data. Argus's appearance and background were listed on it. Klook took a look and signed in disappointment. It's him. I thought it was someone else. I was happy for nothing. Klook had been waiting for Wang Teng to appear ever since he received the order. He viewed him as his ticket to a promotion. Argus, I have been given an order by the higher authorities to inspect everyone who passes by this area. I hope that you can cooperate with me. Klook turned polite. Argus came from a powerful background and possessed great potential. He didn't want to offend him. Since it's an order from the higher authorities, I'll accept the inspection, Wang Teng said calmly in Argus's voice. Please leave the spacecraft temporarily. Cluck said. Wang Teng exchanged glances with Round Ball. Then he opened the cabin door and flew out. Argus, it's you. Cluck didn't suspect anything. He flew out from his battlecraft with more than 10 planetary stage martial warriors behind him. Cluck came in front of Wang Teng and patted his shoulder in admiration. I've long heard that you're the top talent in the Blue Wolf Galaxy. Indeed, you're exceptional. Really? Looks like I'm quite famous. Even a nobody like you has heard of my name. Wang Teng smiled and said arrogantly. Cluck was stunned. His expression turned ugly. Nobody? This fellow called him a nobody. This was too much. Who did he think he was? Did he really think that he was someone important? Cluck's face was as gloomy as the dark clouds. He glared at Wang Teng. I'm sorry. I'm bad at talking. I always say the wrong thing, Wang Teng explained hurriedly. Cluck was stunned. He wondered if Argus was just an inexperienced young man who only knew how to cultivate and didn't know anything about interacting with people. Although it's the truth, I shouldn't have said it directly. I must have hurt your feelings, Wang Teng added. Cluck. He changed his mind and wondered if he should flip the table. Would he be harming his interest if he flared up? His mind was a mess. He got angered by Wang Teng's words. At this moment, a sharp gaze shot out of Wang Teng's eyes and pierced right into Cluck's eyes. Keeluk didn't expect this. They were extremely close, so he didn't have the time to dodge. The sharp gaze stabbed right into his eyes. Ah, he howled in pain. Chapter 880. I have to rely on brute force spiritual. Spike Wang Teng attacked Cluck with a spiritual spike when he wasn't paying attention. With their close distance, the spiritual spike penetrated his eyes and reached his mind. His soul was seriously injured. Cluck clutched his head and screamed in agony. He shot back quickly. Thinking of running away? Wang Teng's gaze turned cold. He released his fist and aimed it at his opponent's forehead. Boom! A terrifying force surged forward. Cluck was still a celestial stage martial warrior. He bore the pain in his soul and released all his force. It quickly formed an earth-brown protective shield in front of him. Bang! Wang Teng's fist aura landed on the shield. The great strength caused the protective shield to sink in and cracks started to appear on it. Bang! The next instant, the protective shield shattered. Cluck got hit by the residual force and flew back. However, he also made use of this chance to escape from Wang Teng's attacking range. Wang Teng's sneak attack and Cluck's reaction all happened within a few breaths. The other planetary stage martial warriors finally reacted. Their expressions changed and they crowded around Cluck. Commander, are you all right? A planetary stage martial warrior asked worriedly. Cluck's expression was frightening. His eyes were bloodshot, and there was blood seeping out of them. His soul had suffered a grievous injury while his mind was hurting like mad. His face was white and hideous. He gritted his teeth violently to resist the agonizing pain. He managed to evade it, but he's still injured. Round Ball's voice sounded in Wang Teng's mind. I wanted to kill him in one move, but I failed. Wang Teng's expression turned stern. You're thinking too much. He's at the 5th level of the celestial stage. Killing him isn't an easy feat. Looks like I have to rely on the brute force now, Wang Teng said helplessly. Are you planning to fight him head-on? Round Ball asked in astonishment. Do you have a better idea? Wang Teng asked it back. You can do it. I'll cheer you on. Wang Teng, at this moment, Cluck regained his composure and stared at Wang Teng coldly. His voice was icy as he said, Divine Spirit Master, you are not Argus? You're wrong. I'm Argus, Wang Teng replied. I don't care if you're Argus. You won't be able to escape today. Cluck gave his order. Kill anyone that attacks the commander of a fleet. Yes, the planetary stage martial warriors behind him replied in unison. Boom! boom, 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 thick and dense force erupted from their bodies. Aura of different colors enveloped them like a round ball of light as they dashed towards Wang Teng. Wang Teng's expression didn't change. His gaze turned vicious as he charged toward the planetary stage martial warriors. Before they could attack, he launched his ferocious assault. The 5 basic forces surged out of his body. The power was on par with a 7th-level planetary stage martial warrior. He held a sword in one hand and charged forward as if there were no one blocking him. A sharp sword glow slashed through the air. 2 planetary stage martial warriors died under his sword. 2 people were dead in one move. The expressions of the other planetary stage martial warriors changed. A planetary stage martial warrior emerged behind him with an axe. He released a gigantic axe glow at Wang Teng's back. The force was astonishing. He wanted to chop Wang Teng into 2. Wang Teng twisted his body and punched his fist out. A terrifying fist glow collided with the axe glow. With a loud explosion, the axe glow shattered under the martial warrior's astounded gaze. Swoosh, Wang Teng stabbed his sword out, penetrating his opponent's throat in a split second. Fresh blood spurted out. Another planetary stage martial warrior died very soon. More planetary stage martial warriors arrived before Wang Teng. He released his 5 basic forces to the maximum. 5 element sword consciouses erupted one after another. Earth sword conscious, water sword conscious, fire sword conscious. 5 different elements, 5 sword consciouses. What kind of monster is he? Klook furrowed his brows as he watched them from a distance. He couldn't believe his eyes. This fellow possessed all 5 basic elements and had enlightened all the 5 sword consciouses. This wasn't something a normal talent could achieve. Splurt, splurt, splurt. Cries of pain were heard one after another. Within a few seconds, most of the planetary stage martial warriors were killed by Wang Teng. Only less than half were left. Damn it! Klook's expression changed entirely. He stopped being a bystander and stomped his feet, disappearing on the spot. He traveled through space with a scorching glow and shot towards Wang Teng like a meteorite. Wang Teng immediately felt a powerful force crashing toward him. He turned serious and evaded the attacks from the planetary stage martial warriors around him. At the same time, a dazzling blue sword glow erupted from his sword. Giant waves appeared out of nowhere and piled up 100 meters high in an instant. Numerous sword glows intertwined among the giant waves. Nerve-wracking sharp glints were reflected in the water. Water element sword of Ultima 1000 crashing ripples. Boom. 100 meters tall waves crashed toward the scorching light ball charging towards it. The battle between fire and water burst out in the universe. The red and blue force collided, giving off a glaring glow of light. The other planetary stage martial warriors were appalled. They hurriedly retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the explosion. This fellow is not bad. He's at the 2nd level of the planetary stage, yet he can fight with a celestial stage martial warrior. Round Ball complimented silently. Boom. Sometime later, the glaring light disappeared suddenly. A figure was thrown out. It was Wang Teng. Young brat, you're only at the planetary stage. No matter how strong you are, I can still kill you. Klook's face was ice cold. He held a crimson battle sword and chased after Wang Teng like a beam of light. Oh shit, danger! Round Ball was agitated. It didn't want its new master to die even before they left the Milky Way. That would be a huge joke. It immediately activated the rune weapon on the spacecraft and aimed it at Klook. The hairs on Klook's skin stood up. He sensed the threat of death. He had no choice but to give up his chase and retreat. For a formidable martial warrior, the difference between life and death would be a single thought. Swoosh, a beam of white light shot out from the QYE-63 spacecraft. It soared through the universe and landed at the spot where Klook was at. Boom. A small planet was hit and exploded. This was how frightening a weapon that could kill a celestial stage martial warrior was. At this moment, Wang Teng had landed on a meteorite floating in space. He had an idea. He punched the meteor, and it shattered below him. This wasn't enough. He dashed towards the other meteorites and punched all of them. They broke into multiple small pieces within a few breaths. The meteorites in this area had turned into rocks. They floated around Wang Teng. What's he doing? Everyone was puzzled when they saw this scene. Chapter 881. You predicted everything but your ending, heart of magnetic essence. Wang Teng roared in his heart and activated the heart of magnetic essence. The true potential of the heart of magnetic essence was released in its entirety in the universe. The broken meteorites started circling around Wang Teng at high speed. Then they hurled toward him. Boom, 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 amid the violent explosions. The broken rocks gathered into a huge ball with Wang Teng in the center. It looked like a small planet floating in mid-air. Boom. Under everyone's astounded gaze, the ball of rock started changing shape. A pair of stone legs stretched out below, and an angular stone head popped out. Boom. Amid another explosion, a pair of stone arms were created. Just like that, an enormous rock giant appeared in front of everyone. This rock giant was many times larger than the one Wang Teng had created when he was on the earth. It stood erected in the boundless space and gave off a terrifying aura. What's that? A planetary stage martial warrior swallowed his saliva and stared at the rock giant in fear. Cluck's expression turned ugly. He still had lingering fears after evading the lethal attack. Thus, when he saw the rock giant, he squinted. Any methods are futile in front of absolute power, he snorted. Brilliant light shot out from his body, and he started burning like the sun. Unexpectedly, he attacked first. He slashed a 1,000-feet-long sword glow toward the rock giant. Good, I want to know how powerful a celestial stage martial warrior is. Wang Teng's loud and excited voice came from within the rock giant. He controlled the rock giant and started moving it. Although the rock giant was huge, it wasn't slow. The rock arms shot out as fast as lightning and punched at the sword glow. A frightening fist glow erupted from the rock fist. Earth, fist, conscious merged to form a shield. Boom! The sword glow destroyed the fist shield and slammed onto the rock arm. The pair of giant rock arms were chopped into two. Do you think you can fight with me just by creating a giant? What a joke. Look smirked. He turned into a dazzling ball of fire and crashed towards the rock giant. He wanted to destroy it. Boom! However, at this moment, 6 enormous arms penetrated out of the rock giant's back and blocked the flaming ball Cluck had turned into. The flaming ball froze for a second. Cluck, who was covered in flames, was stunned. Why are there so many hands? Before he could think further, boom, 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 giant fists punched toward him. Strength of Ultima exploded and an overwhelming strength gushed out, aiming straight for Cluck. The pressure was startling. The celestial stage martial warrior was forced to retreat. The flames around him trembled as if they couldn't withstand the immense force. Boom! Suddenly the flames extinguished and Cluck fell out. He stumbled. Ultima. His face turned black. Before this there was the sword of Ultima. Now this was another Ultima. This fellow had 2 Ultima skills, and he was an extremely rare divine spirit master. He's not a talent. He's a monster. Cluck's killing intent rose tremendously. Since he had already offended this genius, there was no way he could allow him to live. Is he Master's target? Cluck's mind worked furiously. He remembered the words the elder in gray had told him. Kill. With a yell, a scary sword glow erupted from the battle sword in Cluck's hand. Towering flames filled up this patch of space. A giant flaming python was formed amid the flames. It slithered above his head, staring at Wang Teng with a cold and sharp gaze. Ultima. This was a sword of Ultima. Die. A sword glow burst out, while the flaming python shot out too. It charged toward the rock giant along with the sword glow. Boom. The sword glow came down on Wang Teng along with the hiss of the flaming python, engulfing the rock giant. It started burning. Numerous flaming sword glows intertwined around the flames, creating a terrifying death zone. You don't know what you're dealing with, Cluck sneered. He swung his sword and stared at the sea of fire in contempt. He seemed to think that he had already won the battle. Ever since he enlightened his Ultima, he had never suffered a defeat. Even martial warriors a level or two higher than him were killed by him. How could a planetary stage brat survive? However, when the fire died down, Klook's expression changed. He saw a figure submerged in green flames stepping out and appearing in his vision. How was that possible? Klook's expression turned hideous. He stared at the flames dancing around Wang Teng in disbelief. What fire is this? How can it block my Ultima? I have one question. Who asked you to capture me? Wang Teng had resumed his own appearance. The flames extinguished, revealing his real face. There were no expressions on it. Indeed, you're not Argus. Klook's gaze turned sharp. I suggest you surrender obediently. The order is sent by the higher authorities of the Olent Federation. You're just a planetary stage martial warrior. Even if you can escape from me, you won't be able to run away from their order of arrest. Before Wang Teng could reply to him, he continued speaking. You must be from a new planet that just got discovered, right? If I'm not wrong, your mother planet is the planet Argus and the other candidates went to. For some reason, you managed to escape. Stop struggling. It's useless. Even if you escape, the Federation will not let your planet go. Your family and friends will become slaves and be sold to various parts of the universe. They will suffer the lowest status. The disdain on his face grew stronger as he spoke. He seemed to have grasped Wang Teng's background and was commenting on his and the other Earthlings' fate casually. Repeat what you've just said. Wang Teng's expression turned cold. He stared at Klook without any expression on his face. Why? Are you angry? Are you enraged? Klook scoffed. You're indeed a talent, but you're a nobody in front of the Olent Federation. No matter how much you struggle, death is your only ending. Did anyone tell you that you talk too much nonsense? Wang Teng asked indifferently. Swoosh! The instant he finished speaking, a golden beam of light cut through the space and appeared behind Klook. When Klook was appalled, his head turned numb and a chill shot all the way up his spine right to the crown of his head. He threw himself to the left without thinking. Swoosh, naturally, he wasn't able to dodge it in the haste. The lower part of his body got chopped by the beam of golden light. Fresh blood spurted out, and he lost half of his body. It was a gory sight. Ah, celestial stage martial warriors wouldn't die so easily. Klook was still alive. He screamed in excruciating pain and started scurrying away frantically. He didn't think that the tides would turn within a split second. A second ago, he was still commenting on the fate of Wang Teng and his family and friends with a high and mighty attitude. Now he was running away like a dog. He was filled with regret. He shouldn't have spent so much time talking to him. At first he planned to spark Wang Teng's rage with his words so that he would lose his fighting spirit and surrender willingly. This was the only way he could render meritorious service and get noticed by the higher authorities. After all, a living prisoner had more value than a dead one. Yet Wang Teng remained unaffected by his words. He hid his lethal move in the space and gave him the death blow when he let down his guard. Klook underestimated Wang Teng. He remained vigilant against Wang Teng's Divine Spirit Master's attacks, but he didn't expect this fellow to possess space talent, too. This was why he managed to injure him with a sneak attack. Also, Wang Teng had the Golden Crescent Blade, a powerful spiritual weapon. Killing a celestial stage martial warrior wasn't impossible for him. Now, the only thing on Klook's mind was staying alive. Getting a promotion or rendering meritorious service wasn't important anymore. He escaped with all his might to fight for a chance of survival. You can't run away. Wang Teng's voice sounded close behind him. His soul almost jumped out of his body in fright. Damn it. Why did it turn out this way? Klook bellowed in anger. He was in extreme fear. You predicted everything but your ending. I feel bad for you. A calm voice echoed behind him. Then Klook felt excruciating pain and lost consciousness. His body was cut into pieces by a beam of golden light. Chapter 8A2. Climb out of his coffin in anger. 1. Good job. Roundball saw this scene and clapped excitedly. Its two short hands were waving wildly in the air. It didn't expect Wang Teng to be able to kill a 5th-level celestial stage martial warrior. After all, Wang Teng was only at the second-level planetary stage. Even if one's spiritual power had reached the peak of the planetary realm, killing a fifth-level celestial stage was not so easy. This kid is a monster. Round Ball's eyes lit up as it muttered the stronger Wang Teng was, the further he could go in the future. It was overjoyed as it would naturally grow alongside him. After killing Klook, the golden light transformed back into the golden crescent blade and circled around Wang Teng. There was not a single drop of blood on it. No one could tell that it was a weapon that had taken down a celestial stage martial warrior. The other Olent Federation planetary stage martial warriors turned pale from shock and fled to the fleet without any hesitation after seeing how Klook got killed. They knew that they had absolutely no chance to escape from him in space. Their only chance of survival was the fleet. There were weapons that could compete with celestial stage martial warriors. Even if they couldn't kill Wang Teng, they could use them to save themselves. A hint of coldness flashed across Wang Teng's face. He placed his arms behind his back, and the golden crescent blade turned into a beam of light as it rushed towards the planetary stage martial warriors. "Ah! Ah!" screams followed. The golden crescent blade circled around and slaughtered the rest of the planetary stage martial warriors. Not a single one was left. Spiritual power at the peak of the planetary realm was strong. Killing a bunch of planetary stage martial warriors was a piece of cake for him. If it wasn't for Klook, he would have dealt with the planetary stage martial warriors already. All the Olent Federation martial warriors had died. Wang Teng let out a long sigh and his face went slightly pale. He had expended a lot of energy when dealing with Klook. He was just trying to put on a front lest the others felt there was a chance of survival. After all, the difference between them was a total of 12 stages. To fight with him for so long with just his cultivation without getting killed was already a remarkable thing. The spiritual power of planetary stage martial warriors would have reached the imperial realm at the very least and would be able to survive outside their bodies. Even if they had died, the spiritual body would exist temporarily. Not to mention a celestial stage martial warrior. Out of prudence, Wang Teng used his spiritual power to scan his surroundings for any other spiritual bodies. Sure enough, he sensed 3 spiritual bodies. They were hidden at a meteorite nearby. He wouldn't have realized it if he hadn't scanned his surroundings. Among the 3 spiritual bodies, one was strong and had reached the planetary realm. It was Klook's. The other 2 were weaker but had reached the imperial realm. Wang Teng smiled coldly. With a snap of his finger, 3 green flames shot out and landed on the 3 meteorites that hid the spiritual bodies. Boom. The flames burned brightly, and the 3 spiritual bodies let out screams. 2 of the spiritual bodies immediately vanished in the flames. Only the planetary realm spiritual body flew out of the meteorite. It was being burned by the flames as it struggled. The Olent Federation will never forgive you. As it cursed with malice, the planetary realm's spiritual body was finally burnt by the flames. Wang Teng retracted his flames and remained composed. It didn't look like he had just killed 3 people. Attribute bubbles were floating in the space. Pick them up. Wang Teng swept his spiritual power over and picked up all the attribute bubbles. Imperial Realm Spirit 330. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 360. Constellation Force Earth 3600, Star Earth Scripture 65D. Imperial Realm Spirit 45D. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 400. Constellation Force Metal 5000. Star Metal Scripture 1000. Imperial Realm Spirit 420. Imperial Realm Enlightenment 380. Constellation Force Wood 5200. Star Wood Scripture 1000 Planetary. Realm Spirits 260. Planetary Realm Enlightenment 240. Constellation Force Fire 8500 Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage 800 Flaming Python Sword, Ultima 600. More than a dozen planetary stage martial warriors and a celestial stage martial warrior dropped huge attribute bubbles. Wang Teng had gained a lot of them this time. First was the spirit attribute. The planetary stage martial warriors had provided him with 4,200 points of Imperial Realm Spirit. which was equivalent to 420 points of planetary realm spirit. The celestial stage martial warrior Kluk gifted 260 points of planetary realm spirit. That added up to 680 planetary realm spirit attribute points. These spirit attributes immediately turned into pure spiritual energy and flowed into Wang Teng's mind, pouring into the constellation that was condensed by spirit. Boom! A large amount of spiritual energy was condensed in the constellation. At this moment, there was a trigger, and extremely terrifying spiritual fluctuations broke out. The 680 points of spirit attributes were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The planetary realm spirit reached its limit, and the only way was to move forward. In that spirit constellation, boundless spiritual energy collapsed inward, undergoing an incredible transformation. With the collapse of the spiritual energy, it seemed that it had compressed to a horrifying level. The process lasted for a while. In the end, the spiritual energy gradually condensed into a pitch-black force nucleus. When Wang Teng sensed the black force nucleus, he was dazed. Chapter 883, Climb Out of His Coffin in Anger 2. How did it become so small and ugly before he could finish commenting? Boom. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light shot out from the pitch-black force nucleus. In an instant, the pitch-black force nucleus turned fiery red. Light blossomed. It was dazzling and scorching. Wang Teng was almost blinded by the light. The spirit looked like a real star now. A powerful spiritual fluctuation came out from the star. A faint spiritual mist seeped out of the nucleus and floated around it. This was the greatest power of divine spirit, master, spiritual power. This was the celestial realm spiritual power. At this moment, Wang Teng's spirit had officially advanced to the celestial realm. It had reached an unprecedented height. This celestial realm spirit was enough for him to trample all the other celestial stage martial warriors. If he was to fight with Kluk again, he wouldn't need to use any sly moves. Killing him would be a piece of cake. This was how powerful the celestial realm spirit was. Wang Teng gave a long sigh. He was overjoyed. He didn't think that he would achieve a breakthrough in his spirit. The spirit realms were like the martial arts stages. There were 9 levels. However, the 10,000 points represented the entire 9 levels. Thus, when Wang Teng collected 10,000 points of spirit attributes, he rose to the celestial realm naturally. It might seem very little, but spirit was harder to raise than martial arts. However, Wang Teng was extremely lucky. He had the spiritual labyrinth left by the Cosmos stage martial warrior Nangong Yue, which provided a large amount of spirit for him. All of these spirit attributes were at the planetary realm. He also accidentally killed 2 celestial stage martial warriors from the Saint Star Pagoda and gained more spirit attributes. Lastly, there were the dark apparitions. Their levels might be low, but they won in numbers. Wang Teng had destroyed an entire dark apparitions troupe. Who knew how many dark apparitions there were inside? They donated a whole bunch of spirit attributes to him after these few rounds of gains. His spirit was pushed to the peak of the planetary realm. Today he performed a miracle. He managed to kill Kluk alone. Think about it. Was it easy to chance upon these few situations? Normally, of course not. Usually he would never be able to collect so many planetary realm spirit attributes at once. He would need to pick them up little by little from his fellow planetary stage martial warriors. In conclusion, he was lucky. His handsome face allowed him to collect many luck points in his life. This advancement was an expected surprise. Spirit 1 to enter 1,000, celestial realm. When Wang Teng saw the progress bar of the celestial realm spirit, he became dispirited. He needed 20,000 points of celestial realm spirit. He sort of expected this, but he still felt depressed. How long would he need to reach that number? This was celestial realm spirit. It wouldn't be easy to pick it up. Not many celestial stage martial warriors possessed the celestial realm spirit. Only Cosmos stage martial warriors would definitely have celestial realm spirit. That meant that Wang Teng needed to get this attribute from Cosmos stage martial warriors. Honestly, he still wanted to live longer. If he went to look for Cosmos stage martial warriors for duels, he wouldn't be able to survive even if he had 9 lives. If he had 99 lives, well, he could give it a try. Wang Teng shook his head and continued looking at another attribute. Next was enlightenment. The numerous planetary stage martial warriors had provided 3,800 points of Emperor Realm enlightenment for Wang Teng. This was 380 points of the planetary realm enlightenment. Adding Kluk's 240 points of planetary realm enlightenment to it, he had 620 points of planetary realm enlightenment. Enlightenment 9395 10,000 planetary realm. His enlightenment attribute didn't move up a realm. However, Wang Teng felt the changes to his enlightenment. He had a strange feeling that he had become smarter. Others would never experience this feeling. It felt amazing. Next were the various constellation forces. Most of the martial warriors possessed the 5 basic elements. None of them had the mutated elements. Wang Teng was a little disappointed. He started counting the other force attributes. The Fire Force had the largest number with 15,600 points of the constellation Fire Force merged into Wang Teng's body and advanced a level. Constellation Fire Force, 1,000 wonders 130,000. Planetary stage, 3rd level. This was followed by the Constellation Metal Force. 3 of the martial warriors possessed the metal element, so there was slightly more metal force. There were 11,100 points of it. Wang Teng's Constellation Metal Force climbed a level 2. Constellation Metal Force 2,800, 20,000. Planetary stage, 2nd level. The Constellation Wood Force was next with 8,600 points. Wang Teng's Constellation Wood Force jumped from the 1st level to the 2nd. Constellation Wood Force, 300 out of 20,000, planetary stage, 2nd level. Constellation Wood Force had always been Wang Teng's weakest force. He didn't think that it would enjoy a small rise last. There were 6,800 points of Constellation Earth Force and 6,600 points of Constellation Water Force. His Constellation Earth Force was at the 2nd level of the planetary stage. Now it arrived at the 3rd level. Only his Constellation Water Force remained at the 1st level. He just needed a bit more to advance Constellation Earth Force, 430,000, planetary stage 3rd level. Constellation Water Force 915, 1,500, 3,000, planetary stage 1st level. Wang Teng shook his head. It was a pity that his Constellation Water Force didn't advance to the next level. He only needed a little more, but he didn't use his blank attributes. He decided to wait for the next time he picked up Constellation Water Force. Wang Teng also realized, to his surprise, that he had gained a few scriptures. Star Earth Scripture 2,300, Star Wood Scripture 2,100, Star Water Scripture 3,000, Star Metal Scripture 2,600. He already had these scriptures. He knew that these basic elements, star scriptures, were common, but he didn't think that they would be so common. He had just left Earth, killed a few random planetary stage martial warriors, and found these scriptures. How more common could it get? As expected of ordinary goods, Wang Teng muttered to himself. He glanced at the scriptures row on his attributes panel. He had already raised these scriptures to the perfected stage, so their realm didn't change even though more points were added to them. However, many memories appeared in his mind. His understanding of these 4 scriptures reached a new height, exceeding the limit of the scriptures themselves. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He was enlightened. The restriction and reinforcement relationship between the 5 elements seemed to be related to how these 5 elements worked and interacted with one another. As the attribute bubbles merged in this body, the invigorating feeling disappeared. I didn't know that additional attributes can be used this way. Is this like drawing an analogy? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He glanced at the last attribute bubble. It was the Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage. This was a similar celestial equals stage Starfire Scripture. At first, Wang Teng thought that all 5 scriptures would be planetary stage scriptures. This celestial stage Starfire Scripture was quite unexpected. What would be after that? Heaven stage? Wang Teng's expression turned strange. If that existed, This scripture wasn't a simple set of scriptures, it must be an impressive scripture to be able to continue expanding to higher stages. A normal scripture would have just stopped at one stage. The 800 points of celestial stage star fire scripture entered Wang Teng's body. The star fire scripture on his attributes panel changed. Star fire scripture celestial stage 550-100, well versed. Even though this was a celestial stage scripture, it contained the planetary stage cultivation methods that were still maintained at the perfected stage. Thus, Wang Teng's cultivation wasn't affected. The last attribute bubble was an ultima. It was the flaming python sword. This was the powerful fire sword skill Kluk had executed when they were fighting. He even enlightened the ultima, so its power was astonishing. To Wang Teng, this was his third ultima, and it was even a fire element ultima that was known for its offensive ability. He was elated. It was extremely hard to enlighten an ultima. Only a real talent could do it. Kluk was a talent too. However, if he knew that the ultima he took so much effort to get got picked up by Wang Teng so easily, he might climb out of his coffin in anger. Chapter 884. What kind of concept is this? Flaming Python Sword Ultima, 500 Deller 52nd level. Looking at the newly added ultima, Wang Teng nodded with satisfaction. The 600 attribute points were enough to raise the Flaming Python Sword Ultima to the 2nd level. At this time, the attribute bubbles had all been collected. Only a short time had passed. Round Ball did not appear, but its shocked voice was ringing in Wang Teng's mind. I didn't expect you to actually kill a celestial stage martial warrior. It's normal. There's no need to praise me, Wang Teng replied calmly. Round Ball was at a loss for words. Can you not be so thick-skinned? I'm not. My skin is very thin, Wang Teng snickered. Scram, Round Ball rolled its eyes. It would lose its temper because of Wang Teng's shamelessness. It was done. We should go. Wang Teng stopped smiling. Round Ball was taken aback, not expecting Wang Teng to switch so fast. He was still smiling just now, but he suddenly got serious that it was caught off guard. Do you still want the Olent Federation's battlecraft? Wang Teng asked. Let's go up and have a look. A planetary-level battlecraft is not worth much. Besides, an Olent Federation's battlecraft wouldn't be easy to sell. We can only see if we can dismantle any parts, Round Ball replied. Both of them then came to the battlecraft with bad intentions. Look, Round Ball smirked. As an intelligent life form, it easily hacked into the main control room of the battlecraft. Can it be done? Wang Teng asked. Don't worry, this battlecraft's intelligence system is just a brat. Its level is much lower than mine. Dealing with it will be a piece of cake, Round Ball said proudly. Sure enough, in just a moment, the battlecraft's hatch opened. Wang Teng stepped inside and came to the main control room with Round Ball's guidance. The main control room was not large and was much inferior to Wang Teng's QYE-63 spacecraft. He took a quick glance and lost interest immediately. Wait for a while. I'll order the robots to dismantle the useful parts. Then we'll see if there's anything good on this battlecraft, Round Ball spoke while moving. Suddenly, engineering robots walked out from the bottom of the battlecraft and dispersed to different sections. They then began to operate under Round Ball's control. These engineering robots were originally on the battlecraft. Their levels were not high and had average intelligence. Hence, they did not cost too much. However, they were diligent in performing their tasks assigned by the intelligence system. They were the best cheap labor available. Hey, I found something good, Round Ball suddenly said with surprise. What did you find? Wang Teng was stunned and asked. Celestites, Round Ball exclaimed. Celestites! Wang Teng felt that the name was somewhat familiar. It's a rare type of ore with wind attributes. A ton of this can be sold in the Great Qian Empire for 10 GQC, Round Ball explained. 1 ton for only 10 GQC. Wang Teng looked at Round Ball speechlessly. He felt that it was making a mountain out of a molehill. Only. Round Ball glared at Wang Teng. Do you even know what 10 GQC means? The Great Qian Empire is a high-tier civilization. One Great Qian Empire coin is equivalent to 1,000 units of a medium-tier civilization's currency, and 1 unit of a medium-tier civilization's currency is worth 1,000 units of a low-tier civilization's currency. Wang Teng's eyes widened as he interrupted, which means 1 GQC is equivalent to 1,000,000 Olent Federation's currency. Now you know. Round Ball wrapped its arms and chuckled. Fick, Wang Teng cursed. Although he knew that the gap between the 3 different tiers of civilization was huge, he didn't expect it to be this huge. 1 unit of a high-tier civilization's currency was equivalent to 1,000,000 units of a low-tier civilization's currency. What kind of concept was this? At that moment, Wang Teng suddenly remembered that he had obtained a lot of Celestites from the Dark Apparition's military camp when he went on his first military mission. However, the bad thing was that he had sold most of them and only left a little for himself. After all, those ores weren't useful for him, and it was better for them to be exchanged for money back then. And he sold those Celestites for a few billion of Earth's coins. It wasn't even enough for Olent Federation's currency. He was fuming now that he thought about it. What's wrong? Round Ball couldn't help but take a few steps back. It asked carefully when it saw the scary look on his face. I have lost countless billions. Wang Teng turned and walked away. No, I have to return to Earth. Round Ball was a little stunned and held him back frantically. What are you doing? You finally came out and now you want to go back. You must be crazy. You don't understand. Wang Teng wanted to vomit blood in depression. What is going on exactly? Tell me and I'll see what we can do. Round Ball was helpless sometimes. It thought that Wang Teng was very mature, unlike a young man in his 20s. Other times he was childish and was like a big kid who made others speechless, and Wang Teng said it. Round Ball was also speechless after listening to it and kept lamenting, "What a waste! What a waste! Yeah, you would think so too." If I went back to get those Celestites, I would have to spend hundreds of millions of coins. I wouldn't make a loss. Wang Teng did his calculations. He knew that if he was going to the Great Qian Empire, he would definitely need money. Now he was just a poor man. Wang Teng was like a country bumpkin carrying $1,000 in his pocket. Although he had earned quite a sum in the valleys, it wasn't even enough for a good meal in the big city. Someone like him, who was used to being wealthy on Earth, would not be able to stand being a poor man. Although Round Ball felt pity for him, it still stopped him and said quickly, "We have no time to waste. Now, people from the Olent Federation will come soon. However, it seems that Earth does have many treasures now. The most important thing is to gain control of Earth so that you can develop it in the future. Don't be penny-wise and pound-foolish." Wang Teng wasn't stupid. He understood immediately and nodded. "You're right. I almost got my priorities wrong. Let's obtain autonomous control of Earth first." "That's right." Round Ball heaved a sigh of relief. "I have another piece of good news for you." "What good news?" "I found the source of Celestites from the Battlecraft's database," Round Ball said mysteriously. Chapter 885. I'll kill whoever that comes. What? Wang Teng was shocked. Where? On a planet with no signs of life. The coordinates are in the database. Round Ball chuckled. Based on its calculation, there are at least 30,000 tons of Celestites on it. 30,000 tons of Celestites is 300,000 GQC. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. As a rich third generation, he hadn't been this excited over money for a while. It wasn't easy. He was doing it for survival. All thanks to the commander of this fleet, this huge Celestite mine is worth 300 billion OFC. He probably wanted to take private possession of it, so he didn't report it, and it landed in our hands. Round Ball gloated. That's 300 billion OFC. I won't report it either. Wang Teng shook his head and lamented. He took a deep breath. This is how humans are. Round Ball seemed emotional. Shall we take a look at the mine first? Wang Teng asked. There's no hurry. The planet hasn't been discovered, so we should still head to the Great Qian Empire first. Then we'll think of a way to mine it. It's impossible to quickly mine 30,000 tons of ore. We'll need lots of mining equipment. Round Ball shook its head and answered. All right, Let's leave first, Wang Teng said helplessly. Yes, the battlecraft has been dismantled. I have taken all the valuable parts. Roundball gave a delighted smile. Let's go. Wang Teng nodded and prepared to leave the battlecraft. Wait, Roundball suddenly shouted. What is it now? Wang Teng stopped in his tracks. There's a call notification. It's a mandatory call that must be picked up. If I didn't block it, it will be connected instantly. Roundball's expression changed as it said. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. Answer it! Answer it! Roundball was dumbfounded. Are you sure? Yes, connect it. Wang Teng nodded calmly. All right, I'll listen to you. Roundball didn't know what Wang Teng wanted to do, but it believed that he wouldn't make a meaningless decision. Beep. An image appeared on the main screen. There was an elder wearing a gray gown on it. This was the person who gave Klook the order. The instant he appeared, he noticed something amiss. He stared at Wang Teng with an indifferent and icy gaze. Who are you? He asked in the common universal language. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Teng from Earth. Wang Teng remained composed and replied to him with a smile. Earth. The elder understood what he meant. You're the person who escaped from the trial planet? The trial planet? Is this what you call my mother planet? Wang Teng's gaze turned frosty as he scoffed. The elder in gray didn't notice the flash of coldness in Wang Teng's eyes. He asked arrogantly, as if he was Wang Teng's superior, Where's Klook? Dead? You killed him? The elder's expression turned grim. A terrifying aura exuded from his body. Even though he was just an image on the screen, the aura still hit Wang Teng head-on. Humph. Wang Teng snorted. The spirit constellation in his consciousness started to heat up. A fierce spiritual fluctuation floated out of his body and collided with the aura of the elder in gray. Boom! The two forces crashed in midair and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng stood in his original position stably. However, he had turned more serious. Cosmos stage martial warrior based on the elder's aura, he was definitely not a celestial stage martial warrior. He was at the Cosmos stage. Wang Teng barely managed to withstand the confrontation because his spirit had just advanced to the celestial realm and the elder wasn't here in person. Even so, he didn't back down. He remained expressionless and composed. Even if his opponent was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, he wouldn't be able to climb through the screen and grab him. There was nothing to be afraid of. No wonder Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglang died there. I didn't think that an anomaly like you would appear on the trial planet. The elder's expression turned grim as he continued glaring at Wang Teng. Wang Teng didn't deny it. You won't be able to leave the Olent Federation? The elder saw Wang Teng's expression and knew that Ma Dayuan and Ning Honglang's death must have something to do with him. I welcome you. Wang Teng's face remained calm, but a powerful killing intent shot out from his body. I'll kill whoever that comes. How dare you? The elder's face turned hideous. No one had spoken to him like this ever since he became a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Yet this martial warrior from the trial planet dared to refute him. He must be tired of living. You can continue flaring up. Bye? Wang Teng asked Roundball to end the call. The elders still wanted to speak, but the screen had already blacked out. Stupid old man. Wang Teng cursed. Wang Teng, is it really all right to offend a Cosmos stage martial warrior? Roundball asked with a strange expression. Wang Teng had asked it to connect the call because he wanted to provoke the other party. This was unexpected. I have already offended him. Why would I be worried about that? Wang Teng replied nonchalantly. There will be more martial warriors chasing us now, Roundball said helplessly. That's good. My aim is to get all his attention on us. There seemed to be a meaning hidden in his words. I see. Roundball was enlightened. Let's go. Wang Teng turned around and walked out of the battlecraft without any hesitation. Roundball followed him while mumbling. Honestly, I felt quite good when you scolded that Cosmos stage martial warrior. You're lacking experience to think that you're an intelligent life form, but you haven't experienced this before. Wang Teng shook his head. Roundball's mood went down the hill. It had lived for more than 1,000,000 years only to get educated by this small brat. They left the battlecraft and returned to their QYE-63 spacecraft, setting sail again. The spacecraft shot into the wormhole ahead like a beam of light. Boom. At the same time, the battlecraft from the Oland Federation exploded and turned into a huge fireball. It shattered into countless pieces in space. The metal fragments turned into junk and floated in this empty darkness. Gradually, peace resumed in this area. The wormhole continued to float silently in the dark. The Oland Federation. There were 9 main galaxies in the Oland Federation. Every galaxy was guarded by a cosmos stage martial warrior. At this moment, above the main planet of the Milky Way, the Milky Planet, an ear-piercing and furious roar was heard echoing out of a huge palace. Immense pressure spiraled around the palace like a terrifying giant beast had been enraged. Send 10 fleets and let 9th-level celestial stage martial warriors lead them. Chase and kill this man. A cold voice resounded in the palace. Chapter 886, Time 1. The QYE-63 spacecraft set sail again. It went into the wormhole and headed straight for the Great Qian Empire. The wormhole is an extremely peculiar presence in the universe. It's a narrow tunnel that's able to connect 2 different spaces. It might also be a space tunnel that connects a black hole and a white hole. Hence, it's called a gray tunnel. Regardless, you can travel through space instantly using a wormhole, or rather, travel through time. Roundball happily showed off its knowledge in the command room of the spacecraft. Time travel. There was a strange glow in Wang Teng's eyes. He had never come into contact with this mysterious field. Time was hard to grasp. It was many times more mysterious than space. Roundball smiled when it saw Wang Teng's interest was piqued. It continued. When the universe was born, everything was in chaos. Then, it operated by itself, and time and space came into being. These 9 basic elements formed the physical universe: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and dark. They encompass everything. Chaos. Wang Teng seemed to have caught something. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark. He had everything. He even had the space talent. You should already count your luck since you possess the space talent. This is already very impressive. But if you want to have the time talent, I only have one word for you: difficult, extremely difficult, close to impossible. Roundball turned serious. It shook its head and continued. Only the deities can touch time. Ordinary beings won't be able to feel it at all. In the past, there were talents in the universe that possessed the time talent. What do you think happened to them? What? Wang Teng played along. He had to admit that Roundball had ignited his interest. People born with the time talent must be immensely powerful. But based on Roundball's tone, their ending didn't seem good. They were corroded by time. Those who played with time get devoured by it, Roundball said after a moment of silence. Corroded by time? Wang Teng frowned, contemplating the meaning. Someone used his time talent too early, which resulted in his physical body aging drastically because his lifespan wasn't long enough. In the end, he died an unwilling death. Others drew lessons from their predecessors and focused on building their foundation in the early stage of life. They only started using their time talent after reaching a high stage and gaining a longer lifespan. During their cultivation, they gained many benefits. They were indomitable. However, even martial warriors at the eternal stage are nothing in front of time. Some got devoured by time and disappeared from the physical world. It was as if they had never existed. Roundball explained to Wang Teng slowly. It seemed to be warning him of the dangers. Space is the same. It is mysterious. We can only grasp a section of it. There are too many unknowns out there. Since ancient times, many formidable martial warriors have been devoured by space. The people who possessed the time talent were renowned characters too, but none of them escaped death. Thus, don't rely on your talent too much. Cultivation is still the key. Wang Teng nodded to express his agreement. He felt a little emotional. His journey had been extremely smooth. He relied on picking attributes to raise his ability compared to those talents. He didn't have to care about such worries. It felt amazing just thinking about it. Cough. Wang Teng pulled his thoughts back and asked, "Does anyone have chaos force?" "What did you say?" Round Ball turned its head abruptly in astonishment. It didn't understand his question. Does anyone ever have the chaos force?" Wang Teng repeated. He felt that Round Ball probably heard wrong. "Why are you asking this?" Round Ball asked him back in shock. "Nothing. I'm just curious," Wang Teng replied casually without changing his expression. "Curiosity kills the cat," Round Ball said earnestly. "I have never heard of anyone possessing the chaos force. Even if there is, we might not be able to reach that level. But trust me, chaos force will probably never appear. It's even rarer than the time talent. Don't think too much." "Why not?" Wang Teng was unwilling to give up. "Do you really have to get to the bottom of it?" "All right, let me tell you." Round Ball snorted in anger. It sat down cross-legged in mid-air in front of Wang Teng so that it could look him in the eye. Placing its hand on its chin, it continued, "Let's not talk about being born with this talent. I have never heard of something like that. As for acquiring it during cultivation, that's unrealistic. You should know that the chaos force comprises all the elements I mentioned just now: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, dark, space, and time." Wang Teng nodded. Then he frowned. "What about ice and poison? Aren't they counted?" "Ice and poison are mutated elements. They are not the basic elements." Round Ball shook its head. "Please continue," Wang Teng said. "If you want to form the chaos force, you need to possess all 9 basic elements as well as the space and time talent. The probability of possessing all these forces and talents is 1 out of a billion out of a billion. Let's talk about the dark force besides dark apparitions. Normal living creatures won't be able to control it. Once you delve into the dark, you won't be able to climb out of the abyss. You also need to maintain a balance between all the forces. There mustn't be a single mistake, or you will explode and die. This is the only way you can merge all the elements. This is as difficult as possessing all the force and talents. It might even be harder." It started to frown as it spoke. It didn't think that anyone could do it. "You're thinking too much? I honestly admire you for having such bold and unrealistic thoughts." Round Ball rolled its eyes at Wang Teng. Then it turned and floated away. "All right, I'm not going to waste time on you anymore. I have to forge the battle armor. Have a good cultivation. Try to raise your ability as much as you can before our enemies come." It disappeared immediately after it finished speaking. It had merged into the main body of the spacecraft and could go anywhere it wanted. How convenient! "Impossible?" Wang Teng muttered to himself. Suddenly he saw a few attribute bubbles floating in the space in front of him. He stared at them and released his spiritual power immediately, pulling the attribute bubbles over. Time 1, time 1, time 1. There were only 3 bubbles and 3 points of attributes in total. However, Wang Teng still widened his eyes in surprise. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He was flabbergasted. Time attribute. This was the time attribute that Round Ball said was even more mysterious than space. Chapter 887. Is it difficult to master spiritual kinesis control? Time, Wang Teng managed to enter a territory forbidden to most ordinary people. And it was an out-of-the-blue encounter, coming without even giving him a chance to prepare himself. 3 points of time attribute were quite little, but they meant much to him. They allowed him to possess the time talent as the attributes entered his body. An unpredictable change occurred. A mysterious force seemed to have dawned on him and was transforming him. He felt a hint of enlightenment. It allowed him to gain some understanding of the power of time. Wang Teng lifted his hand and closed his eyes to feel the passing of time. At this moment, he felt that he was immersed in the power of time. He felt a time river shrouded in layers of mist roaring into the future. It was irreversible, and there were dazzling lights shimmering in the river. He could barely see it through the haze. It felt like an illusion, lustrous and dazzling. However, this image only lasted for a split second. It disappeared quickly. Sigh. Wang Teng opened his eyes. There was a mysterious glow. He let out a long sigh, and it was gone. What did Round Ball say just now? Wang Teng asked himself. He smiled brightly. At first, he thought that forming the chaos force would be a strenuous task. After all, normal people wouldn't be able to curb the difficulties, but he managed to receive the time attribute. Round Ball said was impossible. Was this fate heavens were aiding him? There was nothing impossible. Even if it weren't the heavens, his system was helping him. Wang Teng believed that with the help of his system, he would be able to create the chaos force soon as a bug. There was a chance he could complete what others couldn't. Wang Teng shook his head and sat down on the seat in the command room. He released his spiritual power to all corners of the spacecraft so that he wouldn't miss any more time attribute bubbles. He even released a number of void mayflies to scout further areas in search of time attributes. Everything would come to those who wait. The time attribute appeared again. Time 1, time 2. He picked up the 2 attribute bubbles. One of them contained 2 points of time attribute, totaling another 3 points. At the same time, he noticed a pattern. The time attribute bubbles mostly appeared in areas where time and space were distorted. The greater the distortion, the more the number of attribute bubbles. Wang Teng smiled. He started looking out for distortions in the universe, as expected. He found 4 attribute bubbles in the next area of distortion. Time 2, time 3, time 1, time 2. There was a small whirlpool in this area where space and time were distorted. Wang Teng picked up 8 points of time attributes here. He was elated. These 8 points of time attribute allowed him to have a deeper understanding of time. His time talent started to become stronger, too. He could clearly feel himself getting more powerful. It was a peculiar feeling. It felt like the old days when he had just started practicing martial arts and collecting attribute bubbles. Their numbers were negligible when compared with his gains now, but he was able to feel his power increasingly clearly. It was satisfying. Now he managed to experience it again. Soon he regained his senses and felt a little speechless. It had been a while since he was overjoyed to find single-digit attribute points. He didn't know if he should be happy or blame himself for having a weak composure. I should take a look at Round Ball. It has probably started making the armor. Wang Teng got up and went to the smithery studio. His spiritual power continued searching for time attributes outside. This was a must in the smithery studio. Round Ball had already started forging. Hammering sounds were heard continuously, but they were only heard when the door opened. The room was soundproof. Wang Teng was used to this environment. Mind you, he was a master-level blacksmith. He had seen all kinds of smithery studios. To his surprise, when he entered the smithery studio, he realized that he had never seen anything like this. Round Ball floated in mid-air with its arms crossed in front of its chest. It was in a serious mode. 2 large purple iron hammers were hammering a pitch-black piece of metal violently. The 2 large hammers went down one after another like 2 companions with great chemistry. Their cooperation was impressive. Round Ball looked like the evil parent watching over its children's homework. Wang Teng touched his chin uncontrollably when he saw this scene. Using spiritual kinesis to control the tools seems like a good idea. You need to reach the small achievement level for your spiritual kinesis control skill if you want to do this. Round Ball glanced at him and said, "Is it hard to master the skill?" Wang Teng asked after interacting with Round Ball for many days. He knew that it possessed spirit. Thus, he wasn't surprised. As he walked into the smithery studio, he felt a heat wave blowing into his face. This came from the artificial flame burning below the smithing table. This was a high-temperature flame created using flame-type runes. It was very convenient. He also picked up the attribute bubbles scattered around him along the way. These attribute bubbles dropped when Round Ball was forging the battle armor. This was the reason why he came. Spiritual Kinesis, Control 35, Smithery 105, Celestial Realm Spirit 10. Round Ball had been at work for some time. So many attribute bubbles had accumulated in the room. It was fortunate that Wang Teng came early. It would be a waste if these attribute bubbles disappeared. Wang Teng counted his gains. He received 360 points of spiritual kinesis control, 450 points of smithery, and 40 points of celestial realm spirit. Overall, the gains were not bad, especially for spiritual kinesis control. This was the skill Roundball mentioned a moment ago, the one Nangong Yue had left behind. He hadn't started learning it. However, the 360 points of attributes allowed him to reach the foundation stage instantly. Spiritual kinesis control, 360 levra 1000. Foundation. Wang Teng was surprised when he noticed that he needed 1,000 points to reach the next stage. Normally, the foundation stage only required 100 points. It looked like the spiritual kinesis control was indeed difficult to master. The smithery attributes were added, but there was no change in his level. He was still at the master level. However, Wang Teng managed to receive much grandmaster level knowledge about smithery. This was a better gain than master level knowledge. It allowed his smithery mastery to rise tremendously. Chapter 888, Grand Master. Blacksmith, 2850, 3000, Master Wang. Teng looked at the secondary job section and realized that his blacksmith attribute was on the verge of a breakthrough. He was elated. Roundball was at the Grand Master level, which came after the Master level. There were no Grand Master blacksmiths on Earth, and they all had high statuses in the universe. In a sense, although they were not on the same level as a Cosmos stage martial warrior, their statuses were much greater than Celestial stage martial warriors. This was because Grand Masters were distinguished guests of many Cosmos stage martial warriors. They needed battle armor and weapons forged by the Grand Master blacksmiths. This was what Roundball had told Wang Teng when he was bragging about it. That was why Wang Teng wanted to be a Grand Master blacksmith badly. In any case, one's status in the universe was very important. His strength wasn't at the Cosmos stage now, but if he became a Grand Master, his status would naturally rise. Roundball didn't know about his blacksmith level. Wang Teng planned to shock it and enjoy its reaction. Wang Teng harbored malicious thoughts in his mind, and then looked at the last Celestial Realm spirit attribute. His spirit had just reached the Celestial Realm. An increase of 40 points was a slight improvement. Is it difficult? Roundball couldn't help but roll its eyes when it heard Wang Teng. You're always talking big. Do you know difficult it is to cultivate spiritual kinesis control? I took 3 years to become proficient. After it finished speaking, Roundball muttered in its heart. That was close. I almost told him the actual time I took. A genius like me can't be taken lightly by this brat. 3 years, so long, Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Roundball became depressed and snarled. Go away. You don't know anything at all. You will know how tough it is when you start cultivating. 3 years is considered a short time. Someone like you will take at least 30 years and you might not even make it. Wang Teng smirked and didn't refute it. He walked closer to watch Roundball do some smithing. With his talent, eyes, and attainments, he could learn a lot without picking up attribute bubbles. Besides, the guidance of a Grand Master blacksmith was very useful. Not everyone had the opportunity to experience it. That was why Wang Teng didn't take it seriously, and Roundball didn't shun him either. Other Grandmaster blacksmiths would never give others an opportunity to observe them unless it was for their direct disciples. By the way, don't you have the emerald glazed flame? Let me use it. It will speed up the forging process, Roundball said. When it mentioned this, it couldn't help but get a little jealous. A divine flame like that was possessed by a stupid boy like Wang Teng. What a waste. Wang Teng didn't know that Roundball was complaining about him. He didn't hesitate and summoned his emerald glazed flame. An emerald flame appeared in the air. However, this was not the time to change the flames yet. Roundball didn't speak and continued to forge the piece of black metal with the artificial flame. The clanging of metal didn't stop. After about 3 minutes, Wang Teng suddenly flicked his fingers and the emerald glazed flame landed on the smithing table. Swoosh. The black metal instantly turned red, revealing strips of forged lines on it. When Roundball was about to ask Wang Teng to change the flames, He was already on to it. On top of that, the timing and the heat were just right, and it couldn't find the slightest fault in it. It was really surprised. It was only for a moment, though, the Grand Master Blacksmith got back to its senses and continued to control the two hammers to forge. Now that the emerald glazed flame was blazing, the forging speed was much faster. Round Ball immediately felt the benefits of a divine flame and was even more envious of it. At the same time, it wanted to clear its doubts. Have you dabbled in smithery before? I've learned a little, Wang Teng replied humbly. More than a little. Round Ball squinted at him. That precision and perfect change of flames. That smooth transition. It was no different from what it was capable of. An ordinary blacksmith couldn't have done it. Wang Teng smiled and sat down. He continued to observe quietly and picked up the attribute bubbles that were dropping from Round Ball. Spiritual kinesis control, 80 celestial realm, spirit 15, smithery 105, smithery 105, as the attribute bubbles merged into his body. Wang Teng's mind shuddered. Countless insights integrated into his memory, and his blacksmith mastery was elevated as it crossed the threshold. Grand Master, at this moment, his blacksmith mastery had surpassed the master level and reached the Grand Master level. Blacksmith 60 Lef, 1000, Grand Master Round Ball could never imagine that Wang Teng reached the Grand Master level just by observing it by the side. What a terrifying speed! Time went by, and 3 days passed in a flash. In those 3 days, Round Ball had finished forging Wang Teng's customized battle armor, including that pair of wings of wind and lightning, and Wang Teng picked up a lot of attribute bubbles, which improved his blacksmith mastery. Blacksmith 620, 3000, Grandmaster. Similarly, his spiritual kinesis control had improved as well, advancing to the well-versed stage. Spiritual kinesis control 355,000, well-versed. To get past the well-versed stage, he would need 5,000 attribute points, 5 times the foundation stage. No wonder Round Ball took 3 years to reach the small achievement stage. If he really took it step by step, 3 years was indeed a short time. People who were not talented would take much longer. Besides that, Wang Teng had also obtained 280 points of Celestial Realm Spirit. It was a sizable sum. Wang Teng was very content. At this moment, he was standing in the smithery studio with Round Ball and looking at the battle armor in front of him. The battle armor stood directly on the ground. It was black-red and with flame-like patterns carved on it. The helmet protected the head well. However, it looked somewhat ferocious. It was like a head of a vicious beast. The entire battle armor looked exquisite, like a piece of art. But the helmet, for a while, Wang Teng didn't know how to describe it. An elegant beast? What elegant beast? Wang Teng couldn't complain. He was suspicious of Round Ball. It was either making fun of him, or there was a problem with its eyes. You designed this thing? Wang Teng rubbed his eyebrows and asked helplessly. That's right. It was designed by yours truly. How is it? It looks good, right? Round Ball was very proud. Back in those days, I went to Great Qian Empire's best college to study design. Wang Teng, I see. Chapter 889, Wild Gentleman. Wang Teng was too lazy to care about Round Ball's boasting. He sized up the red-black battle armor before fixing his gaze on the metallic pair of wings at the back. The wings were properly retracted before he turned to the back. He couldn't see any signs of the wings from the front. This pair of wings were made of extremely light and thin feathers, the pieces of feathers stacked onto one another, so the wings didn't take up much space when folded. The metallic feathers were green and purple. There were spots of purple patterns on the green surface. It was beautiful. These are the wings of wind and lightning. Round Ball's eyes were glowing. It seemed extremely satisfied with its work. Wang Teng was impressed too. He caressed the green-purple feathers lightly and felt the sharpness of the feathers. He could also sense the faint lightning and wind element runes on them. He was delighted with this product. Round Ball gave him a huge surprise. This battle armor and the wings of wind and lightning are both at the cosmos level. When you wear it, you can reach celestial stage speed and can handle the attacks from celestial stage martial warriors. You will be indomitable in the celestial stage, Roundball explained. But it will be another story if you meet some rare formidable celestial stage monsters. After all, those people can fight with Cosmos stage martial warriors, so you can't judge them based on common sense. Cosmos stage speed. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. Speed was the key. His cultivation was only at the planetary stage. If he didn't possess celestial realm spirit, he wouldn't be able to reach Cosmos stage speed. But with the wings of wind and lightning, everything was different. Moreover, he could use them together with his celestial realm spirit, so his speed could be on par with the first 3 levels of the Cosmos stage. Try it on. Roundball smiled when it saw his excited expression. Okay. Wang Teng didn't reject the offer. This armor was designed for him. There was no better time to wear it. Acknowledge the armor first by dripping a drop of blood into the core. The battle armor will remember your gene formation, and it will be yours to use from now on. Roundball pointed at the chest area of the battle armor. The chest area flicked open, revealing numerous runes squeezed inside the core. Wang Teng dripped his blood inside, and the runes lit up as if they were alive. The light followed the lines of the runes and spread to the rest of the battle armor instantly. You can wear this armor with a single thought, Roundball said. Wang Teng followed its instructions, and the battle armor immediately dashed towards him like a bolt of red-black lightning. It covered his body like liquid and turned into the shape of armor again. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. The armor was a perfect fit. It gave off a red-black metallic glow. Under the bright lights in the Smithery studio, it exuded a sharp and chilly aura like a ruthless and ferocious god. Oh my! Wang Teng was astounded. He had seen battle armors and even donned one before, but they weren't worn like this. The battle armor he got from the alien candidates would split into different parts before combining into armor again on his body. Yet this one covered his body like a liquid. It was amazing. Haha, this is a special function available to Cosmos-level battle armor. The metal can change state freely, so you can wear it faster than other lower-level battle armor. It's more convenient, too. Roundball smiled and said, "Good riddance." Wang Teng touched the battle armor on his body and felt the cold temperature of this perfect armor. He clenched his fist. His movements were as agile as if the armor wasn't present. If you're not using the wings of wind and lightning, you can keep them in the hidden compartment behind your back. That way, no one can tell that you have such a powerful escaping feature, Roundball said. Oh, this design is good. Wang Teng moved his thoughts, and the wings behind were automatically kept in the hidden compartment. The battle armor looked normal. Does this armor have a name? Wang Teng asked. I named it the Wild Gentleman. What do you think? Roundball got excited when it mentioned the name. He looked at Wang Teng in anticipation, hoping to gain recognition from him. Wang Teng felt speechless. The corners of his lips trembled violently. Wild Gentleman? What kind of name is this? He knew that he shouldn't place all his hopes on Roundball. This fellow was bad at designing and naming, yet it didn't seem to know its flaws and even felt proud of itself. What did you say? I didn't hear you properly. Never mind. The name is not important. Let's talk about it in the future. Wang Teng dug his ear and pretended that he didn't hear Roundball. What do you mean? Are you questioning my naming sense? Let me tell you, this battle armor will be called the Wild Gentleman. Since I made it, I have the right to name it. Roundball glared at Wang Teng, acting stubborn. I'm going to test out the power of this battle armor in the cultivation room. Wang Teng turned around and strode outside. He couldn't wait to test the speed of this pair of wings. Roundball was furious. It mumbled unhappily as it followed behind him. Boom! At this moment there was a loud explosion. The spacecraft shook violently. What happened? Wang Teng turned serious. Damn it, we're under attack. Luckily, the defense shield blocked it. Roundball's expression turned ugly. It lifted its hand, and a ray of light appeared in front of them. The situation outside the spacecraft was displayed at the end of this beam of light. 10 spacecraft were closing in on them at a fast speed. There was still a distance between them, but they had already launched their attacks. Beams of light shot through the universe, heading straight for the QYE-63 spacecraft. Olant Federation. Wang Teng and Roundball saw the Olant Federation symbol on the spacecraft. Their expressions changed slightly. They didn't expect their enemies to arrive so quickly, even following them into the wormhole. Good timing. I can use them to test the power of my battle armor. Killing intent oozed out of Wang Teng's eyes as he took a large step forward. Going out. We're in a wormhole. Even Cosmos Stage martial warriors don't dare to step out into a wormhole casually. Are you looking for death? Roundball stopped him immediately. Have you forgotten that I have space talent? Wang Teng continued walking. Besides the power of space, the power of time also exists in the wormhole. You will be dead if you get sucked into a time current. Roundball caught up with him and said sternly, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Wang Teng didn't tell Roundball that he had just gained the time talent and could evade time currents. Thus, there was nothing to be afraid of. Roundball still wanted to persuade him, but the cabin door opened and Wang Teng flew out like a ray of light with his red-black battle armor. This fellow, Roundball, stomped its feet in anger. There was nothing it could do. Chapter 890, Detonation. Wang Teng rushed out of the spacecraft and activated his shadow-merging secret skill. His body blended into the darkness and seemed to disappear completely into the wormhole. Although the level of shadow merging could not keep up with his strength, it was still enough to conceal his body in such an environment. Moreover, the martial warriors were unable to get out of the spacecraft. They couldn't find him because of the spacecraft's heavy protection. Roundball's eyes were focused on Wang Teng, but soon it was a little astonished when it failed to find his traces. "This fellow is full of tricks," it muttered, and saw attacks from the Olant Federation coming one after another. Gritting its teeth, it returned to the main control room. Under its control, the QYE-63 traveled in the wormhole and dodged the attacks successfully. At this moment, Wang Teng unfolded the wings of wind and lightning. Wind and lightning force were injected into them. The runes on the wing's surface suddenly lit up, and a trace of green wind wrapped around each wing. Lightning was danced on the surface and produced a faint sound of thunder. Boom. With a light flap, the wings of wind and lightning reached the speed of a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. He almost instantly vanished from his spot, rapidly nearing the 10 spacecraft. Wang Teng activated his eyes of essence and spiritual sight and peered inside the spacecraft. The metal shell couldn't stop his eyes of essence. He saw through the spacecraft and determined the opponent's strength using spiritual sight, one by one. Balls of light appeared in his field of vision. Wang Teng immediately understood the power level of the spacecraft. 9 of the spacecraft had 3 celestial stage martial warriors and 10 planetary stage martial warriors each. The celestial stage martial warriors were around the 6th and 7th levels. The spacecraft in the middle had 5 celestial stage and 15 planetary stage martial warriors. Among the 5 celestial stage martial warriors, 3 were on the 5th level while 1 was on the 7th level. The last one was a 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. His light was the most dazzling. There are so many celestial stage martial warriors. It seems they think very highly of me. Wang Teng sneered and decided to save the spacecraft in the middle for the last. Concealed by shadow merging, no one discovered his tracks. He came to the bottom of one of the spacecraft. However, when he saw the bottom, he wanted to curse out loud. "Damn it! Why is this thing so high-end? There's not even a hole for me." Wang Teng swore and contacted Roundball. He could only seek its help. Roundball laughed out loud. "I thought you were so great that you wouldn't need my help." "Wang Teng, wait and see how I'm going to hack into their system and open the hatch for you." Roundball didn't continue talking. It smiled smugly and started working. It was an intelligent life form of an extremely high level. The other intelligent systems were relatively rigid. They were mainly used for operating the spacecraft and had very limited functions. Therefore, it wasn't too difficult for Roundball to thwart the opponent's defense and hack into their systems. Very soon, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. The martial warriors from Oland Federation didn't notice it at all. Roundball transferred a layout diagram into Wang Teng's mind. Its voice could also be heard. This is the internal layout of the spacecraft. The places marked with eye-catching red dots are the surveillance areas. Thanks. Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. With the layout, he would be much more relaxed and could evade the cameras accurately. He would remain undetected by the celestial stage martial warrior in the main control room. I didn't expect you to be such a daredevil and travel through wormholes. Be careful not to die, Roundball snorted. Don't worry, I won't die, Wang Teng said with confidence. Actually, you don't have to fight them face to face. You can just destroy the spacecraft's energy core and the entire spacecraft will be scrapped. The martial warriors will naturally be buried in the wormhole, Roundball suggested. Good idea, Wang Teng's eyes flashed. He had originally wanted to go toward the balls of light and kill the martial warriors, but Roundball's idea was much simpler. Wang Teng located the position of the energy core from the layout and mapped out an optimal route. He chose a direction and put away the wings of wind and lightning before sprinting in the passage in front of him. He suddenly realized that with an intelligent life form's help, an extremely difficult task like invading an enemy spacecraft had become so simple. He didn't even encounter a single obstacle on the way, reaching the energy core. However, the spacecraft still had a last line of defense. There was a sealed door barring his path forward. It was made of an unknown black metal and looked very heavy. This is a celestial-level alloy. Cut it with your golden crescent blade, Roundball said casually. Wang Teng realized that the door couldn't stand against the golden crescent blade. By using spiritual kinesis, the golden crescent blade slashed forward and split the door open easily. The door that could withstand a celestial stage martial warrior's attacks slammed onto the ground. A large furnace-like device appeared in front of Wang Teng, shaped like a sphere. It was covered with runes that spread around. It was glowing with red light. Pipelines that connected to the spacecraft were all over it.
Do you have something like a time bomb?
Roundball suddenly asked. No. Why? Once you destroy the energy core, it will explode immediately. You will probably get hurt if you stand so close to it. Why didn't you say that earlier? Wang Teng was speechless. I forgot about it. Roundball felt guilty. I finally know how Senior Nangong died. He must have been killed by an unprofessional, intelligent life form like you. Wang Teng said quietly. Roundball. Wang Teng didn't speak anymore and walked to the energy core. Taking out an energy stone, he inscribed runes onto it. A makeshift timed bomb was completed just like that. Wang Teng smiled slightly and placed the energy stone on the energy core. He then directly blasted the bottom deck of the spacecraft with the golden crescent blade and rushed out in an instant. Beep, beep, beep. A loud siren suddenly blared in the spacecraft. Chapter 891. FK is he, a bug. A shrill siren rang in the spacecraft. A red light blinked in the entire Oland Federation spacecraft. What's happening? The three celestial stage martial warriors in the command room shouted. They were shocked. Alert! Abnormality detected in the energy core. The intelligence on the spacecraft repeated a warning continuously. What? How can there be a problem with the energy core? Quick, send someone to inspect. The three celestial stage martial warriors detected something amiss and gave their orders one after another. However, before they could finish the sentence, the entire spacecraft exploded. An Oland Federation Universe spacecraft was turned into space debris in the blink of an eye. What is going on? The commotion immediately attracted the attention of the people on the other 9 Oland Federation spacecraft. The celestial stage martial warriors on the spacecraft looked in the direction of the explosion in unplanned unison. There was a 30-year-old man in the main spacecraft in the middle. He had a grim expression, and there were tiny, dense black scales covering his face. He looked similar to the talent from the Euros galaxy. Loggins, they were probably from the same race. He stared at the notification screen coldly. The command rooms of the other 9 spacecraft were connected to the main spacecraft. They maintained contact all the time, but at this moment, one of the screens had blanked out. No. 6 spacecraft has exploded, the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the Black Scale race said in a cold voice. What happened just now? A celestial stage martial warrior that looked like a human asked behind him, "Did they get hit by our opponent?" Someone guessed. No, something went wrong with the energy core of the No-6 spacecraft. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior replied. The energy core is tightly protected, and we have inspected it carefully before taking off. Why will there be a problem? The celestial stage human martial warrior frowned. He was confused. Inform the other 8 spacecraft and ask them to send people to protect their energy cores in case of an invasion. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior gave a sharp look and ordered yes. The other martial warriors understood his intention. Since it wasn't the spacecraft's problem, someone must have infiltrated the internal structure of the spacecraft. However, everyone found it unbelievable. They didn't know how their opponent managed to infiltrate their spacecraft without getting detected. Outside, Wang Teng scanned the destroyed spacecraft and released his spiritual power. He swept all the attribute bubbles dropped over to him. There were 10 planetary stage martial warriors and 3 celestial stage martial warriors in the spacecraft. He mustn't waste their deaths. Constellation Force, Earth, 32,000, Emperor Level, Earth, Talent, 380, Planetary Realm. Spirit, 300, Starfire Scripture, Celestial Stage, 900, Constellation Force, Metal, 3,600, Emperor Level Metal Talent, 410, Planetary Realm Spirit, 360, Constellation Force, Lightning, 1,800, Emperor Level Lightning Talent, 200, Imperial Realm Spirit 300, Star Lightning Scripture 100, countless attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body. He glanced through the attributes and planned to count his gains after blasting all the Olant Federation spacecraft. However, a few attribute bubbles caught his attention. There was a lightning element martial warrior. Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. He felt his lightning force reaching its limit. He just needed an opportunity to convert his lightning force into constellation lightning force, and it would be able to advance to the planetary stage. The star lightning scripture had appeared, so all he lacked was the time to convert his force. But Wang Teng felt like complaining when he saw the name of this scripture. This is definitely a series of scriptures. Well, at least he had a lightning element scripture. It didn't come easy, mind you. He had spent many brain cells trying to find ways to get mutated element scriptures. The lightning element was an unexpected gain. The other martial warriors possessed the 5 basic elements, so there was nothing special. However, after collecting all the force attributes, his ability rose. Wang Teng smiled. His gaze landed on the next spacecraft. He decided to repeat his actions and blow this spacecraft into pieces. Be careful. They're sending people to guard the energy core. Round Ball's voice appeared in his mind. They moved quite quickly? Wang Teng turned serious. However, it didn't disrupt his plans. He was already planning to kill these martial warriors since they wanted to die earlier. He didn't mind wasting some effort to claim their lives personally. Round Ball sent Wang Teng the image of the internal structure of the spacecraft. After finding the position of the energy core, Wang Teng used his eyes of essence and spiritual sight to confirm his enemy's abilities. At the energy core, there were 1 celestial stage and 3 planetary stage martial warriors standing guard. They scanned their surroundings vigilantly. "Mister, we're in a wormhole. No one will be able to pass through the wormhole space and infiltrate our spacecraft, right?" One of the planetary stage martial warriors asked. "Be on your guards. A person might not be able to do it, but a robot can." The celestial stage martial warrior glared at him and replied sternly. The planetary stage martial warrior didn't dare to speak anymore. He remained watchful of his surroundings. If anything happened to the energy core, all of them would be dead. At this moment, Wang Teng appeared behind the passageway they were at. There was only a wall between them. He looked through the steel wall and stared at the martial warriors from the Olent Federation. He was thankful for the design of this spacecraft. There were passageways everywhere. He was just a wall away from his opponents, but they couldn't see him. However, he could see them with his eyes of essence and locked their positions in accurately. Wang Teng raised his hand. The golden crescent blade silently appeared in front of him, then it darted out abruptly and started cutting through the steel wall, heading straight for the celestial stage martial warrior. Oh shit! The celestial stage martial warrior was flabbergasted. He jumped to the side hurriedly, but the golden crescent blade moved too quickly. It slit his neck directly. A blood-curdling scene was created. Although the celestial stage martial warrior's body had moved to the side, the head was still floating in mid-air. After a few seconds, the head was thrown back. The celestial stage martial warrior's head looked at its body in astonishment. How's this possible, after this thought? His vision went black. He was dead. The other 3 planetary stage martial warriors were dumbfounded. Their expressions changed, and they wanted to escape. However, the golden crescent blade chased after them and minced their bodies, leaving them deader than dead. Done. Wang Teng walked through the wall opened by the golden crescent blade. He glanced at the dead bodies indifferently and picked up the attribute bubbles around them. He also took their space items while at it. After some time, he left the spacecraft. Boom. The spacecraft exploded behind him. Wang Teng didn't look back. A real man never looked back at the explosion. He continued flying to another spacecraft. This explosion caused a huge ruckus on the main spacecraft. Explosion. Another spacecraft had exploded. Everyone's expression was ugly. The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. 2 spacecraft were destroyed consecutively. Yet they didn't detect anything. They didn't even know why there was an explosion. The atmosphere on the remaining spacecraft turned extremely tense. Everyone was worried that their spacecraft would be next. Boom. At this moment, another spacecraft exploded and turned into space debris. The 3rd spacecraft asked all the martial warriors to gather at the energy core and leave only 1 martial warrior in the command room. Quick! The 9th level celestial stage martial warrior shouted. He had turned green in anger. The martial warriors on the remaining 7 spacecraft started moving and rushed to the energy core. But the explosions continued. Boom! The 4th spacecraft. Boom! The 5th spacecraft. Boom! The 6th spacecraft. All the spacecraft exploded in the wormhole. Finally, there was only the main spacecraft remaining. All the people of the Olent Federation were in silence. They felt a huge pressure on their shoulders, especially the planetary stage martial warriors. Their faces had turned pale as they looked at their leader, the 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. They wanted to retreat. If they continued chasing after Wang Teng, they would be tempting fate. They didn't even know where or who their enemy was. How were they supposed to fight him? Round Ball was dumbstruck when it saw Wang Teng destroying the 9 Olent Federation spacecraft smoothly, leaving the main spacecraft with no one to command. There was a long moment of silence before it found its voice again. "Fk, is he a bug?" Chapter 892. Interesting. This is a fat sheep. It had a reason to feel astounded. At first, it felt that destroying 1 to 2 spacecraft was a good enough achievement for Wang Teng. After all, they were in the wormhole, and there were time and space undercurrents everywhere. Moving around was already difficult and dangerous, much less giving the Olent Federation spacecraft the deathly blow. This was almost impossible, yet Wang Teng exceeded its expectations. 9 spacecraft, none of them escaped. All of them were destroyed. No one would believe it if this was told to them. Wang Teng finished a task that even a Cosmos stage martial warrior couldn't complete easily. On top of that, he made it look so simple. Round Ball took a deep breath. It felt that it needed to review its understanding of Wang Teng's ability. This fellow was the cream of the crop even in the universe. The thrilling chase in the wormhole seemed to be nearing the end only a few minutes after it started. The Olent Federation had sent 10 Universe spacecraft. They came aggressively to stop Wang Teng. In the end, he bombed them upside down, leaving only one spacecraft chasing the QYE-63 spacecraft controlled by Roundball tenaciously. The atmosphere in the Olent Federation spacecraft was oppressive. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the Black Scale race gave his order loudly with a grim expression. Attack, attack, and destroy that spacecraft in front. Yes. Boom, 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 force beams shot towards the QYE-63 spacecraft without stopping. The martial warriors on the spacecraft couldn't withstand the pressure anymore. They started attacking frantically after receiving the order. They felt that the explosion of the 9 spacecraft must be related to the convict on the QYE-63 spacecraft. Once they destroyed their spacecraft, the danger would be gone. Push the defense shield to the maximum to prevent anyone from infiltrating our spacecraft. Activate the life-scanning device orders spurted out of the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior's mouth one after another. He didn't dare to show any delay in this life-or-death situation. His mind worked furiously as he thought of the countermeasures. Under his guidance, the planetary stage martial warriors below him started getting busy in an orderly manner. They were still in panic, but listening and executing these commands were the only chance for them to survive. Wang Teng, be careful. The captain of this spacecraft is smart. He has already activated the life-scanning device. Do you think your concealing skill can resist it? Roundball intruded the spacecraft's main computer as it contacted Wang Teng. Life-scanning device. Wang Teng blinked. He nodded to express his acknowledgement. He wasn't sure if his shadow-merging secret skill could evade the detection of the life-scanning device. If he was discovered, he would just fight his way through. Are you done? Wang Teng asked in his consciousness. Wait, 2 seconds. 1, 2, okay, done. The cabin door of the spacecraft parted slightly. The crack was just enough to fit one person. Wang Teng slid in and the cabin door shut tightly. Everything happened in a few seconds at an unbelievably fast speed. The main computer didn't detect Roundball's intrusion, so it was hard for anyone to notice the infiltration. After Wang Teng entered the spacecraft, he headed straight for the energy core. After destroying 9 spacecraft, he realized something. All the spacecraft were mass-produced. The energy core was in the same position, so it was extremely easy to find. Wang Teng dashed through the steel passageways and avoided all the surveillance cameras. He also executed his shadow-merging secret skill. He was like a spirit traveling in the dark. This is bad. The 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior is going to the energy core. Roundball's voice suddenly popped up. It sounded grave. Okay. Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. He didn't slow down and continued rushing. As long as his opponents were not stupid, they would send their strongest martial warrior to guard the energy core. The same went for all the spacecraft he destroyed. However, none of the celestial stage martial warriors on those spacecraft could stop him. He managed to kill them with his surprise attacks. Let's see if this 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior can stop me. The life-scanning device worked non-stop. Suddenly, a planetary stage martial warrior noticed something and shouted, "Mister, we detected a faint life fluctuation. It came in from the cabin door and disappeared." His voice entered the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior's ear through the communication device. The killing intent in his eyes became sharper, a ruthless smile appearing at the corner of his lips. Scan again. Report immediately if you find his location. Yes. The Olent Federation martial warriors in the command room were motivated. They had found the invader, and they had Mr. Candace with them. He would be able to protect the energy core. If that invader met Mr. Candace, he would definitely be killed. Mind you, Mr. Candace was a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. He had many years of experience on the battlefield and had killed numerous enemies. His battle prowess was frighteningly powerful. He had managed to withstand the attack from a Cosmos stage martial warrior 3 times. These military exploits couldn't be achieved by any other 9th-level celestial stage martial warriors. There was a huge gap between the celestial stage and cosmos stage. The ninth level celestial stage might only seem one level away from the cosmos stage, but the chasm between them was almost impossible to cross. Candace's achievements were considered outstanding. While the Olent Federation martial warriors were informing Candace about the intruder, Round Ball also alerted Wang Teng. "You've been discovered. They captured a small fluctuation you leaked." "I got discovered? It looks like the shadow merging secret skill isn't good enough." Wang Teng shook his head silently. "What will you do now?" asked Round Ball. "Don't worry, it will take them some time to find me. I'll be more careful from now on. If I let them capture my traces again, I'll use their surname." Wang Teng replied calmly. Round Ball felt speechless when it saw how confident Wang Teng was. Very soon, Wang Teng arrived at the location of the energy core. Candace had already arrived. He was surveying the site vigilantly. A hint of celestial realm spiritual power seeped through the steel walls. Indeed, when Candace reached the ninth-level celestial stage, his spirit had reached the celestial realm too. This was the reason why he was able to withstand 3 attacks from a cosmos stage martial warrior. The sensitivity of the celestial realm spirit helped him. Wang Teng's mastery of spirit was higher than him, so he managed to evade the other party's senses. At the same time, he was surprised. "Interesting. This is a fat sheep." Wang Teng smiled. He covered his entire body with spiritual power in addition to the shadow merging secret skill to prevent any accidents from happening. Then he moved closer to his opponent like a giant cat waiting to pounce on its prey. Chapter 893. Isn't it good to stay far away and irritate him? There was only a wall between Wang Teng and Candace. If the wall was removed, they would be facing each other directly with less than a meter between them. Wang Teng was waiting for a chance to land a lethal strike. This was a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. He was different from the other celestial stage martial warriors he had met. This man was at the peak of his stage. Wang Teng would never underestimate the martial warriors at the peak of their stage. Candace frowned. He was able to release his spiritual power out of his body to scan the surroundings, but it was a great load for his body. He wasn't a divine spirit master, so the control of his spiritual power was weak and coarse. Naturally, he would get exhausted easily. "Have you found the invader?" He contacted the martial warriors in the command room through the communication device. "Mister, the person seems to have disappeared entirely after the fluctuation was detected. We can't find him." An agitated and flustered voice replied to him. There was an unknown invader in this enclosed spacecraft, and this person had managed to destroy 9 other spacecraft. No one would feel at ease in this situation. While everyone was shrouded in anxiety, Wang Teng continued waiting for his chance. He moved along with Candace, who was behind the wall. At one moment, Candace got frustrated. He turned his body when he was pacing up and down and showed Wang Teng his back. "This is it." Wang Teng's gaze turned sharp. The golden crescent blade flew out like a beam of glaring golden light. Swoosh! The steel wall was sliced open like a piece of tofu. The golden crescent blade penetrated the wall and pounced on Candace's back like a mesmerizing golden poisonous python baring its fangs. Shit! Candace was an experienced martial warrior. He felt the danger behind him and immediately made his reaction as his expression changed. "Ah!" He let out a loud roar. Force surged around his body when he stomped his feet. The hard and sturdy metal ground sunk in below his feet. He made use of this powerful explosive force to dart to the side. Splurt, the golden crescent blade came at a frightening speed. Although Candace moved fast, it still managed to slice off one of his arms. Fresh blood spurted out. Wang Teng frowned. This attack, which he had planned for a long time, only managed to chop off one of his opponent's arms. The effect wasn't desirable. But he didn't stop to ponder. He controlled the golden crescent blade and threw it at Candace again. He wanted to take his life while he was injured. The golden crescent blade slit through the air, charging forward in this 1-meter-wide passageway ferociously. It almost took up the entire space in the passageway. Candace bore with the excruciating pain in his arm and flew back quickly. A battle axe appeared in his hand. At the same time, force gushed out and congregated into a sharp golden axe glow on the axe blade. Go, Candace bellowed with a distorted expression. He swung his axe, and the golden axe glow collided with the golden crescent blade with a power that could split mountains. Clang, a clear, metallic ring echoed in the passageway. Their eardrums trembled, and they almost lost their sense of hearing. The golden crescent blade was thrown out and crashed into the walls. It was spinning at a high speed, so the criss-cross marks were left on the walls. It was a ghastly sight. Die. Candace's eyes turned red. The excruciating pain in his arm ignited his savage side. He lifted his axe with his remaining hand and rushed toward Wang Teng. Boom, boom, boom. He wielded his battle axe crazily, throwing powerful axe glows out continuously. However, Candace had his worries too. He didn't want to destroy the spacecraft, so he evaded all the important parts. Wang Teng was wearing his red-black armor, which hid his face. The wings of wind and lightning gently flapped behind him. The wind and lightning conscious allowed his speed to increase exponentially as he floated backward. His cultivation was only at the planetary stage, so it was difficult for him to fight with a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. Even if he released all his forces at once, he would be an idiot to fight with Candace head-on. While retreating, Wang Teng continued to control the golden crescent blade with his spiritual power. It flew towards Candace from the other side. The golden crescent blade was spinning at high speed, and its blade was extremely sharp. It was like a terrifying meat mincer under Wang Teng's control. Candace had no choice but to turn around to block it. Wang Teng didn't waste this opportunity. A battle sword appeared in his hand, and he released a sword glow to disturb Candace. Candace's expression was distorted. The golden crescent blade was already hard enough to deal with. Wang Teng's additional attacks made him more exasperated. Damn it. Coward, fight with me if you dare. Candace was having a hard time. He roared in anger. Wang Teng remained silent. He stood far away and controlled the golden crescent blade to launch an onslaught of attack, not giving Candace any chances of getting near him. He would never fight with this fellow head-on. Isn't it good to stay far away and irritate him? Candace was strong, but every time he pushed the golden crescent blade back, Wang Teng would hurl it back at him with his spiritual power. He had no chance of attacking Wang Teng. He felt so frustrated that he wanted to vomit blood. He had all the power, yet no chance to use it. Honestly, Wang Teng's method was atrocious. Extremely atrocious. Wang Teng, other celestial stage martial warriors are coming this way. Round Ball's voice was heard again. I'm not playing with you anymore. Wang Teng's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand at Candace, who was struggling to cope, and dashed towards the energy core. Candace was forced to move backward because of the golden crescent blade. Thus, the sealed entrance of the energy core room was in plain sight. Wang Teng used brute force to break the door down and placed the detonation energy stones inside. No, Candace squinted when he saw this scene. He finally understood how the other spacecraft had exploded. The method was so simple. 9 powerful military-used spacecraft were destroyed, and the last spacecraft couldn't be saved either. Anger burned in Candace's heart. He glared at Wang Teng with one last determined effort. A glaring golden light blossomed on his axe. The golden crescent blade was forcefully thrown to the side. Candace made use of this opportunity to dash toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng was distracted, so his control of the golden crescent blade got weaker just now. This gave Candace the chance to retaliate. However, when Wang Teng saw his enemy charging toward him, he turned and ran away. The golden crescent blade flew back at a faster speed and cut through the bottom of the spacecraft. He dashed out into space. Boom! The instant Wang Teng bolted out, a violent explosion occurred in the energy core. Terrifying waves of energy swept through the spacecraft, reducing it to a ball of fire. Candace didn't manage to escape in time and got swallowed by the raging energy waves. We're done at last. It's indeed hard to kill a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. Wang Teng sighed and lamented as he looked at the flaming spacecraft. It sounds strange when you say this. Round Ball was speechless. I'm being serious, Wang Teng said sternly. All right, I can tell. You're boasting seriously, Round Ball replied. Wang Teng felt that Round Ball misunderstood him. Was he someone who loved to boast? Chapter 894, Advancement. Boom. The last Olant Federation spacecraft broke down and disappeared deep in the wormhole. All the martial warriors on the spacecraft were dead. No one survived, not even the 9th level celestial stage martial warrior. After these martial warriors died, attribute bubbles started to appear in space. The martial warriors' bodies had turned into ashes during the explosion, so there was nothing left besides these attribute bubbles. Constellation Force, Metal 36,000, Emperor level Metal Talent 1200. Celestial Realm Spirit 800, Planetary Realm, Enlightenment 2400. Star Metal Scripture, Celestial Stage 330. Star Cleaver Battle Axe 1400. Star Cleaver Ultima 300. Constellation Force Earth 12,000. Emperor Level Earth Talent 650 Planetary Realm Spirit 2200. Planetary Realm Enlightenment 2000. Star Earth Scripture Celestial Stage 2100. Constellation Force Water 6800 Emperor Level Water Talent 500. Planetary Realm Spirit 1800. Planetary Realm Enlightenment 1800. Star Water Scripture Celestial Stage 1900. Water Element Ultima 400. Wang Teng couldn't control his smile after he collected the attribute bubbles. There were too many of them. There were numerous martial warriors on the spacecraft, so Wang Teng gained a large number of attributes too. Moreover, he hadn't counted his gains from the other 9 spacecraft. This was a great harvest for him. Wang Teng returned to the QIE-63 spacecraft excitedly. He ignored Round Ball's naggings and locked himself in the cultivation room. Why is he in such a hurry? Round Ball was puzzled when the door got shut in its face. It touched its round head, but it didn't plan to pry into his secrets. Wang Teng locked himself in the cultivation room because he didn't want to be disturbed, thus, it wouldn't enter without a reason. Wang Teng sat down cross-legged in the cultivation room and concentrated on his attributes panel. He didn't count the attributes he had absorbed before this, so they had already become part of his cultivation and enlightenment. He could only understand how much he had improved through the changes on his attributes panel. First, he looked at his spirit and enlightenment. Enlightenment 55,000. Celestial Realm, Spirit 3755,000. Celestial Realm. It was undeniable that his spirit rose tremendously. There were more than 3,000 points of it now. It was many times greater than before. Mind you, this was the Celestial Realm Spirit. It wasn't easy to raise it. The 9th level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior had made the most contribution. Only his spirit reached the Celestial Realm. Wang Teng still remembered the 800 points of the Celestial Realm Spirit he collected a moment ago. This attribute bubble probably made the most contribution. As expected, that martial warrior was a big fat sheep. Wang Teng was pleasantly surprised by his enlightenment attribute. Unexpectedly, it had reached the Celestial Realm too. The Celestial Realm Enlightenment was at a very high level. Normally, if one's enlightenment reached the Celestial Realm, it meant that Celestial Stage scriptures wouldn't be a problem, of course. This didn't mean that one could not understand Celestial Stage scriptures or battle techniques with the Planetary Realm Enlightenment. He just needed more time. After all, a stupid person could become successful after putting in much hard work. But to martial warriors, there was no time to waste on the path of cultivation. The faster, the better. It would be great if they could resolve it in 3 seconds. Next, he looked at the talent attributes. He finally noticed that many of his talents had risen to the Emperor level. Emperor level Metal Talent, 3,453,000. Emperor level Wood Talent, 280, 10,34,000, 10,000. Emperor level Word Talent, 2,810,000. Emperor level Earth Talent, 3,853,000. Emperor level Wind Talent, 810,000. Emperor level Lightning Talent, 653,000. Emperor level Ice Talent, 153,000. Emperor-level Ice Talent, 150 10 3000. Emperor-level Ice Talent, 150 10,000. All of them were Emperor-level talents. The gains of the 5 basic elements were especially great. Most of them had reached more than 3,000 points. He didn't think that there would be wind and lightning element martial warriors in the spacecraft. They had helped these 2 talents rise a little now. He just needed Emperor-level Poison Talent and Emperor-level Light Talent. He continued looking down. Suddenly, he stopped at a column called the Special Talents. Emperor-level Blade Talent, 1,500 10,000. Emperor-level Axe Talent, 3,200 10,000. Wang Teng Wang Teng degrees. Wang Teng was stunned before joy overtook him. When did these 3 weapons-related talents reach the Emperor level? This was too sudden. A surprise. A huge surprise. The rise of these 3 talents would be of great help to the enlightenment of his sword, blade, and axe-related battle techniques in the future. This was why some sword talents and blade talents were able to reach such high mastery in their field. One's talent was a crucial factor. However, Wang Teng felt a little frustrated because the greatest gain came from the axe talent. He didn't want to be a rough and muscular hunk. Shaking his head, he continued looking down. He stopped at the Force section. Constellation Metal Force, 4,570,000. Planetary Stage 7th level. Constellation Wood Force, 38,000 50,000. Planetary Stage 5th level. Constellation Fire Force, 35 6,000. Planetary Stage 5th level. Constellation Fire Force, 8,000 6,000. Planetary Stage 6th level. Constellation Earth Force, 8,000 to 6,000. Planetary Stage 6th level. Constellation Earth Force, 8,000 to 6,000. Planetary Stage 3rd level. Wang Teng was in a daze. Then he was overwhelmed with happiness. The rise was amazing. All 5 basic elements had reached the 5th level and above, especially the Constellation Metal Force. It had reached the 7th level. This was incredible. He remembered the 9th level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior and understood why. The guy had gifted 36,000 points of Constellation Metal Force alone. Adding the attributes dropped by the other martial warriors, it was understandable why it reached the 7th level. After all, there were many Celestial Stage martial warriors. The attributes they dropped would definitely be greater than Planetary Stage martial warriors. Besides the 5 basic elements, Wang Teng's Wind and Lightning Force had a sizable gain too. Both reached the peak of the 13-star general stage. He just needed to convert them into Constellation Force, and they would reach the planetary stage. Wang Teng took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He looked at his scriptures column. Star Metal Scripture, Celestial Stage, 400 of 1,000, well-versed. Star Wood Scripture, Celestial Stage, 760, 3,000, well-versed. Star Fire Scripture, Celestial Stage, 350, 3,000, small achievement. Star Earth Scripture, Celestial Stage, 720, 3,000, well-versed. Star Lightning Scripture, 100, 300, foundation. All the scriptures for the 5 basic elements had reached the Celestial Stage. He also had a Star Lightning Scripture. This meant that he could convert his lightning force into Constellation Force now. The Celestial Stage scriptures allowed his Constellation Force to reach the requirements of the Celestial Stage. This meant that the purity of his Constellation Force met the requirements to execute Celestial Stage battle techniques to their fullest. Celestial Stage battle techniques required Celestial Stage purity Constellation Force. If not, the effects would be greatly reduced. Wang Teng knew that the Celestial Stage purity was different from the Planetary Stage purity. The former was denser and more refined. Wang Teng might be at the Planetary Stage, but the purity of his forces was more refined and denser than any other Planetary Stage martial warrior. After all, he had absorbed many force attributes from Celestial Stage martial warriors. However, there was one thing bothering him. Did all the martial warriors from the Olent Federation practice the same series of scriptures? Don't they have any other scriptures? Wang Teng was confused. The two celestial stage instructors from the Saint Star Pagoda did give him two different scriptures, but he didn't learn them. He decided to master this series of scriptures first. He sensed something interesting in them. There might be Star Wind Scripture, Star Light Scripture, and Star Dark Scripture in the future. He hoped to collect the entire series. He might create some amazing scriptures with them. Wang Teng felt that it was possible. It felt exciting just thinking about it. If he was right, it would be quite fun. Of course, he had the confidence to try it out. He was able to gain proficiency by collecting attributes, so it wasn't difficult for him to convert his scriptures into a more profound one. Chapter 895. Cold, Lonely. After confirming his future cultivation direction, Wang Teng shifted his focus to battle techniques. He didn't receive any battle techniques this time. It couldn't be helped, though. He had killed the martial warriors by destroying the spacecraft, so they didn't have the opportunity to execute any battle techniques. Naturally, the chances of gaining battle techniques were low. Of course, he had other gains. The 9th level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior gave him a Celestial Stage Battle Technique attribute bubble, the Star Cleaver Battle Axe. The Star Cleaver Battle Axe was the advanced version of the Planetary Stage Battle Technique, the Mountain Cleaver Battle Axe, which he had gained some time ago. Wang Teng realized that the naming conventions in the universe were identical. They followed the same sequence. Unfortunately, it was an axe battle technique. His aim was to be a sword and blade master in the universe. This Star Cleaver Battle Axe didn't fit his image at all. What made him frustrated was the Star Cleaver Battle Axe skill dropped an Ultima too. Star Cleaver Ultima. This was an Earth Element Battle Axe Ultima. While Wang Teng was focused on the Star Cleaver Battle Axe and the Star Cleaver Ultima, he felt a loud explosion in his mind. A hidden legacy surged out. He saw an image of a towering figure holding a gigantic battle axe and wielding it with frightening power. He seemed to be practicing a profound battle axe skill. Suddenly, the figure raised the battle axe high in the sky. A glaring yellow glow blossomed on the battle axe. The next instant, it slammed down, and the terrifying glow slashed towards a planet in the space in front of him. Boom! A scary explosion was heard, and the planet shattered immediately under the powerful slash of the battle axe. It turned into countless meteorites and floated into the depth of the universe. The towering figure disappeared from Wang Teng's consciousness, leaving only a back view in his memory. Wang Teng let out a huge sigh when the scene ended. I didn't think that the Mountain Cleaver Battle Axe would be so powerful after empowering it with the Ultima. His eyes shimmered as he muttered to himself. Wang Teng carefully sensed his gains. He realized that the 300 points of Ultima attributes allowed his grasp of Star Cleaver Ultima to go from the first level to the second level instantly. Based on his prediction of the power of the Ultima, he could definitely kill any planetary stage opponents easily with his current 6th level planetary stage Earth Force. It would even possess a threat to Celestial Stage Martial Warriors, killing martial warriors at a higher stage than him. Mind you, he was only using his martial arts cultivation to gauge. He didn't include his spiritual power. That meant that he had no problem killing an opponent at a higher level than him with his Star Cleaver Ultima. This was impressive. It was impressive to kill an opponent at a higher stage than him. Wang Teng wasn't boasting. He was stating the truth. Should I find an axe to play? He started wondering to himself. Besides the Star Cleaver Ultima, Water Element Ultima also improved. This Water Element Ultima changed into Enlightenment and merged into his memory. Then Wang Teng realized that his 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima rose again. 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima increased from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. Wang Teng was elated. The first 3rd level Ultima finally appeared. Ultima was hard to get. Every rise in level meant an increase in the power of the skill. For instance, the 2nd level Star Cleaver Ultima could kill a 1st level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior, while the 3rd level 1,000 Crashing Ripples Ultima could kill a 2nd level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior, maybe even a 3rd level Celestial Stage Martial Warrior. This was frightening. After counting his Ultima and battle techniques, Wang Teng continued looking at the attributes below. There was nothing much. He received some common universal language attributes, so his language skills rose tremendously. Common universal language, 500, 3,000. Big achievement. What was the use of the big achievement stage for this language? He wasn't planning to be a language master. Wang Teng shook his head. He shifted his focus from the attributes panel and opened the door of the cultivation room. He walked out. You're finally willing to come out. Round Ball appeared in front of him instantly. Its little round nose almost touched his nose. What are you doing? Wang Teng was stunned. Nothing. I just came to inform you that we're about to leave the Milky Way. Round Ball coughed and replied, Leave the Milky Way. Wang Teng was surprised. He went to the command room with Round Ball, who activated the panorama mode. A distorted segment appeared in front of them. It was like a deep whirlpool. Many attribute bubbles were floating around the whirlpool. Pick them. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He released his spiritual power and swept all the attribute bubbles over time. 4, time 2, space 10, time 5, time 3. Indeed, there are space and time attributes. Wang Teng chuckled as he scanned the attributes panel. Space physique, 2655, Dylan 1000, first rank. Time, 85 10,000. There was nothing to say about the space physique. It had reached the first rank. Wang Teng didn't know what the rank meant, but it seemed quite amazing. Besides needing a little more attributes, everything was fine. Time, on the other hand, was still a talent. It worked the same way as space talent before it evolved into space physique. After Wang Teng's hard work, his time attribute had reached 85 points. It was a large amount. He gained his time talent not long ago. The first step was always the most difficult. Also, time attributes were exceedingly rare, so the progress was slow. The QYE-63 spacecraft entered the whirlpool. After some time, they finally returned to the universe through the wormhole. The surroundings were unfamiliar. Everything, including the planets and the stars in the distance, looked unfamiliar. They were in another planetary sector. They had left their hometown and come to a new world. There seemed to be no end to the universe. It was vast and boundless. At the same time, it was cold and lonely. Round Ball, disable the panorama mode and continue traveling at the speed of light. Wang Teng said emotionally, Yes. Round Ball was surprised. He thought that Wang Teng would be attracted and astounded by the endless planetary sector, since it was his first time leaving the Milky Way. But he regained his composure after a few seconds and left without any hesitation. I'm going to cultivate. Wang Teng turned around and walked to the cultivation room. Round Ball glanced at his back. The universe is vast, but it's cold and lonely. Compared to it, our life is small and insignificant. I must become stronger, strong enough until I can surpass everything and everyone. Wang Teng mumbled to himself with a firm gaze. Chapter 896. The anger of the void mayflies, the increase in ability caused Wang Teng to become complacent. Look, I have killed a 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior. Aren't I amazing? This was the funny thought he had. But when he saw the boundless universe and how cold and lonely it was, his heart sank to the bottom. He was so small and insignificant. What right did he have to feel proud? He should go back and cultivate obediently. Wang Teng shut the door tightly after returning to the cultivation room, activating the Do Not Disturb mode. Round Ball was speechless. It was curious how Wang Teng cultivated because it felt that he was too gifted. He wasn't a normal person. However, it knew that it shouldn't interrupt anyone's cultivation. This was a taboo. Please reading on freewebnovel.com, even for an intelligent life form like it. When Nangang Yue was cultivating, it never appeared in his cultivation room without his consent. Wang Teng sat cross-legged in the cultivation room. He thought for a moment and activated his 18 tasks multitasking skill. He started cultivating all his elements at the same time. This skill was called 18 tasks multitasking. So cultivating 11 forces at once was not a problem. Of course, Wang Teng placed more emphasis on his lightning force. His lightning force was on the verge of converting to constellation force and advancing to the planetary stage. It was normal that he would view it with high importance. At this moment, 11 forces flowed simultaneously in Wang Teng's body like multiple streams. Some flowed calmly, while others rumbled and surged forward like a waterfall. There was a limited number of meridians and acupuncture points in one's body, so most skills would have some overlap when it came to using the same meridians and acupuncture points. There wouldn't be any overlaps if a person only used one force. However, when 11 forces flowed at the same time, overlaps were highly likely. A normal martial warrior wouldn't be able to avoid them, and it might result in going out of control. Talents who possessed 2 to 3 forces were considered extremely gifted, but they wouldn't dare to activate 3 forces at once. This was tempting fate. However, Wang Teng didn't follow the norm. With the help of the 18 tasks multitasking skill, every force managed to evade the overlapping point and flowed through his body in an orderly manner. If Round Ball knew how Wang Teng cultivated, it wouldn't be able to close its jaws. No one dared to do this. In the blink of an eye, many days had passed. One day, thunder was heard in the cultivation room. A powerful purple lightning force twirled around the person who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the cultivation room. There were sparks of lightning shimmering around him. It was a magnificent sight. The roaring thunder came from within his body. This situation lasted for 10 minutes before it died down gradually. At the same time, a purple star was rising slowly above the sea of nihility in Wang Teng's body. It gathered together with the other constellations above the sea. They started twirling around one another like a group of children chasing and playing with each other. Lightning force, planetary stage, first level. Wang Teng was elated. It wasn't easy. He worked extremely hard just to advance one mutated element to the planetary stage. This was a landmark in history. Wang Teng focused on the sea of nihility in his body. It was a lively and spectacular sight. There were 5 basic elements, the dark constellation and the lightning constellation. There was an entire group of them. His current achievements were unparalleled, not even talking about what he would achieve in the future. If he threw all his force constellations at his opponent, he would be able to smash a celestial stage martial warrior to death. Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes. A flash of purple lightning flickered in his eyes, which disappeared instantly. Round Ball? How long do we have until we reach the great Qian Empire? Wang Teng asked in his mind. We're halfway there. We went through 2 wormholes and have left the Ulant Federation. Round Ball was staring aimlessly at the emptiness outside the control room when it heard Wang Teng's voice. It was elated and replied in a hurry. Oh, continue sailing. I'll resume my cultivation. Wang Teng went silent. Round Ball's expression froze. Hey, come out and talk to me. I'm so bored. Don't keep cultivating. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Round Ball must be extremely bored. It continued complaining and nagging when it didn't receive any reply from Wang Teng. Wang Teng disregarded it and continued his cultivation. He cultivated his force while figuring out how to use his void mayflies. He didn't just cultivate when he was in the cultivation room. Sometimes he would take out the void mayflies and study how to use them. This was his way of relieving boredom and relaxing. There were some effects. As he played with them, he accidentally managed to merge the spiritual shield and spiritual illusion into their bodies. That meant that based on what Round Ball said, he succeeded, but the success rate was a little low. Then, another attribute appeared on his attributes panel. Anger of the Void Mayflies, 10-100, Foundation. What's with this name? No one would understand how speechless Wang Teng felt when he saw the name of this skill. He felt that the system was mocking him. But Wang Teng had no choice but to accept it. What else could he do? Was he supposed to oppose the system? Wang Teng took a deep breath and removed all useless thoughts from his mind. He started practicing the anger of the Void Mayflies. Actually, he could use his blank attributes, but he didn't want to waste them. He felt that he should rely on himself also. His enlightenment was high, so it would be a waste not to use it. Time flew as he was cultivating. Another 8 days passed. Round Ball's agitated and serious voice suddenly appeared in Wang Teng's mind. Wang Teng, the people from the Olent Federation are here again. Damn it, we have already left the Olent Federation, but they're still chasing us relentlessly. Wang Teng frowned. He had to stop his cultivation and go to the command room. Look, Roundball pointed at a dot on the screen. They hide well. There must be some powerful concealing device on their spacecraft, but they can't escape my eyes. I still discovered them. I'll take a look. Wang Teng contemplated and decided to act personally. All right, be careful. Roundball had witnessed how he destroyed the 10 battlecraft earlier, so it wasn't worried about him. Chapter 897, The Dawn of Cosmos Stage. Wang Teng was a daredevil with superb skills. He wore his battle armor and flew out of the QYE-63 spacecraft. Then he executed the shadow-merging secret skill to conceal himself. Roundball sent the exact position of the chasers to Wang Teng's wristwatch. Wang Teng glanced at his wristwatch. After confirming the location, he spread out his wings of wind and lightning and flapped them gently. Wind and lightning energies were released along with a faint thunder. He disappeared on the spot. Planetary stage martial warriors were able to travel in the universe without any external help. Wang Teng had the wings of wind and lightning, so his speed increased tremendously. Traveling through a short distance in space was a piece of cake for him. After approximately 10 minutes, Wang Teng finally saw a large, dark yellow flying saucer-shaped spacecraft. It was marked with the symbol of the Olent Federation. This spacecraft was bigger than the 10 spacecraft that had chased them many days ago. It was like a battle fortress moving in the universe. Wang Teng's gaze changed. He turned serious. He didn't act recklessly. Instead, he landed on a meteor nearby and activated his spiritual sight and eyes of essence to scan the spacecraft. He wanted to get a gauge of his enemy's strength. Energy flowed into his eyes. The situation inside the spacecraft was laid out clearly in front of him. Nothing could escape his gaze. Balls of light representing the various martial warriors appeared in his vision. Gasp! He couldn't help but take a breath of cold air if they think too highly of me. There were at least 200 planetary stage martial warriors and more than 50 celestial stage martial warriors in this spacecraft. The numbers were frightening. Even he would have a difficult time dealing with so many people. Yet this still wasn't the main point. The crucial factor was there was an extremely dazzling and glaring ball of light. Cosmos Stage. This was a real Cosmos Stage martial warrior. It wasn't a spiritual mark like Nangong Yue or a wisp of spirit like Agulus. This was a real Cosmos Stage martial warrior. How was he supposed to fight? I should run away. Wang Teng made his decision almost instantly. He would be tempting fate if he fought face-to-face with a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. In the universe, planetary stage and celestial stage martial warriors were nothing. Only Cosmos Stage martial warriors could be considered important figures in their territory. Why was this so? The most direct factor was the difference in strength. Cosmos Stage martial warriors were much more powerful than Celestial Stage martial warriors. Thus, when he saw the Cosmos Stage martial warrior's ball of force light, he knew that this trip would be futile. It would be hard for him to sneak in and detonate the energy core. Once he was discovered, the Cosmos Stage martial warrior could arrive immediately and kill him. Even if he successfully detonated it, he wouldn't be able to kill the Cosmos Stage martial warrior. His opponent's physical body could withstand the impact of the explosion. Of course, it also depended on the size of the spacecraft. This spacecraft wasn't big enough to kill a Cosmos Stage martial warrior. Roundball, prepare to retreat. Full speed ahead. I'll be back immediately. Wang Teng contacted Roundball, his grave voice entering its ears. What happened? Roundball was shocked. This was the first time it heard Wang Teng speaking in such a grim tone. It wondered what he saw. There's a Cosmos Stage martial warrior, Wang Teng replied briefly and kept quiet. He needed to face this crisis with full attention. He was hiding behind the meteor and had retracted his aura to the maximum. He knew that the spacecraft wouldn't detect him, but he didn't dare to promise that he could escape the Cosmos Stage martial warrior's senses. Cosmos stage round ball's expression changed. It was in disbelief. They sent a Cosmos stage martial warrior. Is the Olant Federation crazy? At the same time, in the Olant Federation spacecraft, a stern-looking elder in a gray gown suddenly opened his eyes in the command room. There was a sharp glint in them. Huh? Mr. Clote, a ninth-level celestial stage martial warrior, hurriedly greeted him at the side. Attack that meteor? The Cosmos stage martial warrior called Clote pointed at a meteor on the screen in front of him. Yes, although the other martial warriors didn't understand why, they still obeyed his order and aimed the rune weapons on this spacecraft on the marked meteor. Boom! A beam of light shot out. Wang Teng was preparing to retreat when his expression changed. Damn it, I got discovered. He used his space physique without any hesitation. The power of space surged out of his body, and the air below his feet became distorted. His figure vanished on the spot. Boom. The next second, the beam of light struck the meteor. The huge meteor disintegrated into powder and became cosmic dust. They dissipated in the endless universe. A few hundred meters away from the meteor, Wang Teng appeared, following a distortion in the space around him. He looked at the destroyed meteor with lingering fear. He hurriedly pushed his speed to the maximum with the help of the wings of wind and lightning and dashed towards the QYE-63 spacecraft without turning back. Continue attacking. A strange gaze flashed past his eyes when Clote noticed that Wang Teng wasn't dead. He raised his hand and pointed at Wang Teng's position again as he spoke in a calm tone. Boom. The rune weapon changed direction and aimed its muzzle at Wang Teng. It fired a beam of light. Wang Teng felt his head turning numb, his hair stood up, and he had to activate his space talent once again to run away, shifting his position instantly. The beam of light missed. He managed to precariously dodge the lethal blow again. Both attacks failed. Clote's face turned black. This little mouse is good at running away. A ninth-level celestial stage martial warrior observed Clote's expression and noticed that he seemed irritated. Hence, he hurriedly came to alleviate the tense atmosphere. This ninth-level martial warrior had long hair and a pair of fox ears. There was also a furry foxtail behind his back. He looked unique. There were many races in the universe. Hence, it wasn't rare to see orcs or dwarves. This ninth-level celestial stage martial warrior was a member of the fox race. Let's play with him, then. Clote's expression turned gentle. He gave a contemptuous look. Don't worry. He won't be able to escape, the ninth-level fox martial warrior said respectfully. Clote didn't speak. He handed this matter to his ninth-level celestial stage martial warrior from the fox race. A few other celestial stage martial warriors got envious when they saw the fox race martial warrior getting the limelight. There was a huge difference between the ninth-level celestial stage and the cosmos stage. They were all fighting for the chance to escape from their current fate. Now that they were under the wings of the cosmos stage martial warrior, Clote, they had to work hard to perform so as to gain recognition and the opportunity to get more resources. This was the only way they could accumulate their efforts in hope that one day it would pay off and they would reach the cosmos stage. They would be able to dominate their land when the day came. Chapter 898. Strike. Quick, quick, faster. Round ball found Wang Teng's position. It was extremely nervous and kept muttering to itself. The Olant Federation spacecraft chased after Wang Teng relentlessly. Beams of light inundated him without a stop. This was like a cat-and-mouse game, but in actual fact this was an illusion Wang Teng had created for his opponents. He possessed space talent, so once he was prepared, he could evade his opponent's attacks easily. However, he didn't do it. He pretended that his every dodge was precarious. It was as if he just managed to dodge the attacks due to luck. The martial warriors from the Olant Federation didn't think that Wang Teng could escape, so they weren't in a rush. They continued tailing him closely. Round ball, open the cabin door. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Teng finally reached the QYE-63 spacecraft. Okay, round ball was invigorated. It quickly opened the cabin door. Swoosh! Wang Teng increased his speed and dashed into the QY-E63 spacecraft. But the concealing mode of the spacecraft was also deactivated, and its real form was revealed. The people from the Olant Federation saw it at once. Lock in their spacecraft, the 9th-level celestial stage martial warrior from the Fox race smiled. His gaze turned sharp. Attack and destroy their spacecraft, Cloet ordered calmly. Yes, the Fox race martial warrior replied in a low voice. Boom! The instant he finished speaking, the attacks were launched. They flew directly toward the QY-E63 spacecraft. The beams traveled through space and arrived right before the QY-E63 spacecraft within 3 seconds. However, it disappeared without a trace and shot forward at an incredible speed. After Wang Teng contacted Round Ball, it had already gathered energy reserves for the acceleration. The spacecraft was ready to escape once Wang Teng returned. This was a merit of a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Only such a spacecraft was sturdy and tough enough to withstand the instant acceleration without disintegrating. Cosmos-level spacecraft. Cloet stood up abruptly in the Olant Federation spacecraft. He was overjoyed. The other celestial stage martial warriors noticed this too, and were in disbelief. Their opponent possessed a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Didn't they say that he escaped from an underdeveloped planet? Why did he possess a Cosmos-level spacecraft only available to Cosmos stage martial warriors? This doesn't make sense. Mind you, every Cosmos-level spacecraft cost a fortune. If they could get their hands on one, they would be rich. However, they knew that it had nothing to do with them. From Mr. Cloet's look, they could tell that he was determined to get this Cosmos-level spacecraft. No wonder I couldn't catch them even after sending 10 spacecraft. Candace even died in their hands, Cloet said in deep thought. He thought that the Cosmos-level spacecraft was what caused the destruction of the 10 Universal spacecraft. He didn't think that they were actually destroyed by the planetary stage newbie. Wang Teng, chase after them. Stop attacking. I want an intact Cosmos-level spacecraft. They will only have a limited amount of energy. We'll chase them until they are out of juice. Cloet's eyes shone brightly. There was greed on his face as he hurled orders one after another. This was a Cosmos-level spacecraft. He only had one Cosmos-level spacecraft, and it had cost him half his fortune. How could he not get excited when he saw a similar spacecraft that he could snatch with extreme ease? The other celestial stage martial warriors sighed. They had no choice but to obey his order. Wang Teng returned to the spacecraft and looked back sternly. He was stunned. Have they stopped attacking? Round Ball thought of something and snorted. Looks like our opponent is very greedy, Wang Teng frowned. He didn't understand what Round Ball meant. They're probably waiting for the energy in our spacecraft to be exhausted. Then they can catch us without any effort and gain a perfect Cosmos-level spacecraft at the same time. Round Ball explained, I see Wang Teng was enlightened. He was caught between laughter and tears. A chase became a robbery. Why do you think they're chasing us so hard? It's for their own interests, too. It's extremely difficult to raise your ability in the universe. No one will give up any chance to get more resources. Round Ball felt emotional. Wang Teng had just entered the universe, but there was already someone who wanted to give him a brutal lesson. Since they want to chase, let them chase us. Wang Teng smirked and asked, how long more do we need to reach the Great Qian Empire? Soon. About 2 more days to reach the Great Qian Empire, Round Ball sniggered. It didn't finish its sentence, but its meaning was clear. 2 more days? Wang Teng's eyes shimmered. Let's hope they can wait for 2 days. Don't worry. They don't know that we're heading to the Great Qian Empire. Since they want our spacecraft, they won't give up so easily, Round Ball replied confidently. Although they're not attacking us, we can't allow them to chase us so freely, Wang Teng said with a twirl of his pupils. What do you want to do? Attack them. Round Ball understood Wang Teng's idea immediately. It gave a sinister smile. Ha, let's play with their mentality. As expected, the Olant Federation spacecraft stopped attacking for the next 2 days. Instead, Wang Teng and Round Ball would activate the rune weapons on their spacecraft and fire at the Olent Federation's spacecraft. The weapons they had were enough to damage a Cosmos-level spacecraft. Hence, it would spell trouble if the Olent Federation's spacecraft was hit. The Olent Federation's martial warriors were frustrated. They were the pursuers here. Why did they have to dodge their opponent's attacks carefully, as if they were the ones getting chased? Round Ball, move. You won't be able to hit them with your accuracy. Let me do it. Wang Teng pushed Round Ball away without any hesitation and took control of the spacecraft's weapon control system. He aimed at the Olent Federation spacecraft behind them. Tisk, your accuracy isn't good either. You didn't hit them once during these 2 days. Round Ball pouted unhappily. I gave in to them, watch me. We're reaching our destination soon. Let's give them some surprises. Wang Teng rubbed his hands in excitement. Round Ball looked at the map, nodded, and replied, yes, we're entering the territory of the Great Qian Empire soon. But they will notice it too. That's why we need to hit them and create some trouble, Wang Teng said. Round Ball finally understood Wang Teng's intention. Compared to it, this fellow was more evil and sly. Wang Teng stopped bickering with Round Ball and put his attention on the control system. A rune cannon at the bottom of the spacecraft gradually adjusted its direction, searching for the weak segment of its opponent. Wang Teng even sent his void mayflies out. The void mayflies formed a straight line from the cannon to his opponent's spacecraft. That way, he would be able to lock on his target accurately. Of course, time was needed for the attack to travel through space. Besides, his opponents were on guard, so they would have enough time to make an evasive maneuver. This was why they couldn't hit them. Wang Teng understood this too. A solution popped up in his mind. Power of space. With the power of space, he could change the direction of the attack halfway through and catch his opponents off guard. Boom. Wang Teng pressed the fire button with this thought in mind. A beam of light shot out. Does he think he can hit us with these attacks? The Fox Race Celestial Stage martial warrior sneered. The intelligence on the spacecraft had already planned the evasion route without his reminder. The spacecraft started shifting horizontally. However, right then the beam of light suddenly tilted its angle in the middle and crashed right into the Olent Federation spacecraft. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, sparks flew everywhere, and the Olent Federation spacecraft suffered a huge blow. Beep. The left wing is damaged. The left wing is damaged. A shrill alert sounded on the spacecraft. The Fox Race martial warrior was flabbergasted behind him. Clote's face had turned as black as ink. Chapter 899, Revenge is a Dish, Best Served Hot, 1. The atmosphere turned extremely tense on the Olent Federation spacecraft. The ear-splitting siren echoed in the entire spacecraft. Everyone panicked. Everyone stared at Clote. They could feel the flames of anger he was barely suppressing. Why are you standing there? Send someone to repair the spacecraft. If anything happens to it, I'll find you all for an answer. The angry bellow that came out of this Cosmos stage martial warrior's mouth drowned out the siren. Everyone shuddered. They immediately regained their senses and started arranging for the engineering robots to head to the damaged areas for repair. The Fox Race Celestial Stage martial warrior couldn't care about Wang Teng anymore. He felt frustrated under Clote's death glare. A chill went up his spine, and he could only leave to make the repairs personally. He knew that if he didn't do a satisfactory job, Mr. Clote would never forgive him. Clote retracted his cold gaze after the Fox Race martial warrior left. He looked at the QYE-63 spacecraft that took this chance to soar ahead. Mr. The Great Qian Empire is right ahead. A martial warrior who was checking the map suddenly reported. The universe was vast. A spacecraft would often enter an unfamiliar planetary sector and lose its way. Thus, there was always a navigator on each spacecraft in charge of checking the universe map. Of course, there were some spacecraft that allowed their intelligence to predict their location. It worked the same way. Great Qian Empire, Clote was shocked. Why are they here, Mr. Clote? They seem to be heading for the Great Qian Empire. the navigator said. Damn it! Why are they going to the Great Qian Empire? Clote was surprised and furious. How can a martial warrior from an undeveloped planet know about the Great Qian Empire? Is this a coincidence, or is this their destination? Wait, this person has a Cosmos-level spacecraft. He might know about the Great Qian Empire. Clote's mind spun furiously. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and his gaze turned vicious. No, I can't allow him to enter the Great Qian Empire. I won't be able to get the Cosmos-level spacecraft if he did. Round Ball's jaws dropped as it stared at Wang Teng in astonishment. One could throw an egg inside. How did you do it? Guess. Wang Teng glanced at it and replied calmly. Guess your head. Round Ball shot back. This is serious stuff. How did you do it? Although the Olent Federation spacecraft dodged in time, you managed to let the beam of light change direction. Wang Teng shook his head and decided to stop teasing it. Space shift what? Round Ball was dumbstruck. You can space shift already. Is there a problem with that? Wang Teng glanced at Round Ball. He felt that it was kicking up a fuss over nothing. That space shift, people who have not been immersed in space cultivation for a long time cannot achieve this. Round Ball took a deep breath and looked at Wang Teng as if he were a monster. Wang Teng hadn't hit 20 yet, right? How long had he been cultivating? How could he have reached this stage so quickly? This talent. Round Ball didn't know how to describe it anymore. Keep calm, keep calm. Wang Teng waved his hand and appeared nonchalant. Round Ball felt that its expressions were disregarded and felt exasperated. This fellow wasn't on the same frequency. At the same time, it felt dejected, too. It was supposed to be a knowledgeable and experienced intelligent life form. Why did it appear like a country bumpkin in front of Wang Teng? It had seen many talents, so it thought that it could educate Wang Teng. In the end, it realized that those talents were nothing when compared to him. Sigh. Round Ball sighed in its heart. It was in low spirits as it floated around Wang Teng like a spirit. It almost went into depression. Cough. Are you depressed? Wang Teng felt a little guilty when he saw its reaction. Did he boast too much? He even managed to make this intelligent life form dejected. Sigh. Round Ball raised its head to look at him and sighed once again. Come on, I'm kidding. I worked hard too. You don't know how hard I work, Wang Teng consoled it. All right, I know you're extremely gifted. Don't try to comfort me with those words. Round Ball felt a little touched when Wang Teng tried to cheer it up. It gathered its emotions and waved its hands, pretending that it didn't care. Then it started educating him again. There are still many talents in the universe. There are a number of people who have managed to reach the Cosmos stage at your age. You're gifted, but don't be conceited. You will only have the right to fight with them if you reach the Cosmos stage. Yes, I understand. I'll work hard to reach the Cosmos stage as soon as possible. Wang Teng chuckled. He didn't mind Round Ball nagging at him. Round Ball might be naggy and loved to boast, but it had his well-being in mind. Also, it provided him much help on his cultivation journey. This intelligent life form was perfect support. Wang Teng wanted to maintain a good relationship with it. Chapter 900, Revenge is a dish best served hot. 2. Glad that you know. Round Ball glanced at Wang Teng and snorted. Then it turned serious. All right, let's stop talking nonsense. We're entering the Great Qian Empire's territory soon. They have probably discovered our motive, so we need to deal with them carefully. Boom. As soon as it finished speaking, there was a loud explosion, and the spacecraft suddenly shook violently. Defense shield damaged. Shields are at 95%. An alarm sounded. At the same time, the 3D image projection of the spacecraft appeared automatically. The shields at the rear of the spacecraft had been hit. What's happening? Wang Teng was shocked and unprepared. The spacecraft is under attack. Round Ball's expression changed, and it immediately started the panorama mode. With a flash of light, the surroundings turned into space, only to see a crimson light quickly approaching from behind. Oh no, it's the Cosmos stage martial warrior. Round Ball was astonished. The crimson ball of light that was chasing them was Clote of the Cosmos stage. He actually went out and tried to intercept them to stop Wang Teng from entering Great Qian Empire's territory. "Speed up," Wang Teng said hurriedly with a solemn expression. "A Cosmos stage martial warrior is too fast. It looks like we have to use our final plan." Seeing that Clote was getting closer and closer, Round Ball was extremely anxious. Boom. The spacecraft shook violently again. Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 87%. The alarm sounded at once. Clote kept attacking the QYE-63 spacecraft as he got closer. His attacks damaged the shields but didn't scratch the hull of the spacecraft. They all landed at the right spots. If the hull was attacked, it would cause too much damage and it couldn't be repaired completely. Obviously, he wasn't giving up and wanted to obtain the QYE-63 spacecraft. He was extremely attracted to Cosmos-level spacecraft. Even a Cosmos stage martial warrior like him wouldn't give that up easily. At this moment, Wang Teng was standing firmly in the QYE-63 spacecraft. His face darkened slightly as he bellowed, "Don't hesitate anymore. Carry out the final plan." Yes. Round Ball made a decision. It knew that if it didn't act now, they would really be cornered once the defense shields were down. They wouldn't be able to escape. If it wasn't necessary, I would never use this plan. Forcibly increasing the spacecraft's speed to an unbearable level will cause permanent damage to it. If we're not careful, the spacecraft will be wrecked. Round Ball started to operate as it explained. It was an intelligent life form and instantly connected to the control systems, operating them quickly. On the screen in front of them, red codes flickered and almost flooded it. It was difficult even for a planetary stage martial warrior like Wang Teng to see clearly. Boom. Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 74%. Boom. Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 69%. Boom. Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 57%. Outside, Clote's attacks landed on the shields continuously, causing them to shake violently and forming cracks that looked like webs. The alarm always rang timely and reported the shield damages, tensing up the atmosphere. Is it done? The shields can't hold up any longer, although Wang Teng was emotionless. His voice carried a trace of urgency. Soon, Round Ball wiped its non-existent sweat off its forehead and responded. It wasn't easy to alter the acceleration program of the spacecraft. After all, doing so was tantamount to destroying the spacecraft. It would take a certain amount of time to confirm the program before it could be executed. Boom! Defense shields damaged. Shields are at 36%. The alarm had turned completely red as it gave off a sense of urgency. "I know you can hear me." At this moment, a majestic voice resounded. Wang Teng turned sharply to look at the Cosmos stage martial warrior. They were looking at each other in space. "I shall give you one last chance. Stop your resistance and give up your spacecraft. I can let go of the past and make you my underlings. You only get one chance. Your choice, submit or die." That voice was not only majestic, but it was also bubbling over with murderous intent. Damn, this stupid old man is daydreaming. Round Ball was enraged and couldn't stop itself from cursing. Wang Teng was also seething with rage. His eyes flashed and he was ready to fight back. He wasn't someone who would get bullied. Revenge was a dish best served hot. Although he couldn't beat him physically, he wouldn't lose verbally. Stupid old man. Wang Teng's voice passed through space and entered Clote's ears. Only people who had reached the planetary stage could do something like this. By coating sound with force, it was able to penetrate the boundless space. Listen well, I'll give you a chance too. Kneel down now and call me Grandpa 300 times, or I'll make you call me Grandpa when I return in the future. Wang Teng's voice had a hint of impudence and amazing power. When it reached Clote's ears, he flew off the handle. How dare you? Damn it! Clote was furious. He was a Cosmos stage martial warrior, but the other party actually dared to ask him to kneel down and call him Grandpa, and 300 times. Who gave him the guts to do so? Clote's angry voice was deafening, and Wang Teng couldn't help but dig his ears. Stupid old man, you only have one chance. If you don't seize it, don't blame me for being rude in the future. Not only will I make you call me Grandpa, but I'll also sell all your descendants as slaves. The males will do tough labor while the females will sell their bodies. I'll make them pay for what you did to me today. Don't think too highly of yourself. You're just a cosmos stage warrior. My teacher is an eternal stage martial warrior. Do you know how strong he is? I don't think you know. After all, you're just a cosmos stage weakling. I don't even know how many universe stage martial warriors are my teacher's disciples. Someone like you will not even be qualified to serve him tea. Killing you is akin to squashing an ant. Wang Teng started bluffing and bombarding the other party with words. As Round Ball listened to him, it started to show a weird expression. This fellow is really cheeky. That mouth of his was enough to anger someone to death. Clote's chest pumped up and down. He was fuming, and his hair was standing upright. "Ah, I will kill you, brat!" A terrifying roar resounded and shook the space. He had almost lost his mind because of Wang Teng. He didn't even care about the eternal stage. He just wanted to kill Wang Teng. Damn, this old man wouldn't have a hemorrhage, right? Wang Teng said, boom. Seething, Clote charged over like a huge fireball. "Round Ball, are you done? He's catching up," Wang Teng shouted. "Weren't you enjoying yourself just now? Why are you in such a hurry all of a sudden?" Round Ball raised its head and sneered. Wang Teng's face turned black. This Round Ball still had the cheek to tease him at a time like this. "Don't worry, it's done." Round Ball snickered and stopped teasing him. Wang Teng took a closer look. It turned out that at some point the codes on the screen had been locked in. "Sit tight. It's starting to accelerate," Round Ball said. Wang Teng was stunned and quickly grabbed the armrest of the seat next to him. The spacecraft was extremely stable. Even when it was accelerating, no one could feel anything inside. However, Round Ball actually told him to sit tight. He suddenly looked forward to the nitrous boost. How fast would it be? Boom! Suddenly, the spacecraft shook violently, and Wang Teng's entire body was almost thrown off. Outside, Clote was about to catch up with the spacecraft with a ferocious look on his face. He was already thinking about how to torture them. However, just as he was about to do so, the spacecraft suddenly vanished and escaped at a terrifying speed. Clote froze in place as if he had swallowed a mouthful of ash. He looked embarrassed and felt like he had been toyed around with. His entire face turned red. Thank you so much for listening. That's the end of this episode. I'll see you all in the next one. Until then, take care and happy listening.